Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue our journey of What If Belle Was the Wild Child of Freya Part 4. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in comment section if you want anything. The mystical, magical, power of idiots in a dungeon. Chapter notes. Surprised to see an update so soon? I told you all that I would try to update often before I head to my trip to Anime Expo. Soon. Gonna have some vacation time and opportunity to do some extra research on. Damachi for other stories, inspiration to do some other works and ideas for. Thank you all for 15k reads of views on this story, and be sure to check out my other works. Enjoy the chapter. The mystical, magical, power of idiots in a dungeon. Come on Syr, at least let me explain it before you start ignoring me. Belle whined as he was slouching over the bar, waving his hands to catch Syr's attention as she had her eyes closed, her face not even looking towards him as she continued with cleaning mugs and placing them away. It had been a few hours since he first came into the hostess to assist in helping with their new menu items before whisking Syr away to the orphanage she frequents, part of his promise to her in helping around today. Yet even then, during the orphanage and playing with the kids, Belle knew she would be pissed at him. Even if that brief peck he gave her made her happy, the saying about women holding grudges and never forgetting turned out to be true. Though Syr was placing away and peeking back at Belle, who still pouted and whined. Secretly, she loved seeing how cute he was when he pouted and whined like that of a child, smiling as she turned away, as to not let him see herself enjoying the amusement he brought. Finally setting another mug on the shelf, she swiftly turned and had her hands on her hips. Belle blinked and now got off the bar stool, standing straight up in attention as Syr was walking towards him, giving him a mock glare and growl escaping from her throat as she continued walking closer, earning Belle to step back with each step until he now had nowhere to run, his back against the wall, both sides blocked with Syr's slender arms slammed against the pub's walls to prevent him to escape. He could only look down at the pouting and glaring barmaid looking up at him with those light grey eyes of hers staring into him. Well, explain it to me then. Who was your first kiss? Syr asked as Belle sighed, his face flushed and lips pouting outward as he rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, well, I wanted to see Lady Hephaestus about a few things, mainly to find this wealth guy she keeps complaining about, seeing if there's anything to take note about my knife, and, most of all, to give my thanks to her for making my knife. Keep going. All right. Well, I brought her some of those pastries that her familiar captain, Tsubaki, mentioned she loved so much. And apparently the god of smiths apparently gets a bit too excited when it comes to sweets. When I showed them, she tackled me and thanked me over, and well, we both kinda took a tumble and our lips meet. Belle said as he was blushing to the point that he was looking like a red pepper. Syr's eyes were then shadowed over her silver hair, her shoulders trembling as Belle's eyes widened and clenched his teeth, bracing himself what's to come. But he couldn't prepare for anything Syr would do. PFFFFTTTT. Jige ha ha ha. Why your face, Belle? Why you look like a tomato? Syr laughed as she brought her hands to wrap around her stomach, laughing and struggling to stand upright. As Belle growled and looked away, still flustered and earing Syr to laugh even more. Don't laugh. I thought you were about to strangle the hell out of me. Sorry. But for being raised by a bizarre and pervert who knew you were a flustered romantic. Syr said as she wiped the tears from her eyes and steadied herself on one of the tables. Do you honestly think I would be a pervert like my shitty gramps? I'm not. I know more about than what I should about the topic of sex and erotic, but I don't act or wildly go about doing that sort of stuff. And yet you visit the pleasure district a lot, Tilda. That's because I like the company of Lena and the others. They are friendly. Or is it their bodies that you like? Syr said, now leering at him as Belle came closer to her, and leered back. I'm a healthy young man and would be lying if I wasn't interested, but they are my friends and I understand their business has some needs, so I won't judge them. So if I worked at that place, then would you judge me for how I would act and dress up? I'd question why you suddenly would work there but never judge you. Oh, so you're saying you don't approve of me suddenly switching jobs if I wanted to? I never said that. Well, maybe I will work at the brothel then if it'll make you that upset. Like hell it would upset me. And I'd buy you out more than any customer would even think to offer. So, The idea of me with other men pisses you off. Syr yelled as she pushed Belle back to the wall and grabbed him by the collar as Belle grabbed her by the waist and firmly held her close to him and looked into his eyes. Hell yes. Those sleazeballs aren't even worth being with you. You're too pretty and pure to even hang out with jackasses like them. Belle said as now both of them blinked twice. Recalling their little spat just now, they couldn't retort back as both were flustered and red-faced messes. Why are you so upset with me getting kissed? I said they were an accident. Belle asked, wanting to get to the root of it as Syr then turned her head to the side, leaning forward to where he head rested on his chest, her hand clenching on the helm of his shirt. HMPH. Even if they were accidents, it still shocks a girl to hear about a guy's first kiss. She muttered as Belle's eyes widened, pulling her back and making her look at him as his eyes widened in realization, swallowing a lump in his throat and felt sweat on his forehead. Syr. Are you jealous that I didn't kiss you? And you like me? He asked, his voice almost squeaking at what he was asking. But it proved to be correct as a small eep escaped from Syr's lips as they were then puckered into her mouth. Why you are dash? Please, stop talking. It's embarrassing. And, yes. I like no. Belle, ILL love you. She squeaked out as she covered her face with her hands and whimpered. I liked you since the day I met you. You're always so kind and cheerful whenever you come by. Haden always talks about how you make people smile even in the Familia and how amazing you are when you're off facing the dungeons. You even keep your promises to me by visiting us every day, even if it's really early. Syr admitted as she was red in the face to the point steam started to come off her head. Syr dash. Even if I cook for you, you eat it with a happy smile despite it looking like some horrible experiment gone wrong. You still eat it and praise me. Even tip me and ask me to cook for you without knowing the risk. Wait, you think your cooking is bad? I'm clumsy, lazy, a bad cook, and I tease you a lot to come back to see me and dash. Syr ranted, before she felt her shoulders clasped and looked back up to Belle. Syr. I am not good at this sort of thing. But I understand now why you're acting like this. And, would you mind hearing me out first? Belle asked as Syr nodded. She felt his hands relaxing and moving down her arms, gently holding her hands as he rose them up a bit. You mean so much to me, Syr, and more than I think I've felt for others in the past. Without you, I'd have probably been homeless and scrapping by for money, living somewhere on the streets and alone. Belle said as he smiled at her, looking down and turning her hands over, seeing her palms and rubbing his thumbs through them. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in a wonderful Familia. I wouldn't have pops in my life, and meet such wonderful people like Tiona, Haden, the staff, Freya, Otter, Uncle Hogni, and so many others now part of my life, and getting to eat such tasty and warm meals made by you all. And really, I do think you're a good cook, that any man would be lucky to have you. Syr then widened her eyes as she looked at him, now intertwining his fingers with hers. Tears fell from them, but not in which could compare to the beautiful tears falling from Belle's eyes, flowing like small streams, clear and shining in the dim light of the hostess as he smiled at. The love you have for me makes me cry because it gives me relief that someone feels the same way I do to them. I love you too, SYRMMPH. Belle said as then he was slammed back on the pub's walls, his lips locked in with Syr's as she had wrapped her hands around his neck, pressing herself closer to Belle. He allowed this instead of pulling her away. Rather, he relaxed and closed his eyes, enjoying this sensation he felt on his lips and heart now swaying and beating so rapidly and yet calming him. He wrapped his arms gently around her waist, pulling her in as he pressed deeper into the kiss they shared. Syr's cute moans and movement of her head came as soft whispers in his ears, as Belle gently caressed her back and toyed with her ponytail, making it come undone as her silver hair now was like a drape flowing down as Syr caressed his cheeks with her hands. *AHEM**. Both of them opened their eyes, starting into each other's before pulling themselves apart for a moment, but never letting the other go, cheering towards the counter of the pub, with a thin trace of saliva connecting each other's lips and flushed faces. There they saw MIA, grinning at them with a smug look on her face. And you were complaining about not getting closer to him like I suggested, May and Lunoir. Then what do you call this? MIA teased as Syr became red once more and covered her lips with one hand, and looked away. Better get back to your room and calm yourself before the girls come back and wonder. What's got your face all red? Don't you even think about getting lazy just because you got your first move with Loverbow here. If anything, I expect you to work triple times as much to satisfy him. MIA said as even Belle turned red at the mention of him as Syr's Loverbow. Well, get going and start with cleaning up the back. We're gonna have a lot of ingredients to stock up the pantry and storage, so we'll need space. Why, yes, Mama. Syr said as she fixed her hair back into a ponytail and took a step forward, but not before turning to Belle once again and gave him a quick hug and kissed his cheek a bit, before hurrying herself to the back. Belle gently caressed the cheek she had just given him, dazed and couldn't stop smiling. Clack, come on kid. Drink up and head home. MIA said as she filled a mug with ale and set it on the table for him as he was snapped out of his illusions and went over to the bar and leaned on the counter, grabbing the mug and taking a sip. So, guess this makes you and Syr a thing then. Think you can convince your folks and grandparents to pay us triple for your wedding with her? She said with a grin as Belle nearly spat out his drink and looked at MIA with a blank look before smiling down at his mug. Well, maybe it does. But I'll have to see about where she'd be set in with my whole marriage thing. Don't get me wrong. She's everything I said about her. And so much more, he said, as he grasped the mug with both hands as MIA saw the look of conflict in his eyes. But it's about having more than one wife that's got you bugging and doubting the idea of marriage, isn't it? A little bit. It's just odd. There are people I do love and have met that I'm grateful and cherish like I do for Syr. But I worry that I'll give more attention to others a lot. And I feel a bit like my gramps when I think of how many people I do love and want to be part of my life, and maybe have a family someday. Belle said as he looked down and rubbed his neck in a bit of frustration. You know, you aren't your gramps, right? The shitty one you mentioned. Sure, from what you said he's a pervert and tried to get you making a harem in the dungeon and Orario, right? Yeah, he was the biggest dumbass. But he was my grandpa. I know he cared and wanted me to be strong and have a family someday. I wonder, why was he so fixated on trying to get me to have a harem and be like him, hunting and peeking on women? I can't really explain why or his reasonings, but from that it was clear he did want you to grow up and have a family. Even now, that you are to have your own little harem, answer me this. Do you think it's perversive to want to be with your wife in bed, or in the shower when you get to that part in your relationship? And no, I don't think dash. Then do you think it's wrong to want to cherish those you love and want more a romantic feeling like you had with Syr? MIA asked as she placed a hand on his head and ruffled it a bit, before pulling his head up to face her and smile at Belle. Belle, coming from a woman that's had her fair share of seeing love and even experiencing it once upon a time, it's not wrong to feel that way towards those you love. It's natural, and it's not something you can stop or control your feelings for them, she said as Belle's eyes widened as she continued. If you dream about certain things with those girls that you love, or guys, I don't judge. Then, it's all right. You're still a kid, so it's just hormones and part of growing up. Your gramps might be a pervert, but you don't go skirt chasing and actively pay those girls in brothels for a good time. You're you, and like you said before about romance, everyone has their own way to experience it. So, have your own romance in your life, and not your shitty grampses. Sniff shit. When did you get good at giving some motherly advice, MIA? What happened to the rough and tough bar woman that would make her girls work in hell to drain all my valus? Belle said, earning a painful yet playful slap on his shoulder from MIA as she went over to the other side of the bar, going to the cabinet in the corner and taking something from the shelf and coming back to him. Don't be getting used to me acting motherly brat. I'll only act like that when it's something serious about my girls or when you start putting rings on their fingers and giving me an army of grandkids and workers. Here, MIA said as she placed a large book in front of Belle, giving her back the mug as he took the book in his hands. It was rather large and a red cover, with gold borders and designs that of a wand on the front. Reading the spine of it, Introduction to Magic, Understanding the Blessings of This Wonderful World's Power. Smirking at such a name as he looked back to MIA. Before you came in today. Last night while we were cleaning up, some idiot left their book here. We waited all morning for the poor schmuck to come back for it. but never came. Syr was meant to give this to you since she figured you wanted to learn magic like your dear old dad. But Mia then turned towards the back door passageway as Belle laughed a bit as Syr was still there cleaning and humming a cheerful tune. Why yeah, alright. If you're sure it's not gonna be an issue, then I'll give it a read. Well, better get back home before Pops starts to worry about me. See you around, Mama, Belle said as he turned towards the doors and began walking. Hey, don't call me that. Either call me by my full nickname or my real name. You haven't put a bun in Syr, Ryu, Lunoir, or May yet. I'm not old yet to be a mom or a grandma yet until you get to work. And remember what I just said to you. Yeah, I'm not my shitty Gramps, so I'll try my best to make her happy, Belle said as he ran out the door, feeling the warmth of the sunset and chill of the air in his face. Breathing in the cold air, relaxing him after his worries recently now seemed to put him at ease more. Letting out a breath of air, he turned to the road and began running as fast as he could, without a care in the world back to Folkvanga. Back inside the pub, as soon as Belle left, the sounds of clacking heels echoed in the room as Mia turned back to the storage pantry room, seeing an all-too-familiar woman coming out and taking a seat at the bar, not even facing her as she turned towards the doors and could feel her smiling. He's serious about you. What now? In the past, you would have snatched him and make him submit to you and you alone. But since he came to you, the familiar's been livelier, and his grown closer to others. Will you still make him yours alone, Freya? Mia asked as she saw her goddess turn back to look at Mia. No, I won't, she said, earning Mia to look wide-eyed at the goddess. But what's more was that she saw tears in the goddess's eyes as she looked back at the hostess doors. His soul is more beautiful when he's happy and free. I could see he meant every word about what he said to Syr. He loves so many people that are now part of his life. Mir, Haden, and Hogni, Otter, Little Haluan and Hythe, even Alan of all things considered, and other women that he's close with, she said as she turned back to the former captain of her Familia, tears freely falling down on her beautiful face. I'm a goddess of love. I can't deny a person's love and claim it for myself alone, even if it's love from my order. I can't even think to keep his love only to myself. That's too selfish even for me, she said as she heard Mia sigh and could feel the woman rubbing her eyes. Then, Syr and him better have a talk. You heard about how he feels about this situation. Has in. And while I think I did help him about experiencing romance and love his own way, there's still gonna be some doubt and worry about feeling like he's cheating. I'm sure Syr can put his worries to ease. Besides, she got his first real kiss. And I'm very satisfied with the fact that she did and was his first. You better. And I better expect Syr to help more around so business can get booming and earn us plenty to renovate for a bigger pub for more workers to join in the future, Mia said, as Freya giggled. I'm sure it'll be filled to the brim with grandchildren for you later on. But as for Syr helping out more, that's going to have to take a small rain check. Why? You or Haluan can work in here Mia. I just experienced the most wonderful feeling and first kiss from my Belle. Let me be perfectly blunt, I'm touching myself tonight, Freya said as Mia nearly choked from the air. Hey, I'm touching myself tonight. Or rather, maybe for the next 3 days of pleasing myself to Belle's kiss and imagining what else we could have done if you hadn't interrupted us. Oi, I do not need to hear this. And at least warn Haluan what the hell you're planning. Otherwise you'll ruin her. I don't need her broken and unable to handle serving my customers. Don't worry. I plan to have her join me in bed for the next 3 days. Get the hell out of here, goddess. Heavens. I ought to save some side valors to commission if any of Hephaestus's children can make a bat for me to drive the impure thoughts from you and those moronic cat girls of mine. In Folkvanga, Belle walked down the halls of the manor towards his room, thankful that no one was around, to stop and ask why he had a book in his hands, or to ask why he had this bashful smiling look on his face to which he couldn't stop making, his mind still racing and his heart fluttering at the moment he shared recently with Syr. Butterflies filled his stomach and anxious sent goosebumps throughout his body. It was an odd feeling, but he never wanted this to end. I wonder if this is how it's like for couples to feel like when they first start dating. Maybe I Should ask Pops or Miss Fortuna about this if they felt it when they go out together. He thought as he saw his room up ahead and noticed that Hogni was walking down the hallway, and waved at him. "Hey there, oh nephew of mine. Uncle Hogni. What are umph?" Belle was about to greet him had the dark elf not wrapped his arm around his head and started to give him a light noogie atop his head. "Hee, see you got yourself a grimoire in hand. Interesting find. Where'd you get a marvel of? A book from?" "Well, it was a gift from Syr back at the hostess. After I was done helping her," Belle said, his face flushed and hid his smile from behind his book, which earned Hogni to look at him in surprise as he shook Belle more and smiled down at his nephew. "Oh, a gift from Syr. Something tells me there's more to it than that. So, what happened, oh, nephew of mine? Did she give you something else? Have you taken your first step in seeking a bride?" "I think I took the first steps to manhood," Belle squeaked as Hogni gasped sharply, smiling as he grabbed Belle from under his arms and picked him up, spinning both of them around as Belle laughed in embarrassment as Hogni let out a haughty and pride-filled laugh as he looked up at his nephew. "Ha. Congrats, Belle. Way to take the first step to the path of romance. Make me a grand uncle soon, and I can't wait to see the face on brother when he becomes a grandfather. It was only our first kiss, uncle." "Oh, but something tells me it was just more than that, wasn't it?" "Why, yeah. He. Well, congratulations, Belle. I should probably leave you to your reading and to your thoughts about your new girlfriend," Hogni said as he gently put down the now flustered Belle in front of his room as he waved his hand at them and soon walked away. "Don't stay up too much reading that grimoire, Belle. If you're gonna read it, then do it in bed. I'm off to spread the news about your first step of mandom and tell Haden to be expecting grandchildren. Wait, why read this in bed? And tell Pops to give me a little sibling first with Miss Fortuna before he becomes a grandpa. I want a little brother or sister, damn it," Belle exclaimed, as he watched the dark elf now laughing and running down the halls, cheering to his door and opening it as he locked the door behind him, closing the curtains as it was already now starting to become night and turned on one of the bedside lamps. He got into his own nightwear and sat on the bed, prompting a few pillows behind his back and head, as to get comfortable to read. Opening the large book in his hands, he turned to the first page and began reading. Chapter 1, The Basics and Types of Magic. There are two types of magic in this world, which we live in. The first is what certain races are born with, race-specific magic that can appear at any time during a certain race's lifespan. The second type of magic is called fauna, in which is granted by a god's blessing. Belle began as he felt more absorbed into the words. The latter is in which a form of expression upon oneself. Questions pertaining to what magic truly means to oneself. What is it you are interested in? What do you accept? Hate, desire, sorrow over for. The trigger to this magic is always inside you. Belle's vision changed. In which he was reading the words of the book, he now found himself in a black and white void. Around what he saw were familiar buildings and places. A mishmash of Orario and his old village was around as far as the eye could see. "Then let us begin. What is magic to me?" A voice called out to him, sounding a lot like himself asking him what it meant and what is magic. Belle then found himself in the fields of his hometown and looking up at the blue sky, the greens of the crops and the brown dirt beneath his feet. Magic is something like an expression of freedom, coursing through my very blood and body that pushes me forward and grows stronger. It's a part of me and I'm a part of it. What sort of thing is magic to me? It's like nature of itself, a fire inside me that burns strong and warm like the sun, the cool and gentle breeze of wind in the air spreading a calm and relaxing wave across me, and the endlessness of the open seas and skies, giving me no limit to what shackles me to wherever I can travel to. What do I seek from magic? Behind Belle, several faces and figures appeared as he looked towards them, so many he knew and cherished, and one large being he remembered so long ago. Tears fell from his eyes as he rested his hand across his chest. A promise to keep, to an old friend, and to those I love in my life. I want to keep those promises I made to them and stay by their side, seeing their smiles each and every day. The promise of endless and joyful adventures together. Is that all? The voice asked as Belle saw the old home he lived in since his birth. A book of an old heroic story on the table as he saw a dusty old recliner near the fireplace. A sad smile plastered on his face as he traced the book with but a finger. Back then, I would have wanted to become a hero, to people in need and to those I cherished. But, since my journeys and lessons before reaching here, I've learned this about myself. I'm a bit selfish and stubborn, and that there's no real need to be a hero. I want to have adventures with my crew and my family. Belle said, as he then turned and was now back into the gray and white void, with what looked to be several copies of himself in different colors. You're such a child. You're wrong about that. I'm a selfish and passionate guy for adventure and having my own romance, and I won't apologize for being who I am. Belle exclaimed as the copies of himself soon faded away, swirling around him as they dissolved one by one into his body. Belle's vision turned white, and then all he could see was darkness and his eyelids feeling heavier with each second. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. Belle's eyes were then opened wide, panicking as he heard loud banging and readied his knife, and the book on his chest now in hand, blinking as to why it was bright for it being night, too. Then realize it was morning and that his door was looking like it was about to be knocked down. Belle, wake the hell up right now, young man. You better explain what the hell happened yesterday. Haden's voice yelled from behind the door as Belle froze, trying to remember if he did anything aside some teasing to Haden yesterday. However, nothing really came to mind. That's it. I'm coming in. Wait a sec, Pops. I'm coming. Just give me a sec dash. Vari and Hilda. Haden roared as then his door was blasted to over his bed frame and head, looking behind him slowly as the door was now indented into his wall, looking character education and burnt to near ash as it crackled here and there with electrical sparks. Turning back slowly, he saw Haden with his sword wand in hand, the wand part of it crackling with electricity and the dragon's eye in its core pulsing. Are you trying to kill me, Pops? Are you trying to give me gray hairs? Explain. What did Hogni mean when he said you took your first step as a man? Haden asked as he pulled Belle up by his hair as he flailed and cried, in pain as he was brought up to Haden's eyes. Gar, Pops, please. Let me explain. Well, get to talking then. He told me about you and Syr. What happened? What did you two do yesterday? Don't tell me you two did that without knowing the risks involved, did you? Haden said, pausing as to not mention specifically what that was. But it was clear as Belle's face turned bright red as Haden's. Wait a second, Pops. I just dash. So you admit to doing those things with Syr? How has MIA not killed you yet? What kind of an idiot are you? And do you know how hard it's going to convince your grandmother from coming back here and putting out a manhunt for Syr and to then try talking you two to hold the wedding sooner than expected? The amount of letters you and I have to write will be more than your marriage proposal dash. We didn't have sex, you pervert of a Pops. Belle roared as Haden blinked, slowly lowering him down and letting go of his hair, both having steam coming out from their ears as Belle looked away and played with his knife in hand. It was my first real kiss. Our first kiss, to be honest. And I confessed what she meant to me and hugged a bit with her until MIA came in. Belle explained as he covered his face with his hands and knife, groaning along with Haden, who did the same. And that's it? That's all you did, right? Nothing else? He asked, sounding worried and fidgeting with his hands. Why, yeah. She might have slipped me her tongue, and I kinda did the same. But that was it. I kissed and hugged her and was honest. Sorry. I just overreacted a bit. It's just hard for me to get used to being a guardian dash parent. Parent. Since I'm not used to watching over kids. I hope that you know what this relationship means for you, right? Why, yeah. MIA kinda actually gave me some advice about this situation I'm in, and I promise that me and Syr will talk about what this means. Belle said as Haden sighed, kneeling down and placing an arm around Belle as he brought him to a quick hug before pulling him back. I'm glad you're being responsible about this. Just try your best for her and yourself. All I ask is that you don't make me a grandfather too soon. Otherwise I don't know how to handle your grandmother when she finds out about that. He said as Belle smiled, then wrapping his arms around Haden's neck, careful as to not cut him with endless sky. Thanks, Pops. Now then, I'll have someone come by and fix the damage later on. For now, I need to go kill Your uncle for giving me a heart attack. Why is there a grimoire on your bed? Haden said as he now caught the sight of the closed book and walked over towards it, picking it up and opening it to find its pages blank and empty. Even the words on the book's spine were gone. Oh, that was a gift from Syr. Apparently someone left it in the pub the night before and they never came back for it. She thought it wouldn't hurt to learn magic. But I kind of fell asleep when reading it and had the oddest dream. Belle said as Haden brought the book under his arms and then dragged Belle by his arm outside his room and down the halls. We're going to see Lady Freya. This thing is completely bare now, so you might have gotten access to magic. Whoever left this there at the hostess must have been an idiot to lose such a treasure. Magic. I have magic. Is that what grimoires do? They awaken magic inside those who read it. But once they do, the book is just a book. No words, no magic enveloped in its pages. Just a blank canvas with a cover. The troubling part now is what kind of magic did you get from reading this? Walking until they saw Otter outside the doors to Freya's private chambers. They moved closer to the towering Boaz, grabbing his attention to why Haden was dragging Belle in. Nothing but his long baggy shorts and a tank top. Haden, why are you dragging your son so early in the morning? Otter asked as Haden brought up the book to him. Apparently, he read a grimoire that was given to him from the hostess. And when I opened it up, the pages were blank. We're here to see if Freya would update his status and see what kind of magic he gained from reading this. Understood. I'll inform Lady Freya and see if she's available. Though, please be advised about her. She's gone into one of her moods. Otter said as Haden shivered and nodded his head, as Belle was grown confused as they watched Otter knock the door and opened it, closing it quickly as they were left to wait. A mood? Belle asked as Haden sighed and pushed his glasses up. Belle, you're aware on sexual education, right? Unfortunately, since I was 7. Ouch, is her mood that bad for us? And no. But, rather it's not, when it's a girl's time. It's similar. Because she's a god mostly. About love, romance and desire. She has to release some of those desires in a healthy way. But in private. He said, trying not to make it sound obvious. Belle could only nod his head, blushing and wiping away the small trickle of blood falling from his nose and trying to compose himself. Otter's head then peeked out of the door, having a blank but concerned look on his face as he looked at Haden and Belle. We're in luck. It hasn't started for her yet, so she said she will be able to update his status. But make it quick. She even yelled at me to hurry it up and ordered me to bring Haluan to her and spend the next 3 days away from the manor. Otter said as he grabbed the both of them from their heads and dragged them inside, quickly leaving as he ran off to find Haluan. Fast. Both father and son crashing onto the floor as they got up, flustered and red both in pain and embarrassment as they now stood before Freya, wearing nothing but a black nightie and somewhat see-through robe as her hair was in a mess with only one eye covered as she looked at the two. Even she was looking flustered and embarrassed. Sorry if this was a bad timing, my goddess. We just need to update Belle's status since he apparently was gifted a grimoire by Syr last night and read it. We didn't mean to intrude on your privacy. Haden said as he bowed and forced Belle to do the same. It's fine. Let's just hurry with this. Sorry you have to see me in such an unsightly way. Belle, Haden. It's fine, Lady Freya. We can leave as soon as you update and give us the paper so you can have your moment. Belle said, taking off his tank top and turning his back to her, hoping she would do it there instead of him going and lying on his bed. God's damn it, Gramps. Curse you and your perversive lessons. I'm struggling to keep myself from passing out of blood loss and drooling at the sight of my goddess. Oh, Belle, sorry. Can't move as much right now. Would you mind lying down on my bed next to me? Freya said with panted and hot breaths escaping her lips as sweat was falling from her forehead. Belle agreed and slowly laid himself face first onto the sheets. His eyes widened and pinching his legs to prevent him from showing something embarrassing to his goddess if he lost all control. His mind was betraying him as he then felt the drop of Freya's blood in her bare finger tracing across his back. No, bad brain. Don't think how erotic this feels. She's your goddess who you love and evil. No, stop it with those thoughts. Think of Syr instead. Sweet, cute, innocent Syr. Cooking you a meal and shit. Why is it even sexier and why am I thinking of her with Syr and Freya? There you are. It's done. Freya squeaked out as she handed the sheet over to Haden and patted Belle on his back, making him roll off the bed and next to Haden as they could hear Freya's breath becoming heaver and thought the room was becoming hot. Goddess, here's Syr like you request dash. Thank you Otter. Now, all of you aside Syr, out. Go. Go 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 go. She yelled as Otter instantly threw Syr, who was still in her own night attire, onto Freya's bed, as they narrowly avoided being hit by a chair she threw at them, slamming the door shut behind them as they walked away slowly from it and soon ran away from Freya's room. Pops, is Syr gonna be okay in there? He asked, worried as they literally saw her being thrown into a den of lust. This has happened before, she'll be fine. Though every time this happens, she looks closer to death and Hythe has to watch over her health for a day or so. Honestly, she's the reason why the manor isn't in a frenzy. The last time Lady Freya had her moment, she couldn't exactly relax in private. So, that day, we all witnessed why she's also a goddess of war. Otter said as a cold shiver ran down Belle and Haden's spine. Those days were utter hell. Even MIA was a victim to the beatings and anger tantrums she had. Haden muttered as he felt Belle cling onto him for dear life. And instinctively he clutched onto Belle as well. Scary. Well, good luck to both of you and hopes you avoid seeing Our Lady for a few days. I'm off to the dungeon, Otter said as he then ran out of the window, both father and son seeing him mad dash out of the gates as now the shattered window still dropped glass by their feet. Let's just see what magic you have and go on from there. Why yeah, I kinda have to get ready soon to meet up with Lily for our dungeon dive today. Oh, think I can test my magic while then, Belle said as he felt his forehead being lightly smacked by Haden's fingers as the elf sighed. Belle, I understand the excitement of testing your magic, but you need to learn to keep things a secret for now. And then there is practice in how to use it and learn about the repercussions of overusing and over-relying on it if it's useful. Or come now, brother. Let him have some fun with it. They both turned to see Hogni, smiling and waving at the both of them, Belle laughing a bit sheepishly at the sight of Hogni, as he embarrassed him a bit yesterday, while Haden handed Belle the new status sheet and clutched his wand and glared at the incoming dark elf. So Tilda, what kind of magic did you get, oh nephew of mine? Is it something cool? Something that calls forth the darkness to vanquish our enemies? Or maybe something more enticing for your little girl dash? Asterisk SMACK, asterisk. Don't you dare think you can just waltz up to us and act like nothing is normal, you idiot. Haden said as he smacked Hogni upside the head with the blunt part of his sword and then grabbed him by his collar, pulling him close as he gave Hogni the coldest stare to the point it felt like fire and ice combined staring into his soul. Do you think that telling me Belle was about to become a father so soon was humorous? The amount of planning and aid I'd have to do for him? And how to handle the fact if lawful and Anastasia came here to see his wife. HHA now Haden. Come on, just relax. It's just a little harmless teasing. And now come on, ease off the scary eyes, all right. How about I ease off your useless babble by cutting off your tongue and dash? Frejalsi Golda? Is that how I pronounce it? Belle asked as Haden and Hogni turned to him, seeing him read his new status sheet as they looked at it with him. At the sight of his magic, Haden's glasses cracked and Hogni's eyes sparkled in excitement. Belle Cranel. LV.2. STR, G347, F451. VIT, F206, E303. DEX, D501, D600. AGL, B145, B483. MAG, I0, I50. Skill. Lyris Freeze. Increase on growth based on feelings and driven goals. Wild Child. Alternates user's status in combat based on emotions. The user has the heart of a pure-hearted wild child out on an adventure. Delicious in dungeon. Higher rate of monster corpse or limbs being dropped. User gains. Analysis of edible food and ingredients for cooking. Monster limbs being edible and eaten successfully are randomized odds. Eating cooked meals in the dungeon recovers. 4 new adventures. Magic. Frejalsi Golda. Swift Chant Magic. Freeform magic to use any compatible element. Taught discovered. Compatible elements, fire or wind. Firebolt, Swift Strike Magic. Asterisk notice. Use of this magic is more taxing to new discovered magic the user has not learned or swapping for another use in a different element. Users gain a learned magic. Will result to slight exhaustion in mind down the normal rate. I don't even know where to begin with this. Haden said as he looked baffled at Belle, and his head moved from him to looking at the status sheet. It's amazing, Belle. It's such a rarity swift strike magic for some adventurers to gain. But yours gives you the ultimate power and ability to cheat the whole system. Hogni said as he was shaking Belle over and over as Haden stopped him and held Belle by his shoulders. Wait, cheat how? Belle asked, a bit dazed as Haden kneeled down to face him straight in the eyes. Belle, technically what the idiot just said is correct. This is technically cheating. Your magic bypasses a restriction adventurers have to learning or gaining magic. Adventurers only are able to learn 3 magic spells. If they want to learn something else, they would have to drop or forget one of the ones they have already. Really? But isn't that a bit restricting? Like say you have a spell to heal, but you found one that can do some damage. You would have to either drop the new spell or keep the healing one. Exactly. There's other ways to use spells even if your maximum ability to learn is full. Sad to say, but brother is right. We're restricted, but there's methods to bypass it. Such as magical tombs, magic items, enchanted staff specified to having a certain spell embedded into them. Adventurers have a limit on how many types and different magic they can learn, depending on the race they are sometimes. Even us elves have a limit. Hogni said, adding in his own teachings to Belle. So it's another thing I have to keep hidden here. Belle said with a pout on his face as Haden stood up and replaced his cracked glasses with another pair he had in his robes. Technically, yes. But later on, we could say it's an unspecified type of magic you learned. While normally this would need to be kept lock and key, the aftermath of using it could make it seem like you're a glass cannon, so to speak. A glass cannon. If you use too much of a magic spell, you'll undergo what is called mind down, meaning you've run out of mana, the energy which is used to cast magic. Mind down is the aftermath of using too much magic. You'll pass out and become weakened. Haden said as he pointed to Belle's new magic skill and made him look at the warning. With the restrictions and drawbacks you have on this magic, then it does mean that eventually it will be something you won't have to hide. Sure, adventurers will think it's useful, but if the results end you suffering to exhaustion and mind down faster than a normal spell will, then it will be seen as something usable but to take caution of. But look on the bright side. It just means that with spells you have and later on gain and practice, it'll still be quite the versatile magic you can master. You at least have one spell you can test today. Hogni said as Belle's eyes brightened and smiled at Hogni. You're right. I gotta test this out ASAP with Lily in the dungeon. I better get ready. Belle said, as he ran past both elves back to his room, letting the status sheet flutter in the air before it was caught by Hogni as he looked to Haden. We're going to join him. Oh come now, brother. You want to see what he can do so you can start thinking how to teach him. A bit of father-son bonding in the dungeon and for later on. Plus, you can't say you're not interested in seeing about what this firebolt spell does. You need to be there for Belle's first crack at a spell. TSK. How is it you're able to get a read on me just like he does? Don't forget that Fortuna woman, Tilda. You better not act like an idiot when we join him. And invite Hythe and prepare some magic potions in case he becomes dumb and overdoes it. I promise nothing about the idiot part and I'll bring them along. And Hythe too, and get her to look more after Belle. Is this your way to get them closer? What? You don't think I don't know about that plan of yours with Lady Freya and little Haluan to prevent that sadist to marry Belle now did ya? Besides, you do see how protective of him she can be. Remember back at the hospital with Airmid? Hogni said as Hythe sighed and walked away from the grinning dark elf. Don't try to mess it up. He's already courting Syr. You know that, so wait a bit for them to have a talk about this matter and then we'll see. Fair enough. Well, better tell Hythe to get ready and join up with Belle to meet this supporter of his. Wonder how far deep he travels with her. Hogni chimed as he too left from his spot in the hallway and went to ready himself. 2 hours later, fountain nearby the dungeon entrance. One day had passed by for Lily. Very slowly did it pass by for her since Lena's little talk and goodbye present she gave to her. Flushing at the memory of it, She wiped her cheek still as she shook her head, looking around to see if any of the Fays were still watching. One of them made an appearance in her view of the area before they disappeared with a wave of their hand. At least she was true about them keeping an eye out for me, she muttered as she sat down by the fountain and waited for Belle. Thinking about him, Lily had to wonder why she never heard about him until Lena's talk. He's the child of Hildislife and 9 hells. Now that I think about it, the resemblance is uncanny on Hildislife's side, meaning he's also part of Freya's Familia. I should be careful with dealing with him now, Lily thought before she tightened the straps of her bag. 4 days left. And even then, would he even accept Lily? I wouldn't blame him if he decided to stop hiring her and we go our separate ways. I should be at least thankful he's willing to work with me for a whole week, she said as he heard a familiar laugh coming closer and closer. Looking from her view of her own feet, she saw that familiar mop of white hair and armor running towards her, along with what appeared to be a dark elf with white hair as Belle's, wearing a black robe that covered part of her lower face with gray and purple armor and clothes underneath as the cloak flapped along with his run alongside of Belle. Behind them, Lily could see 2 others following behind them. One she recognized instantly as Haden, the Hildislife she was thinking about recently, his warning from Lena still fresh in his mind. And next to him, walking with a small messenger bag, was a woman around her and Belle's age with red flowing hair tied in twin tails. Lily, look who else is joining our dive today. Your next line is, Master Belle, why are there so many people of your familia coming along? Am I right? Hogni said as he and Belle posed dramatically at her after he made his prediction. Master Belle, why are there so many people of your familia coming along? Yay. How did he predict Lily's words? She said, startled, and stepped back a bit from the dark elf as Belle and Hogni laughed. Oh, they wanted to see what I've been doing lately and to watch me test out something that came up on my status. First, let me introduce you to my uncle. This is the incredible, amazing, master of time and prediction, Hogni Ragnar. Nice to meet you, tiny supporter. And coming up behind us is my pops, Haden Selland, and next to him will be our second hands and main healer of our group, Hythe Velvet. Hey pops, come on or we'll be missing out. What I can do? The dungeon isn't going anywhere, idiot. And I should ask, what floor are we going to stop at? What, you've been sticking around the lower levels, or have you decided to go to the middle floors yet? Hey there, supporter. Let me warn you now, things are going to get kinda stupid and funny with these boys. So, try not to be too startled. Hythe said as she placed her hand on Lily's shoulder and gave her an awkward smile. Oh, thank you, Miss Velvet. I am Lilyruker Odd. Call me Lily. Be but with how I see Master Belle now with his uncle and father, I think that's to be expected. Lily said as she pointed to the 3 men now struggling with each other in seeing who can pull who in the same spot they were in. Are already started her. Word of advice, given I've spent a few times in the dungeon as part of Belle's little motley crew. Here's a phrase that I think you'll have to stick by its words. What's the phrase? Welcome to the crew, leave your sanity behind and prepare your heart for fear, excitement, death and fun. Hythe said as she chuckled at how bewildered Lily looked, clapping her hands to get the boys' attention as Haden was clutching onto Belle's hair, his other arm chocking Hogni. Belle was then looking to try and bite of Hogni's leg while Hogni was busy using his hands to stretch out Haden's cheeks and taking his glasses. All right, idiot family. Time's wasting and we're here to see results and earn some valis. Belle, what floor were you planning on stopping at today? And are we going to use YANO? Hythe asked, as to not mention Belle's little shortcut as there was an outside member of his party and crew here with them. Him. Truth be told, I was thinking maybe go about the 9th floor. Kill some war shadows and killer ants. See if they are edible and how I can cook them while along the way I can test out my new special move. Belle said as Hythe and Lily shivered at the sound of him wanting to eat killer ants. You haven't gotten to the middle floors yet. Come on, Belle. This is a chance to see what you can really do now that you're a level 2. Let's go deeper into the depths and test out your new flame. Hogni whined as he shook Belle by the shoulders as he groaned from the vertigo. As much as it pains me to admit, he's right. If you test this now in the early floors, you won't get a good grasp where you stand. This is beneficial to seeing how much you would need to improve and what I can help with. Haden said as he pulled Belle away from Hogni as he pouted. Well, I kinda wanted to wait for you guys, Haluan and Tiona, to explore the middle floors. But Haluan's stuck in hell. Tiona, I heard she was on a dive recently with her sister to help with funds for their next dive. And I was gonna invite Lefia and Filvis if they wanted to come. But Lefia is with Tiona and the others, and I don't know where Filvis's Familia is at. He said, pouting at the stubbornness of his of wanting to go as a group again and the fact they didn't have enough free time in their schedules. Yes, I can understand that issue quite a bit. But how does this sound? We go only to the first 2 levels of the middle floors, and then we can explore those areas only. It'll be just a test and to show you what else you might be facing down there if we're unable to go with you. Haden said as Belle looked up at him and nodded. All right, wait. Lily, is that fine with you? Sorry, I forgot to take in your opinion just now. Belle said as that surprised Lily as she blinked and cleared her throat. Lily doesn't mind at all. You are Lily's client, hence whatever plan you have Lily will follow through with you. She said as Belle came closer to her as he looked worried. But still, even if I'm your client, I don't want to force you to do anything that could get you hurt or uncomfortable with. Is the middle floors fine with you today? Belle asked as Hythe giggled and patted his head, running through his locks of hair, and shook her head. Come on, Belle, I know you can protect her just well for the earlier floors, and if there's anything dangerous in the middle floors. Plus, you have us and me. The level 4 golden witch of healing. Crap, Hogni, I blame you for influencing me. She said as she covered her face and turned away in embarrassment. He. Embrace it, Hythe. Embrace the inner pride you have for your namesake and desire to tell the world you are the greatest healer of all. And she's right about that part, nephew. For you have the Dane's life to Haden's Hilda's life. The white and black knights of Freya. Hogni and Haden. Do I need to kill you again? TSK. Rest assured, Lilaruka, we are capable adventurers that will protect you should we see you're in any danger. Now, Hythe is right. Let us be off quickly to the 13th floor. That won't that take a few hours. Even if you're quick like Master Belle, where lately it's taken about 2 hours to reach to the 12th floor. We are a larger party, so there would be more monsters that could spawn because of our size. Lily asked as Belle then closed his eyes. To think, opening them and looking to Lily and noticing the size of her backpack today. Inspecting it from all sides as Lily was confused until Belle gently grasped her shoulders and smiled. Lily, how well do you do in tight spaces and the feeling of wind in your face? You took me back and forth from here to the pleasure district in 10 minutes each trip. Master Belle, I'm used to the feeling, but you should warn me. And I've had to go through a few tight places in the dungeon with other clients. Why do you ask? 5 minutes later. I should not have asked. Lily should not have asked Master Belle the reason why he was asking. Lily yelled at the top of her lungs, holding onto Belle for dealt life from behind, her tiny hands gripping his chest and armor tight as she felt the wind blowing against her hood and hair at high speeds while feeling Hogni's arms being her rails on the side of the stripped piece of stone slab they cut from the dungeon walls. On the first floor. You're lucky that these are stones we're using. Otherwise, if it was wood, we'd be going a heck of a lot faster, Lily. And good job. You're hanging in great and learned to lose your sanity. Hythe yelled from behind them as she was hanging to Haden's shoulders, who was operating the stone slab they were on to follow Belle and Hogni's as they went down the slopes of Belle's hidden shortcuts, the open world. Look, Pops, I'm steering this with no hands. Belle said as he raised his arms in the air and waved them. Hogni proceeded to follow his lead as they both cheered on as they were going faster, causing Lily to shriek more in fear for her life as she latched herself onto Belle even closer than before, her legs wrapping around his waist and crossing her arms over his chest. She was biting the back of his shirt to muffle her screams and to soak in her tears as she wanted to cry into his shoulder, wishing this would end soon. Steer that correctly, idiot. What if we crash back into the 11th worse than when you first took us? Don't worry. I tested this with stone slabs. And when we get to the 11th it comes to an okay stop. It gets a lot slower, but still fast. It's just enough to pay attention and hop off before it bumps into the dungeon wall. Oh, we've passed the 9th marker now. We're coming up close. Belle said as he put his arms down and leaned forward, making the slab. They were on travel faster as he guided it along the slopes and curves ahead. Tell Lily when this is all over. Oh, it's almost done, tiny supporter. We're at the 11th entrance waypoint. Ready, Lily? I'll get you when we jump. No. Jump now. You too, Pops. Hythe. Belle exclaimed as he turned his body to adjust Lily in his arms, as he grabbed her and covered the back of her head with his hand, jumping off the slope as he landed on his back and rolled over to where Lily was safe and on top of him as Haden jumped and landed on his feet with Hythe under his arm and Lily's backpack in the other. However, Hogni's landing ended up him being face first into the dungeon floor and his ass in the air, groaning and wobbling his way back up as Belle now carried Lily in his arms to where she was looking down at him with a red face and watery eyes. Shah ha ha ha. Gotta act quickly there, uncle. Belle said as he was then promptly smacked across the face and now on the floor with his ass in the air similar to Hogni. Lily was fuming, as Haden and Hythe had to hold back from smirking at the sight of both of them on the floor, while the tiny supporter had small puffs of clouds coming off her as she shook her hand violently. Warn me next time you're going to do something that gives me a heart attack, dammit. I don't know how much my heart can take. She yelled as the two of them groaned and raised up one of their arms, flashing a peace sign towards Lily as they got up and shook themselves off and smiled back at the three. Sorry, Lily, but hey, we're here on the 11th, meaning now's the time for the adventure to really begin. Yahoo! Hey, wait for me, Belle. Don't start killing monsters without my mystic arts in stopping time. Both of them soon ran down the flight of stairs before jumping off it, landing in the 11th floor's pale white grasslands and ran around searching for any monsters nearby to begin their game. Faye, 2 peas in a pod. Are you sure that they aren't your loved children, Haden? Hythe asked, with a smug look and crossed arms as they walked down the flight of stairs to the 11th. Oh look, it appears that Belle and Hogni found another baby dragon in the distance. Haden said as Hythe's eyes widened and Lily's was blinking rapidly, rubbing them to see if what she was seeing was correct. As in her view, she saw Belle and Hogni now riding and trying to steer the dragon from the head. Hey, you bastards, don't you dare do anything to that dragon before I get some of its drool and scales. And are you riding that thing? Let me join. Hythe shouted as she jumped down, and now ran towards it, yelling for a turn on the dragon as Hogni and Belle were knocked off it once more. She's just as bad as they are. Quite. Now, Miss Ard, I take it Lena sent you my message. Haden said as Lily flinched from his gaze and tightened her hold onto her bag. Be at ease. If I was going to do anything to you, I'd have done it by now. But, while it's been a day since she told you, care to be honest with me? Genuinely honest about what you plan to do. He said as their pacing down the stairs went a lot slower as to talk. Lily thinks, she will tell Master Belle. He's too good for Lily to be partnered and contracted with. I'd have just cheated him out on Valis, and honestly, I was tempted to steal away that knife from him to sell it, just to get out and be free. She said, laying her cards out on the table for Haden to read. Free from Soma? No, that's not quite it. More like free from your Captain Zeus. Haden commented as Lily looked at him, puzzled as to why he referred to her captain rather than her own god. The Fays keep track and info around the city for Her Majesty since Belle became part of the family. When we heard about him hiring you, we did a background not just on you, but to all of Soma. And frankly, you have one pitiful god. He's dedicated to his craft, but that just makes him a puppet on a string for your captain to control. So Soma is just a puppet to him. Gods, while divine and have power, are no more human and mortal just as us on this lower world of ours. Even they have their desires and wishes. Zeus manipulates your members to gonny the funds for Soma, and in return, he provides their intoxicating swine of a wine they drink themselves to death over. Why yes, Zeus is a bastard. But majority of Soma is just after the wine. If I'm honest, there's only a handful that are in the similar position and viewpoint to leave him. Even our vice captain doesn't trust Zeus or have any faith in his plans. The dwarf, Chandraite, correct, and 3 others I've heard come from the Far East. Indeed, that's quite a small handful of members that are genuine and not puppets to the wine, or Zeus's lies. Can I ask, why are you telling Lily all of this? She asked as they both stopped, all while the dragon's roars and cries were echoed in the floor. Why tell me all of this when I know it already? I have time to tell Master Belle the truth, but you seem to be looking for something from me. She asked as Haden sighed and looked down. At the Paolum girl. Lilarukarad, do you want to leave Soma and join us? Haden said as then he could feel the small prick of her hidden knife in the palm of his hands, not even making a scratch on his skin as she looked at him with an angry and teary-eyed expression. Don't give me that. Don't give me false hope. Even if I say yes, leaving Soma isn't easy. What makes you think it is? Lily asked as tears fell from her face as she wiped them away. Haden, dropping her knife, poked her shoulder and pointed back at the dragon. The two of them watched as Hogni and Hythe were running around it, cutting off its scaled, and laughing, all while they saw Belle leaping back onto its tail and running up its backside to reach for the head once more, being knocked off but still laughing as Hythe opened her arms and caught him like a princess. During these 3 months since he came to Orario, and since he joined us, I've watched over him, worried and even admitted, he's my idiot son in all but blood. There's something about him that changes things. Tell me, Lilaruka, it's been only now 3 days since your contract, but what can you describe about Belle to me? Describe him. In your own words, or anything that comes to mind when you see him. Lily paused as she looked back at Belle, seeing him act so childishly with the other two as they all posed and taunted at the dragon, running away from it in a joke and attacking it once more. Her heart beat erratically for a moment, and she felt as though butterflies were crawling up her throat. Master Belle, looking at him, I think he's too naive. An idiot that hasn't seen much of the darker parts of life. He's odd, and at times Lily wonders if he was always born like that or wonder how weird he must have become. But he's kind. He's always willing to listen to me and my advice, even offering to spend more time with me when we're done for the day, just to eat and talk. She said as she swallowed a lump in her throat, feeling it quite painful as tears came out of her eyes. HHE's the first adventurer that's been so kind to Lily. She doesn't know if it's a cruel joke at how honest and positive he is. He makes me feel like, even if I wasn't going to do my plan, that everything will be better. She said as Haden patted the girl's shoulder, giving her a moment to wipe away her tears and finish her sobbing. That's what Belle somehow does. I've seen him turn things from worse to better. I can't really describe it, but it's as though he makes things that seem impossible for many as possible for him. No normal unblessed adventurer could make a level 5 bleed, but he did. No level 1 could take on 3 silverbacks and an enhanced species on his own, but he did. Brother, hurry up. Belle decided to test it here with the dragon. Hogni called over to Haden, as they both continued to walk closer to the group now that they were at the base of the stairs, looking up to see Belle once again hurled in the sky by the dragon as this time it was readying for a blast of fire to escape its maw. Belle, above the air, smiled as he saw Haden and Lily watching him, Hythe and Hogni cheering him on to kill the dragon as they already snatched and peeled off some of its scales and got some drops of its drool. Seeing the bright light coming from the dragon's mouth, he aimed at its lower jaw, with one eye opened and the other closed. His hand with the knife reeled back as he had the other outstretched as if to measure and aim. Smiling, he threw the knife at the monster, watching in amazement as it sliced through the creature's lip cleanly and landed by Haden's feet. The dragon cried out in agony as the light died in its now split maw. Belle's outstretched hand now aimed at the dragon as he held it by the wrist with his other, taking a deep breath in as he was coming closer to the monster's head. All right then, here goes. This is it, guys. Bear witness to my awesome and explosive magic. Firebolt, he cried out, watching as a large flame built in his hands before it rocketed out to the dragon. The blast recoiled him further back up in the air as the magical blast hit the dragon's head, causing quite the explosion as Haden put Lily behind him as to shield her from the blast. Hogni's eyes now becoming like giant twinkling stars and Hythe smiling as she looked up in the air further to watch Belle now cheering in the air with his hands out. The smoke from around the dragon's head died, as now it was but a charred skull with chunks of burning flesh lingering on it, soon collapsing on the ground and exploded in a plume of black smoke, and all that remained was its large magic crystal. Haden smiled as he stepped away from Lily and had his arms outstretched as the cries of Belle's cheers came closer quite fast, until they died when Haden caught him. Guhahaha. That was so awesome. Belle cheered as Hogni ran up to him and began hurling him up and down in his own arms. Yes, that was explosive. A wonderful and truly powerful magic you've gained, Belle. Together with brother, we'll become the magical destruction force of Freya. No, wait. What about if we call ourselves the Invokers of Destruction? Oh, Tilda, that actually sounds awesome, Belle. I agree with Hythe. You have a knack at naming things very well. As Haden looked back at the awestruck Lily, now walking closer to him as the trio were now, posing and suggesting other names to call themselves, or to see if they could include Hythe into their group of powerful magic users. He smirked as he notices the small smile she was having on her face and a twinkle of admiration to Belle in her eyes. Lilyrukarad, do you see any doubts when you look at my son? He asked, watching as the Paolum shook her head. No, I don't have any doubts in Master Belle. I Lily trusts him. You say Soma is impossible to break free from. But to Belle, if you tell him that, he wouldn't believe it. He sees you as his friend, his comrade, and odds are, he sees you still as part of his little crew he wants to make. If you're hurt or in any trouble, my idiot of a son will go through any lengths to help you or anyone he cares about. Lily's eyes were now crying as she watched Belle being teased and cheered on by Hythe and Hogni, his red eyes gazing to hers as they looked so bright and cheerful, dragging the other two with him as he got closer to her with that goofy smile of his. Did you see that, Lily? That's my new magic. Sorry if I went overboard, still getting used to it. But, what do you think? Still up for some adventuring with me down to the 14th floor? I'll need your help to watch my back in case I suffer this mind down thing that comes with using it. He asked as he had his hand out to her, smiling as Lily, through wet tears and a smile of her own, grasped and shook his hand. Yes, I'm still good to go to the 14th. And, Master Belle. There's some things I have to tell you about Lily soon. But, I've made up my mind. Lily will join your crew starting today, she said with a wide grin through her tears as Belle's smile softened as he patted her head. Then, welcome aboard my crew, Lily. Though, we still have 4 days left. So the party for celebrating you joining is gonna have to wait. Do you mind waiting that long? I don't mind, but why would you wait until dash? So that way, we can collect a lot of Valis to throw you the biggest welcoming party that which the world has ever seen before. Belle said as he raised both his hands in the air and smiled wide, with Hythe and Hogni joining him and now spouting about cakes and decorations. And even Hogni was smiling as in his mind, he was thinking about how to assist in not making this a complete mess, while also preparing to tell Freya about Belle's new addition to his crew and new addition to their familia. All right, I'll wait till then. And there better be a giant cake with strawberries and mountains of food. I'll make it happen. It'll be a smorgasbord of tasty food and a giant cake high as Babel. Let's not get overboard, you idiot, Haden said as he smacked his son on the head. As Lily giggled, for the first time in a long time of her life spent living and surviving each and every day, she was truly happy in this moment with Belle. Let's turn this world upside down with the fall of wine. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Notes. Let's turn this world upside down with the fall of wine. Lilyrukarad, a young girl of 15 years, going on to 16 years old, was feeling anxious. Her heart was beating faster than usual and looked around waiting to meet Belle. Sitting by a small cafe she was said to meet him at today from Haden all of a sudden. Being one to save money, she didn't particularly have much in terms for clothing and fashion. She did change her tattered outfit to a better and new set, wearing a sleeveless white and red top that had a hood, leaving her navel area exposed, and looked down to check if her belt on her mini skirt was tied on right. Checking once again, she remembered to wear short shorts underneath her skirt and see if her new leggings were ripped. Though while this was a new set of her usual attire for her, she did have something else she had, particularly a habit she had even when she would cover herself in her usual hood and cloak. Her ears twitched as he heard the mutterings and coming footsteps of a familiar boy coming closer from behind, cheering around excitedly and with false courage as she spotted Belle walking down the road, lost and looking at the small note in hand to find the place they are meant to meet and talk. Master Belle, over here, she called out, on her knees on the chair she was sitting on and waving her hands. Seeing Belle now looking up from the note in hand as he saw her and smiled, hurrying over to her and hopped over the cafe's small metal gate and pulled out the seat across from her. She noticed he wasn't wearing any of his adventuring gear or equipment. Rather, he was wearing some fashionable clothes that seemed plain, yet fit him well. Aside the over-baggy Gray long-sleeve shirt he wore that he had to roll up the sleeves. Black pants that hung to his slender yet masculine legs, and wore black boots with gray soles on the bottom. "Sorry I'm late, Lily. Did I keep you waiting too long?" Belle asked as Lily shook her head, though he was drawn to how anxious and oddly happy she seemed, if going by the twitching of her ears atop her head and how the small tail behind her was wagging back and forth like that of an excited puppy. Indeed, this was the habit Lilaruka had when she would leave her home away from her familia. As a precaution, to secure her treasures, she would use her magic, Cinderella, to change her appearance. "No, I only arrived about 5 minutes ago myself. It was a bit further than I had imagined it would be," she said as her ears drooped a bit and her tail stopped wagging, but soon perked up once again and felt warmth touching and caressing them. Due to the spell, she wasn't just wearing a disguise. She took on the traits of any species she could transform or blend into, and she was disguised as a chianthrope, meaning that her sense of smell and hearing were greatly improved, but her ears and tail were sensitive to touch. "My bad for making you wait for me, Lily," Belle said as he patted her head, and couldn't help but feel how soft her ears were, losing his train of thought as he gently caressed them in his fingers, twirling them between or rubbing them against his index and thumb, even scratching behind them. "MMMGH. Master Belle." Lily let out a whimper, but to many ongoers around them, it sounded more like a moan, meant to hold back from releasing a pleasureful feeling as her tail was practically vibrating with his touch and petting of her fake ears. "Sorry, I didn't know you were an animal person. They're quite soft to the touch and they make you seem cute," Belle said as he rubbed the back of his neck and looked away, causing Lily to blush and her fake tail betraying her as she tried to look mad. "Lily isn't an animal person. This is just my disguise for when I have to go out in public." "Ah, a disguise. I take it this relates to what Pops set this little meeting up then?" Belle asked, as then a waiter from the cafe came by, asking them what they would like to start off with as a drink. Wasting no time, Belle ordered a meal for the both of them and drinks as the waiter then hurried back to the cafe. "Yes, but first, I did promise you that I would give you my answer about your offer, Master Belle," she said as Belle then looked excitedly at her. Before she could talk, she had her hands out to him, making him stop his smile and blink at her curiously as he settled back down in his chair. "Please be patient with me, Master Belle. Now, Lily accepts your offer. I want to join your crew. Wait a moment." She interrupted him before he could start smiling and jumping up from his seat to celebrate as he was now frozen with his fist now halfway up his torso. "I want to accept your offer, but it's best I tell you the truth about me and what I was really doing before you meet me and what I even considered doing to you, Master Belle," she said as she looked down at the table, saddened as her ears and tail drooped. "Oh, you mean about the extra money and sabotage?" Belle said as he leaned forward and rested his chin in the palm of his hand on the table, watching and smiled when Lily's ears perked up and eyes widened and stared at him in surprise. How did dash. "Lily, I think I mentioned this before, but I am an idiot with a passion of adventuring, romance and wanting to turn Babel upside down. I am an idiot beyond comprehension, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid. Being trained, well actually it's more like getting my ass and head kicked and beaten in by Pops and Otter and the others makes me have to learn more." He started as Lily returned to looking down and saddened. "But I can tell you're a good person, Lily. Despite what you were trying to do to me, you must have had a good reason. And even if you don't think so, as the target of whatever you had planned, I think it's up to me if the reason is good enough." The waiter then came back with their meals and drinks, leaving promptly as Belle smiled at her as she looked back into his eyes, seeing that even if she was trying to sound like he should reject her, he would be stubborn about it. "Very well. Lily will tell you why she tried to trick you. But, can I talk about myself a bit, too? Better explain why I do bad things?" she asked as Belle gestured her hand towards her, letting her be free to speak what she needs to say. It felt like hours since she began to tell him about her past, what it was like for her alone, after losing her parents in Soma and forced into the Familia, left alone hungry for days, and even weeks as a kid until she had to take on the role of supporter by force, beaten, abused, for her naive nature once upon a time and given scraps of valor from other parties. Even if she refused, adventurers that heard about how cheap she was to hire would seek and find her. She wanted out. and for a while in her life she found peace, working with a nice, elderly couple in their flower shop. They took her in and gave her a job, a sense of normality, for her, until adventurers from her familia found out and ruined her life. And the elderly couple too. They looked at her in disgust when the adventurers burned down their flower shop. She had nowhere else then and was brought back to the hell that was her familia. She told him that if she was going to suffer with them, why not have them suffer as well? She's lost count on how many times she let some of her clients alone in the dungeon, surrounded by hordes of monsters, but does recall the number of times she's stolen from, under them or skimmed off Valis from exchanging drops. Finally, explaining that after he hired her, she honestly thought she had a chance to escape this life, with all the Valis they made together and especially the prices on those monster corpses he had the chance to drop. She thought she could leave, legitimately leave Soma the right way and pay out her freedom. If they asked where she got the money, she admitted that she would tell them about him, party with him, and it's a guaranteed payday even if they'd split the profits. But she got caught. Though what puzzled her still is why they were giving her a chance. When Lily admitted that she feels like she doesn't deserve it, finishing her tale, she noticed the empty plate before her, and her drink was nothing but ice cubes in a glass. And that's it. Everything about me. Explaining why I did those things. Master Belle, Lily, wants to join you. You gave Lily everything. A chance to leave. Hope. Even Mr. Haden offered a home to me. But, if you don't want me to be part of *** your crew, then ***I. Understand. She choked and sobbed a bit, rubbing her eyes and now trying to look back at Belle. She wondered if the tears in her eyes were messing with her vision just now. Because before her, Belle had not once even touched his food or drink. A pool of water was around his cup and the plate was set aside from him. His face was blank and no longer smiling, not even having his chin resting in the palm of his hand as he stood up and walked over to her side, kneeling down to her level and suddenly wrapping her in a hug with one arm. Master Belle. Lily, of course I want you to be part of my crew. And if Pop said he'd give you a home, then we're gonna come back home together from now on. Every day, we'll come back home, relieved and with smiles on our faces as we're walking down the road back to Folkvanga. Folkvanga? Why you want Lily in your familia? Why you can't? I just said the price to get Lily out is 2 dash. To hell with that fucking rip-off artist of a god and his shitty familia members. Belle roared as his grip around Lily became tighter. She flinched a little but felt safe as her ears heard his heartbeat, all while many passers-by flinched and covered their ears, startled and looked afraid at the menacing and enraged look on Belle's face. I don't give a crap about that stupid god and his rules. He wants to try and rip people off with some crap wine that's too expensive than piss than that one thing. But to practically enslave his children takes it far, and to let you suffer is something I'll make him wish he would die. Belle said as he pulled Lily away, looking into her chestnut eyes leaking tears as he tilted his head down till their foreheads were pressed against one another. You're my friend, Lily. Even more now. You're part of my crew. My familia. Sure, some of us may be stubborn idiots and get into fights, but we have each other's backs and band together for if one of us falls to worse. And I said it before, if you're part of my crew, then I'll make it so your dreams and smiles will never leave. Sob hic ma mashta Belle. Lilarukarad. A voice called them out of their talk as Belle stood back up, his hand on Lily's shoulder as, coming across their way from the opposite side of the road was a band of scuffed-looking adventurers, sneers and reeking of overconfident attitudes practically oozing off them as they saw Lily and leaned on the metal fence to the cafe. So this is where you've been all this time. Faye, swindling some sod on a date. Might wanna forget her kid. She'll take everything she's got from you and dash. Since when did I ask the shitty opinion of some geezer and his gay boy toys that follow his wrinkly ass about opinion on dating women? By the looks of it, how would you know anything about dating women? You've got men around you. Belle sneered with no remorse as he walked over towards them, glaring at the short old man that talked to him first. His response left the group flabbergasted and red in embarrassment. Small snickers and laughs heard from the passerby around them that decided to watch this little issue unfold. The old man scowled and banged on the metal fence and leered up to Belle. Like some brat, like you would know anything about the pleasures of women. Hell, I bet you Haven't even had your first kiss or even held a woman's hand. I've been kissed by Hephaestus and have a girlfriend that's somewhat kinky with her tongue. She wouldn't let go of me when we started before we got caught by her boss. And as for womanly pleasures, well, haven't you heard the rumor of how hard it is for men to get any action from the pleasure district since they are off chasing some bunny? Belle said, scowling he had to use that nickname. Hey, what bunny are they? Wait, you? FEH. Like I'd believe a rabbit-looking brat-like. You could get any of those whores to pleasure you even if you paid them. They offer to pay me money just for 5 minutes. And it goes up higher. And sounds like you're speaking from experience. What's the matter, old shitbag? Can't get it up for some of those fine women? Belle retorted back as even Lily had to hold her snickering at how the others were getting embarrassed. Shut up. I'm not even here to deal with you anyway. Good, while I don't have a preference exactly, I know for sure your ass isn't my type. Like, seriously, who would even date you if it wasn't for something? Your height, looks, old age and probably non-functional dick. I'd be surprised if you can even pay money to get bitches. I'm a silver fucking fox. Then where are these so-called whores and bitches you claim to be able to get then? I see no bitches. Not even a fair maiden to hold your hand and soothe your breaking egotism right now. Maidenless. Belle said as that caused many around them to howl in laughter as the group of adventurers began to yell at them all to shut up. You think you're so fucking cute acting like a smartass. Bitch, look at me. I'm adorable. Now, what the hell do you want with my friend? Belle said, as he walked over to the man and his group, towering over him and intimidating some of the others as they took a step away from the fence aside the old man. What we want from that fucking bitch is our stuff. We hired her earlier this week and we've been missing our supplies. We know her type, she stole them. Really? 'Cause Lily's been in an exclusive contract with me all this week. She's the only one, working for me and me alone and has taken no one else for a job or joint party. So, Ether, you're lying out of your short ass or you either have dementia or Alzheimer's to forget your shit. Belle retorted as he was then pushed away to the side as the old man tried to hop over the short fence to reach Lily. She was startled and ready to use the knife provided by the cafe to defend herself from the worst. But she never got the chance to even reach for it or the fork as Belle gripped on the old man's forearm tightly and pulled him down from the fence. This is your one warning now. Even think about getting even a hair's length closer to Lily, and I will break you. Faye, like some bunny brat has the strength to push me back down. What familiar are you? Even from, probably some weak god or some whorish goddess that just took you in for your looks and a quick foo dash. *CRACK*. All watched in awe and horror at the man's now dangling arm. He fell to his knees and looked startled at his own arm, where it was still fine just a moment ago. Now it was dangling by his flesh with the bones poking out and a puddle of blood dripping on the floor. You must really like to hear yourself talk, her. Belle's voice cut the silence as the old man turned to try and look back at him. But his head suddenly hurt and now was sideways on the floor and his throat stomped on by his foot. I could give a crap if you insult me. Or if you accuse me of some bullshit. But you insulted my friend. And you insulted my familia. And that's one thing I won't sit and take. Belle said, as he stomped on the man's head and kicked him back to his group. Stumbling and bloody, the old man rose to his knees and pointed at Belle with his falling arm. Kill this fucker and the girl. You asked for this. So don't blame me for your funerals. Belle said as he cracked his knuckles by clenching his fingers and tilting his neck a few times, loosening it up and hearing cracks coming from his neck as he slowly walked to the incoming group. He took the first punch that came at him. Feeling it like a dull hit to his face, he took the opportunity to grab the other man by his wrist and kick upward, hitting his chin and twisting his arm to his back until he heard a loud pop and threw him on the floor. Not waiting a second as he blocked a kick from another one and ducked from a sword swing that came at him from the side. His target was the sword wielder as he was wide open after his failed hit on him. Belle kicked him in the ribs before he came in closer and wrapped his arm around the man's neck tightly. The man in his hold now choking and tapping on his arm repeatedly, asking to let go. But that only made Belle's hold even tighter as he used his body as a meat shield for the one he blocked against. The other men flinched after they mistakenly hit their comrade and now at a standstill for what to do without hurting him. This was Belle's opportunity as he let go of the man, but grabbed him by the back of his neck. and tossed his body at the three others before him, rushing in to stomp on their heads and neck, taking some of their weapons and bashing their legs and kneecaps until he heard the satisfying sound of cracks and their crying until he tossed them aside and proceeded to get the rest of the party. Why, you little shit? How the hell could you beat all of us? We're level 2 and 3 adventurers. What kind of magic or trick did you use? Faye, I didn't use anything. You all are just pathetically weak. And given how you go about flaunting that overconfident attitude of yours and bullying the weak, then it's even more pathetic. I became level 2 a couple days ago. And this is the result of your experience as an adventurer. Belle said as he tossed aside the weapons he stole from them and walked back over to Lily. Master Belle, I think we're done here, Lily. Come on. Let's head back home. I've got to tell Pops we're going to war. You have any idea who we're from, brat? We're from Soma. We've got over 10,000 members across Orario. Whatever pathetic familia you're in will die from us and your overinflated ego. The old man bellowed out as Belle turned back to him, walking away from Lily, and then looked down at the man, promptly stomping on his head until the man was now groaning in the dirt. You're from Soma? That's perfect. I want you to crawl back to your crappy god and captain, and tell them that tomorrow they better be up to their necks in arms and armor. Because we're going to kick your asses till I'm face to face with that shitty god. Like you can even get to Lord Soma. We'll have fun beating the shit out of you and your familiar and taking back that girl over my cold dead body, and when hell freezes over 100-fold you will. And don't worry, your familiar's reputation won't be hit too hard. We'll say that Soma members decided to get drunk one day and spout bullshit and face the consequences of insulting Freya. Belle said with a satisfied smirk, watching the color drain from all their faces as he mentioned, Freya. Why, you from Freya Familia? Yeah. What? Were you actually too drunk and stupid to even bother remembering who I or hear rumors about me? Belle asked as he pressed his foot down harder atop the old man's head and looked at the rest with a glint in his eyes. I'm the wild child of Freya, the supposed and true son of 9 hells Reveria and the Hildeslife Haden. Next in line for the Alf Royal Crown, I took on 4 silverbacks plus an enhanced species on the Monsterphilia event solo. Plus, I broke the world record to level up in almost 2 months. He listed off as they were all shocked and now shivering in their place, as the onlookers around them were bewildered and now whispering and soon gossiping of Belle. Belle smiled and stuck his tongue out at them as he poked the side of his head, tapping his finger at his temple. The name's Belle Cranel. Got it memoized? He asked as they shrieked and crawled back as he stepped away from them, kicking the old man's head in one more time before he turned his back on them. I'll be seeing you all tomorrow then. Be sure to tell your god and pray to him or whomever you believe him for any mercy. But I doubt he'll be listening, he said as he took Lily's hand into his own and walked away, hearing the whimpers and sounds of bodies dragging themselves now fading away in his ears. Master Belle, do you have any idea what you just did right now? Lily asked, panicked and worried as Belle didn't even bother to look back to her eyes, but rather looked forward with a grin on his face as he tightened her hold on her hand. Yeah, I just gave them a warning that we're coming to their turf and setting you free, Belle said as Lily was tearing up a bit. But she shook her head and bit her lip as she continued. Even if you and some of the others come to Soma's, if they take this seriously, then it's a risky move. They'll set traps and anything and everything they can to stop you all from meeting Soma. Xanis especially won't allow anyone to meet him unless they pay an huge fee. Guess that makes him my first priority to cripple before I can talk to this Soma god. Lily, this may be scary for you, and I thank you for worrying about us. But can I ask you to do something? What is it? She asked as then Belle stopped walking and placed his hands on her shoulders, smiling as he gave her a smile that made Lily almost question why was she so afraid. Have faith in us. We're gonna set you free by tomorrow. But first, we need to pick up some things for the others to prepare, Belle said as he grabbed Lily's hand and hurried down the roads, searching a few shops and looking for what he was going to get for tomorrow's visit. Time soon passed, as now it was nightfall at Folkvanga. One would see the sight of the Freya Familia's executives along with Hythe waiting in Belle's room to be odd. But with Haden sitting at the edge of his bed with a worried and scowled look, it was no surprise it was him that established this meeting. All right, I'll bite, Why are you having us in the kids' room? Alfred asked as he looked over. To Haden. I agree with the half-pint. Why am I stuck waiting in the rabbit's room with all of you people? Alan said as he kicked the nightstand a bit and scowled. Well, we certainly wouldn't have you and Alfred alone in here. Who knows what you two would do to this place? Probably stink it up with your usual lover's spat and make-up. Hythe retorted as she flipped them off, snickering at the sight of now Dvalin, Borling, and Grer, holding the two of them back. Come on, brother. Why can't you just ignore the taunts? It's your reactions and attitude that only fuels them. Grer, the youngest sibling, asked as all he got was growls and curses, coming from Alfred. Honestly, I don't know why these two act this way when it's just a means to tease or taunt. They are idiots. Borling stated as they all stopped when they heard Otter clear his throat and now backed away from one another. Haden, you might as well come out with it. Why are we waiting for Belle? Otter asked as Haden sighed and looked annoyed. For one, we might have some issues with Soma soon. Given reports I got from the Fays, they tried to attack Belle and his supporter Lily out in broad daylight. He said as he then rubbed his eyes. Apparently, Soma's production on his next batch is confirmed to be the perfected one. So, odds are, any Soma member that heard or knows about Lily is going to come after her and Belle. I'm suggesting we make a preemptive strike and warn Soma's children to stay in their place. Brother, you think that's the right call? We don't have our lady's commands and she's still indisposed for the moment. Hogni said as they all blushed at earlier, when coming to Belle's room they had to pass her own, and the sounds emitting from the doors still made them want to avoid her until it passed. Poor Hulluin, I hope our lady doesn't break her. Hythe said as she prayed for the safe being of Helluin. I'm up to fight some drunken bastards, but I'm not going to bring down our lady and our familia's reputation, especially to Soma's. We need a reason aside them attacking one of our own to give an excuse to kill them all till they're half dead. Half dead, Alan. You heard what I said, bitch. Oh, so that confirms Alan is the top one then. Hythe retorted once again as Alan growled, and flipped off Hythe. Otter, what's your call on this? For now we can only go by your and Haden's word on what to do next about this. Dvalin said as all looked to Otter as he closed his eyes in thought, waiting until he then opened them and leaned against the wall. Sadly, Alan is right. Unless we have a viable reason at least, we can't go after Soma lest the guild comes down on us. Even if we used your connections now to the Alf Royal line to pull some strings on the guild, it will still happen. Otter said as he looked over to Haden as he watched the elf slump slightly. Then what if I gave a reason why we go there and kick their asses? The door opened with a loud bang as in came Belle and Lily, with bags in their arms and hands as they set them down, and looked at all of them before jumping onto his bed and sat down at the end by the headboard and looked at them all. Oh, so you actually survived the Soma dumbass that kicked your ass? Alan taunted as Belle stuck his tongue out. I broke some of their arms and know I shattered their legs and kneecaps. And I have a good enough reason as to why we're going to Soma's tomorrow. Walk in there and kick everyone's ass till I see this Soma god myself. Belle said as most of them sighed or groaned. If Soma's troubling us, then we need a valid excuse to wreck their home. Sorry to say, my dear nephew, but we need the element of advantageous opportunity to strike first. Hogni said, as Belle sat up and crossed his arms. They were threatening Lily and had plans to torture and rob her. Pops, you gave Lily the option to have her join us. Ergo they didn't just come after me, but they came after her. That's two of us they attacked. And while we're all competitive, we at least watch each other's back. Belle said as some looked at him and thought that his suggestion was rather valid to use as a reason to strike at Soma. I mean, that does make a good excuse. TCH. Since when did we invite weaklings into our familia? Since you lost at the baptism, stupid Alan. And plus, they made one mistake when they tried to take Lily away from me. Belle said as he punched his own hand into his palm and looked at them all with scowling eyes. They didn't just insult Lily and me, nor did they insult that our familia was weak because I joined in how I look, but they decided to call Lady Freya a weak and whorish goddess. Belle said as now the room felt deadly cold, causing Lily to shiver if it wasn't the fact Hythe gave her one of Belle's jackets that was hanging by the coat rack. They, what? Otter asked, as his voice sounded like scraping gravel. Yup, that's what those stupid bastards said. I could care less if they were insulting me. But no one, and I mean no one, Insults my friends and family and our goddess, Belle said as he punched the back of the headboard, causing the wall behind him to crack in a spiderweb-like patter before a loud roar was echoed in his room. All right, there we go then. We've got our reason. Let's break those drunken fuckers till they're dead. No, until they're half dead and beg us to take them out of their misery. I got dibs on the first 100 members that try to come at us. Screw you DVAL. I got the first 102 that'll even look at us. No, I got the first 1,000. Then I'll take on 10,000. Hey, that's all of them. Don't go hogging all the fun, you stupid brat kid rabbit Belle. The Gulliver brothers shouted at Belle as he then tacked them, and now wrestling against each of them in the mix-up with Alan and Hogney cheering at the pile to kick or choke the other into submission. You're Lily Rukerard correct? Otter asked as he walked over to Lily, who nodded a bit, fearful at the tall Boaz. She watched as he crossed his arms and sighed as he looked back at Haden and then to her and Hythe by her side. While I had wished Haden would have informed me more about you and his offer to you to join us, would you mind waiting until our goddess is fit to grant you her blessing? I do trust Haden's intuition for you to join, along the fact that Belle will probably break himself to try and fight me to allow you in. Damn right I willow. Hey, no cheap shots. But thought this isn't usually how we accept new members. Welcome to the Familia. But we might have you sharing a room for the time being until we can see if there's a suitable room for you. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Otter. And Lily will be fine with that, or even if I have to sleep on a couch or spare sofa you have. What are you saying, Lily? You can sleep with me? Master Belle. Absolutely not. Haden yelled as he tossed and kicked aside the Gulliver brothers that were still piled on top of him, pulling or kicking them out one by one until he got his hands on Belle and grabbed him by his shirt and rose him till his feet were dangling in the air, and shook him. Learn to think before you speak, you idiot. You can't have a girl sleep with you in the same bed. Where else is she going to sleep then, Pops? I'm not gonna have her sleep on the couch or floor. That's Alan's spot when he got denied of a booty call. I will kill you. Fucking rabbit. In no way am I in heat for the fucking half pint. Prove me wrong and have sex with a woman then. Fine. You don't think I'll do it. Just watch, you little shit, I'll prove it. Enough. For one, you haven't even discussed your situation with SYR yet, have you? Haden said as Belle pouted and looked away. No. And don't look at me like I'm unfaithful, Pops. I haven't had the chance because Ryu told me she was gonna be busy with the kids and Miss Maria at the orphanage. Some of them got sick and she's helping her handle and tend to them. And I wasn't gonna do anything inappropriate and let Lily have the bed while I take the floor. Hey, that actually seems like the gentlemanly thing to do. And at least he's showing his still serious about talking to his wife about his circumstances before taking another girl into his arms. Hythe said in a teasing and jest manner, making Belle, Lily, and Haden blush and scowl at. Huh. She, SYR isn't my wife. She and I just got together. And what on earth were you even thinking about when I said Lily sleeps with me? Perv. Pops is becoming a pervert now. Belle exclaimed as Haden shook him harder and yelled at him. Here's a thought. How about for tonight Lily sleeps in Hulluan's room since she's out? And for the time being until we find some space, she would bunk in with Hulluan or me. Hythe suggested as everyone stopped and looked at her with wide eyes. Hythe, you brilliant ingenious healer that lives with us. That is what I am. All right. So, let's all head to bed so we're nice and rested to go and kill Soma's bastard children for besmirching Belle, Lily, and Freya tomorrow, and get prepared to tell Lady Freya about our newest member. Hythe said as Haden dropped Belle and fixed himself. Sounds like a doable plan. Though we have to pause and negotiate with Soma to release his blessing from Misard first. But I see your point. Rest now, and then destruction to Soma. In the morning. What did you and Misard even buy? Haden said as he pointed to the numerous bags by the floor as Belle stood up. Oh, there's something I thought would be best to wear for all of us. I was buying some clothes and figured, hey, why not get some clothes for you guys too since there was a deal? Lily will give you a bag that's marked as yours on the way out. Belle said as now Lily was handing out the bags to each of them as they were walking by. Oh, how nice of you, Belle. Hogney said as he patted the boy's head. But both had a gleam in their eyes that seemed to hold a message between the two of them, subtly giving each other a thumbs up as Hogney and Haden left the room and took their own bags until Lily and Belle were the only ones left aside from Hythe waiting by the door. Master Belle, why is there an extra one? Oh, that one's yours, Lily. Hey? Lily asked as she looked at the bag and then back to Belle, going back and forth with a surprised look as Belle patted her head, making her chienthrope ears and tail wagging. Come on, I saw some clothes you were eyeing around. And since tomorrow is when we're gonna talk with Soma, I figured, why not dress for the occasion? You deserve it. A new look. For a new start. Belle said as he nearly toppled back on his bed as Lily was wrapping her slender arms around his waist and burrowed herself into his abs in the hug. All right, Lil Lily, let go of your future boyfriend before Haden pops a vein and has a heart attack at such a lewd action. Hythe called as Belle and Lily blushed once again and the tiny supporter ran out the room and down the hall. As Belle and Hythe laughed and looked at her. Running. Do you have to tease me and her like that? Knowing your dad, I'm pretty sure he wants other women for you aside the sadist. Still, be honest with me right now. Would you take her in? Hythe asked as Belle sighed and leaned against the door, looking at the hall where Lily ran down and back to Hythe. I won't lie. I wouldn't be opposed to taking a chance with her, but I wouldn't force it on her. Or anything. If she has genuine feelings and not doing it as thanks or feels as though she owes me, then I'll try my best to give her the happiness she deserves. Belle said as he felt a slight pain in his arm and winced. Hee. Listen to you, little charmer. You sure you don't plan to make a harem? Hythe snickered as Belle laughed. I'm just honest and want what's best for the people I care about. I didn't plan to have one. I still have to talk with Syr about this. Belle said as then Hythe patted his shoulder and smiled up at him, giving him the feeling of assurance and warmth when she looked at her eyes and her fiery red hair. Call this a girl's intuition, but I get the feeling that she might be embarrassed. And yet, I think she'll want you to peruse what you feel is right. Hythe said bashfully as Pink was now dusting her cheeks as she punched him in the arm again. Well, time for bed, you bad bunny. Got a full day of kicking asses in the morning. And you better have picked me a good dress, or I'll make you take me out to get a better one, she said, as she then skipped away from Belle and hummed to herself. Belle didn't know why, but he felt that it wasn't just his arm swelling and throbbing from Hythe. He could only be mesmerized by her words and smile, along with the sway and bounce of her fiery red hair as she skipped merrily away from his room, blinking to himself, as he placed a hand over his heart and looked down in concern before going back to his room and getting himself ready for bed. Morning soon came and Belle was still in the bathroom, fixing himself up and looking in the mirror as he adjusted the clothes he was wearing for today, pressing down and straightening his shirt and tie and adjusting his hair, looking at himself in various angles and showing off his smile and glaring looks before a knock at his door brought his attention. Coming out from the bathroom, he headed to his door. The knocking once again continued as he grabbed onto the handle and turned it. There he was met with Haden and Hogni in the front, with the rest of the others behind him waiting for him and having questionable looks on their faces or either scowling at him. You said you wouldn't ever wear a suit or anything fancy, but you make an exception for today. Haden asked with a dull look aimed at Belle, who only smiled, shaking his head and sighed as Hogni leaned against Haden's shoulder and wrapped an arm around it. Haden, in a case like this, it'd be insulting to go in anything but something flashy and stylish. We're bringing honor to Our Lady by trampling on our enemies and breaking their spirits, while also looking good doing it. Why do I get the feeling you two somehow planned this? Sorry, Pops, but this time I take 100% credit for this idea. I want to look good, for when I slap the shit out of Soma to free Lily. Master Belle, do not encourage the god's wrath. Lily cried out as she moved closer. The others were baffled at her arrival as she dressed nothing like how she was yesterday. She wore something that of a dress and robe combination, one that was a perfect mix of pink and white accents with a light purple strap design around her torso. It was similar to that of a female crusader's robe, giving some cut parts to show off her legs, at the side openings that showed off a new pair of black tights that reached up to her mid-thighs and the new pair of boots she wore. The surprising part of her outfit was that she had 3 hoods, 2 being part from the new dress, and one that was part of her old outfit she had on wearing right now. Oh, that looks amazing on you, Lily. I knew it was the right call to get it for you. Indeed. Plus, it'll increase her stealth skills immensely. She has 3 hoods. Who knows? what she could be hiding in them, and can blend into the light and darkness with ease. Good job, nephew. Hogni and Belle praised as they looked at Lily and gave her thumbs up over as she was blushing and pulled over her hood down to try and hide her flustered face. That is stupid. Who needs 3 sets of hoods on one outfit? And why do I look like a depressed musician? Alan asked as his attire consisted of just pure black pants, a black button-up dress shirt and grey boots with only a white tie on. Now, wait a minute. That does actually look kinda cool on her. Greer said as he was dressed, similarly to his brothers, who all wore nearly the exact same thing, a white button-up shirt, and dark blue pants and brown boots, along with a deep purple vest, with the only exception to their attires is their different colored ties. For Greer's, he wore a red tie that was sloppily done. Yeah, you think we should get ours added with extra pouches, or maybe some holsters in our sleeves? Borling said as he wore a green tie with his collar popped up. Probably for Alfred's he'd have a rear entrance for Alan to use. Dvalin stated as he undid his yellow tie, spotted with black polka dots, and tied it around his hand. Fuck you all and I blame you, stupid rabbit. Now I want my armor to look like a cool paladin. Also, what the hell were you thinking when you picked Otters? He looks like a dad. Alfred said as he bit on the end of his light blue tie and growled, pointing at the tall Boaz who wore a blue button-up shirt and pants with dark brown shoes, wearing a vest, mixed with reflective purple and black colors and a white tie. I don't think this is what a father would wear, but I am not opposed to this choice in clothing. Otter said, though all were scared and blinked their eyes rapidly, rubbing them as they swore. They saw a glint and happy look in his eyes when he inspected the clothes on him. Is it me, or does he look happy about those clothes? Haden asked, adjusting his eyes and fixing his tie as to check he wasn't choking on it. His clothes mirrored Belle's own outfit. A black button-up with a cream-color vest and a crimson tie and black pants and shoes. While as for Belle, though it was formal attire, the way he dressed was that if he were attending some party or set to enjoy a night of debauchery, a deep red-colored button-up long sleeve with the sleeves rolled up to his shoulders, a loose black tie around his neck and a pair of black pants with a cream-thin lining down the sides of it and brown shoes. It would appear so, brother, Hogni said, fiddling with his own clothes as the sight of a happy Otter was rather odd. He wore a cream-colored long sleeve with a rather dark scarf wrapped around his neck and a black vest, along with a pair of black pants with red tinting to the color and black boots with a small red scarf that draped over one side of his hips. Sorry I'm late. I was trying to see if I was wearing this right and Otter, why do you look so happy all of a sudden, and why do you look like you're dressed up as if you're going on a father-daughter date with Lily? Hythe voiced her thoughts down the hall as the boys and Lily turned to look at her, all but Otter sputtering and choking on their words at what she said. For Belle, Hogni, and Haden they were even more choked up at the outfit Hythe was wearing, as she wore a more prominent black dress, with the bottom portion skirt being cut to where her midcalf could still be seen, and noticed she was wearing a set of black heels with red straps, the top part of which hugged her body rather well as it emphasized her bust quite well and out in the open. More so the attention with the addition of a large red bow tied on the front, centered between her cleavage, having a light purple belt added around her hips and black dressed gloved reaching past her elbows as she had black ribbons on to hold her twin tails in place. She looks like she's ready to be wedded off, Haden commented silently as Hogni was elbowing him lightly at his ribs. See what I mean, brother? She's practically dressed to be his bride. And, is it odd that I feel somewhat pride and protective of her now? Like I don't want her to be married off yet. Hogni said as he felt an overwhelming sense of wanting to fend off any men to see Hythe as she is now. Belle was practically speechless at the sight of Hythe in the dress. He had some idea that it was a black dress, but he didn't choose it. It was Lily that did. He wondered if Lily meant to get her a wedding dress, yet he couldn't care about that now. He was mesmerized by her beauty and had this sense of attention that needed to be focused on her. Recalling all their outfits, he noticed that Lily and Hythe were the ones of the bunch that wore such beautiful clothes that suited them perfectly, practically demanding anyone to look at them with such attention at their beauty. Belle, are you even conscious? Haden asked as that brought back his focus and looked around, thinking of a means to come with an excuse before they could ask why he was staring off so much. Wait, Hythe, did you say something about a father-daughter thing with Lily and Otter? Belle said as all looked back at her, and even Otter looked surprised, looking at her nodding in Belle's question. He walked over to Lily and gently dropped her hoods down, revealing her disguise activated, and saw the two ears atop her head twitching. Belle blinked before he looked back and forth between Otter and Lily as his jaw was slowly dropping until it was slacked and his eyes dilated. Oh, by the gods, you do look like a father-daughter duo. You do look like you're going on an outing together, Belle exclaimed as the other guys soon looked at Otter and Lily and had their jaws dropped in shock. Otter even was amongst them, as given how Lily was disguised as an animal person, and given their similar hair color and size difference, it made it believable. Is this how it felt when you all compared me and Belle before he became mine? Haden whispered to himself as he felt odd about the looks and similarities Lily and Otter had. If Otter had a daughter, I'd have expected her to look buff. But this works too oddly. Enough, Alfred commented. Wait, Otter, you're Lily's defense for now if anyone should try and flirt with her, and we'll be the surrounding wall to shield her, Hogni claimed as all looked at him puzzled and baffled at what he said. Ah, yeah, Otter, you have to defend Lily from anyone trying to flirt with her if we're not around. Especially the worst possible man that would definitely try to propose to Lily, Belle said as he and Hogni then surrounded Lily and looked around with their weapons ready. Defend me from who? While Lily appreciates your concern, Master Belle, who is it that I need protection from? That stupid midget from Loki Familia. He's into Paulum women and wants one as his wife. For his stupid dream. Wait, how old is he anyway? His 42 and Lily is, Otter. Protect your daughter before that pedo piece of shit that deny Lady Freya's blessing for marriage with that Amazoness suddenly asks for Lily's hand in marriage. Hogni said as now all was scared and the color drained from their faces. Lily, especially as she clung onto Belle's back for dear life. He wouldn't try. Would he? Hythe asked with a trembling voice, sounding less assured of herself, as then she flinched when she saw Otter, practically engulfed in an aura of red fire, and his eyes glowing red and deep growls escaping his lips. If that foolish braver even tries to even look at Miss Ard without so much as a ring on his finer or on that Amazoness and have wedded, then I will carve his frail body like I did to some of the monsters in the lower levels. Otter bellowed as the Gulliver brothers surrounded him and waved their hands. Ease up, Otter. Let's focus on just Soma today. Save that rage for the drunken idiots. Dvalin said as Borling and Greer eased Otter down as they watched the Boaz man slowly but surely calming himself with deep breaths, though Cowdln rid him of his scowl on his face. We leave now. Keep the damage to a minimum and no high magic. We want to break them, not break our savings and treasury for damage the guild could tax and charge us for. Otter said as he turned and walked on ahead, as the rest soon followed suit in the following order. Otter, Alan, Haden, Hogni, Belle, Hythe, Lily, Alfred, Dvalin, Borling, and Greer, all of them in line with their weapons strapped on their backs or in their hands at the ready. Otter with a large thick broadsword strapped on his back, Alan holding his spear with the tip, dragged along the ground, scratching the dirt road as they left the manor. Haden with his mixed staff sword in hand, as the dragon eye Belle gave to him, for it pulsed and dilated. Hogni's twisted black magic sword glowing purple at the center. His grip on it tightened and smile grew little behind the scarf he wore. Belle had endless sky in his hand, tossing it in the air a few times before settling on twirling it on his finger using the small ring at the bottom of the handle, and whistled a soft tune as they continued to walk. Hythe held her staff in her hands as though she was carrying a bouquet of flowers, suiting her look as a bride even further as when they passed by Orario's streets to Soma's Familia. Rumors and gossip began to spread if Hythe and Belle were to be married today, given how they all looked dressed for the occasion, and the executives being the escorts to a chapel. Lily fiddled with the crossbow strapped on her arm, loading it with bolts and arrows at the ready and setting some on the holster on the sides to quickly reload it, and ensuring the hidden daggers in her left sleeve were able to slip into her fingers for her to throw. Alfred had his oversized spear in hand, marching with it as if they were on a crusade, and occasionally would slam the bottom handle at the ground in a march. Dvalin rested his large hammer over his shoulder, as careful not to hit Borling with it, where sadly Borling's axe and Greer's great sword had to be strapped to their backs as to avoid hitting any passers-by, walking down Orario's streets until they reached to one of the lower districts, being that Winding the back streets and slums of Orario, they made their way past a few alleys and, passing a few shady people, who quickly saw them all and ran for the hills. Until finally, there before them in one of the few large lots in the slums was a large manor. Castle, looking unkempt and dirty with vast towers and a large gate surrounding it. And there, by some of the tower's sentry and at the gates, were dozens if not hundreds of Soma members, ready with weapons in hand. With Otter at the center, Alan and Haden at his sides and so on and so forth they lined up a few feet away from Soma Familia's gates. Seeing the scowling looks and some dreading and fearful at them, "I'm offering you this only once. Open these gates, step aside and bring us to your god. We're have some business with him." Otter said as it was silent for a while before they noticed the horde shifting to either side and watching as the old man that Belle fought the other day now, limping closer to the gate with a crutch in hand. "Will you take my warning?" Otter asked as the man looked at Otter, scowling at him before he looked at the rest of them. His hatred intensified at the sight of Belle as he spat out to the side and flipped them off. "Fuck your shite demands. Why would we allow you to see Soma without you bowing before us for an apology for what that stupid bunny brat did to me and my party? Walk back to your whore of a goddess while you still have the chance before it gets ugly," the old man said, earning many fearful whimpers from his own familiar as Otter sighed. "Care to give our retort, Alan?" "Belle," he stated as both Alan and Belle looked at each other, scowling at one another but nodded their heads as they both stepped forward and stood in front of the gate, taking a deep breath in and then releasing it out. "You all just signed your death warrants, you drunken fucks. We're gonna make you scream to be begging us to kill you all. You think we'll apologize to your drunken ass? I must have not kicked your head in harder if you think this is gonna get uglier than your old face." Alan and Belle roared before they reeled back their bodies and ran at the gates, kicking them down entirely as many of Soma's children ran back and readied their weapons. Alan pointing his spear and crouching a bit, leaning towards Belle's back as he was slightly hunched with endless sky in a reverse grip and his left fist raised to tempt anyone to striking first. "Oi, rabbit. Let's see which one of us makes this drunken fucker scream louder. Loser treats the winner to something good. All of you line yourselves up so I can kill you all easily." "Oh, so now you're speaking my language then, her pussy. Fine then, but only nut shots. Let's kick him so hard he becomes a woman. That goes for all of you if you don't bring that cowardly bastard Xanis and your god for me to slap the shit out of." Belle roared as in came, running at them with the rest of the others. "Show them no mercy until we reach their god. Bring glory to Lady Freya." Otter screamed as he slammed down his giant broadsword, causing a massive tremor beneath their feet. "You were foolish to try and harm my son, but to dare insult our familiar and to try and take one of our own. You'll wish the royal family would just torture you all," Haden said as he readied his spells with his staff in hand with Hogni posing next to him smiling. "It's a who's who on all sides. Who'll live, who'll die, and who'll survive to see the fall of Soma. Ha. Let's get wild and go beyond. Let us bring a banquet of darkness upon this house of wine." Hogni cried as Hythe smiled as she dusted her dress off and twirled her staff in hand and gazed down at the cowardly members of Soma. "I have to say, I'm liking this dress more and more. It's perfect. I'm dressed up nice and well for Soma's funeral. Plus, at least I'm wearing black and red. That way if anything gets on me, it'll blend in and they won't be able to tell if I'm bleeding." Some of them appear to have the right idea about clothes color. They are wearing brown pants. HMPH. You're lucky I helped choose your outfit. Though I'm thankful and happy, master. Belle got me this. I worry it'll get stained by these idiots. Plus, life isn't fair," Lily said as she stared at Hythe's chest in envy before patting on her own, looking furious and aiming her crossbow at any member that dared move. "What say you brothers? Bet or no bets this time?" Greer asked as he watched Borling unstrap his weapon and watched Dvalin and Alfred thinking, "How does this sound? The one with the lowest body count does the laundry for the next 2 weeks. Nah, you'll just blame it on Borling again." "Oh, I got it. The one with the lowest count has to say anything the others have to tell him to say as punishment," Borling said as the others looked at him and smiled. "Ho, and what did you have in mind?" Alfred asked as Borling brought his brothers to a huddle and whispered what the punishment would be. All of them aside Borling paled and readied their weapons and looked in sheer focus, ready to jump anyone that so much as moved. I am not going to lose and say that crap. What the hell are you all standing around for? Kill these baswai. The old man howled in anger and then sudden pain, now fallen to the floor and holding his crutch, and his ass in the air as Alan and Belle were stomping on his body. Scream louder, you old fuck. Don't you dare scream until I knock off your balls, old man. And any of you want to try to stop us, then just cut off your own pair and bring me your god. Belle cried as now hordes of mixed-leveled adventurers now came charging at the Freya members, all yelling in a panic or battle-driven war cry, all while the members of Freya Familia and Lily simply grinned and tightened their hold on their weapons. Inside the manor, Xanis Lustra, captain of Soma's entire familia, practically barricaded himself inside to where the only accessible room he had left was Soma's office. He checked and sealed each and every possible entrance as if his life depended on it before he and a lackey of his, Chandra-ite, were the only ones with their god in his office as he was in the process of making his famous wine. Why on earth did they mess with Freya's children? Xanis whispered to himself as he could faintly hear the bellowing cries and explosion that was surely happening on a mass scale right about now, seeing around the room that some of Soma's vials and tools rattled with each tremor. Xanis, what's with the banging and noise outside? Soma asked as both Chandra and Xanis looked back at their god. Xanis's eyes widened while Chandra simply blinked and sat down against the wall of the god's office. Oh, nothing much, Lord Soma. It's just some foolish adventurers that heard word of your newest batch and wanted some of it. Well, it isn't ready. And did they have the required funds to purchase it? And no. That's why I had our members try to politely escort them away. But they seemed to be dash. Before Xanis could continue, it was evident by the incoming screaming and the smell of smoke filled their noses, causing the god to stop with his stirring of his large pot of wine and looked at the door behind Xanis with a tilt of his head. They seem to be a bit rebellious about us refusing to give them our product. Xanis squeaked out as then silence came about, the smell of smoke still in the air and the occasional sounds of something toppling or crashing was heard, but there was no anguish, muffled screams or pleading. Then go outside and please inform them that dash. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. Xanis froze with fear and Soma tilted his head in confusion. Chandra actually looked amused and sat upright staring at the door. The knocking continued softly and repeating with 3 knocks before pausing for a minute and continuing again. Chandra, did I have any appointments scheduled for today with anyone? Sorry to say, Lord Soma, but I don't keep track of shit. Usually, Xanis is the one that double checks everything. Hey Xanis, we got a guest coming or what? He asked, absolutely, loving the fearful look on the captain's face as he slowly walked towards the door. The knocking then became sporadic and sounding either harder or light. Xanis's ears picked up that it was done by different people knocking at the door, some only doing it in rhythms, and after a few moments being banged on like a madman after their wine or nearly to break down the doors itself. See who it is, Xanis. This is distracting me. I need full concentration for me to set the wine in the jugs properly. Soma said, annoyance in his tone of voice as Xanis slowly put an ear to the door, swallowing his throat as he gently placed his hand on the door. Asterisk knock 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 asterisk. W who is it dash? Asterisk shiiing asterisk. Ah! Xanis jumped back and landed on his behind at the sight of a spear that would have pierced through his skull if he didn't react to it on instinct. Watching the spear being pulled back before getting stuck and hearing grunts from the other side of the door, until finally it vanished. However, he crawled away further and hid behind his god's personal desk littered with papers and batches of bad products from this morning as the doors came bursting down, finally catching his god's attention to stop his starring and look at the doorway and could tell. He was surprised to see Freya Familia executives standing there. Atop the 2 fallen doors were Alan and Belle as they looked around the room and saw Soma and Chandra out in the open, and leered at the cowardly Xanis hiding behind the desk as the others entered the office while Soma stepped forward before them. Freya's children, what brings you to just suddenly burst through my doors and most likely cause havoc dash? Say Lily, is this that Soma god you talked about? And is that guy behind the desk Xanis? Belle said as Lily nodded before he turned back to look at Soma and turned to Alan. You can start off with the coward. I'll join in a second. I just need to do one thing. Fine, but don't blame me if you miss a chance to break his kneecaps. Alan said as he leaped over the desk and started to pummel on Xanis, stabbing his right kneecap with his spear and punched him to muffle the screams. How dare you come in here and attack my dash? Hey, what do you want, Bo dash? *SMACK*. Soma felt as he was flying, and then it came to him like a bad hangover. The pain in his head and then neck. He could see papers and felt woozy. Books were then scattered around his feet as he stumbled to try and get up. He felt his body was forced to sit down, but lifted till he saw a white rabbit looking at him with scowling eyes. You call yourself a god, even though you let others suffer in your own familia. Lily deserves someone better than you, and you're gonna let that happen. She won't suffer from your crappy rule anymore. Belle said as he pushed back the god to sit on the floor atop the broken bookshelf as the others circled around Soma while he joined Alan in pummeling Xanis. Who is Lily? Soma slurred out. Lilirukard, a member of your familia, or former member, as you will release her. Otter said as Soma looked up at the Boaz man and tilted his head, somewhat amused and confused by what he was saying. Under what reason should I release her? And why are you involved? She isn't part of your familia. Not yet, but we want her in. And you made us involved when your moronic members dared to try and kill Belle, the boy that just slapped your face, and tried to kill her, who he partnered with under contract, out in broad daylight and had the audacity to insult our familia and, worst of all, incite that our lady was nothing but a weak whore of a woman. Haden sneered, as the others toyed with their weapons and glared at the god, though they couldn't see it, but his eyes were widened in horror and fear at what his children had brought upon. His head turned towards Xanis, who looked just as fearful as he was. But the one thing the god read upon his gaze was that he knew this entire time, and the sounds, coming from outside, must have been the destruction of his children. Relax, you drunken god. Hythe here healed them up, but they are still passed out like drunken idiots. Hogni said as Hythe was using him as a support with Lily as she was very exhausted at the amount of people she needed to heal so no one would die. Even so, unfortunately I can't completely free her. And why the hell not? Belle roared as he turned back to look at the god in anger. Lily doesn't feel safe even in this crappy home you have. Your members practically force her into working just to rob her of everything to get even a drop of your stupid wine. If that's normal, then Alan is a woman and I'm 60 years old. Like you could ever understand. Xanis growled from beneath Alan's hold on him, pinning him down on his stomach as he broke his arms and held him by the back of his neck. Our wine we help Lord Soma is what brings profit to us. We're able to have nobles pay top coin for even a failed product, and his completed 100 times that. The money that wretched bitch saved and hid away while she worked for you will aid us surely to creating more perfect dash. That was all Xanis could say before Belle kicked his head to the side and held his face, grabbing Endless Sky in hand and slamming it down, aimed at Xanis's cheeks as he felt it, pierced through and drew it out, hearing the muffled cries and now tears and blood staining his hand as he leaned down to look at him in the eyes. You'll be as quiet as possible before I cut off your lower jaw and stab you in the throat till your vocal cords are nothing but shreds and forced to become a horrific-looking mute. And that's just me being nice. Alan here, he'll do a lot worse than what I will do to you. This shit is better than wrestling. Chandra whispered as he was enjoying the sight of Xanis suffering. And for once I'm in agreement with the rabbit. You think this is torture, then you've seen nothing yet. Alan growled as Soma stood up and looked at Belle before gazing at the other members that invaded his room, until his gaze was set at Lily, who flinched as Hythe and Hogni got defensive and held onto their weapons tight. Soma walked past them and grabbed a cup resting on his desk, dipping it inside the small cauldron he was once stirring until the cup was filled and held it out before the group. Alan and Belle tensed as they pressed their hold down on Xanis while looking at the god's back. With my children, I made it a method in my blessings that I bestow upon them that they are free to leave if they give me an honest answer after drinking my wine. Soma said as all but. Belle's eyes widened in shock, while Belle looked even more furious at the god. Lilirukard, if you want to be free from my blessing, partake in my wine and answer me. This honestly, where do you want to go? Stay here, or join with Freya and her children? Soma said as he placed the cup down on the floor before Otter and the others, slumping down to sit on the floor in front of his desk. That can't be the only way. You must have drugged your shitty wine so no one would leave. Belle roared before he was held back by Alan gripping on his shoulder. Sorry to say, rabbit. But this god may be a piece of shit. He knows his craft. To mortals, his wine could be considered a drug. But the effects he placed on his children as a means to leave are real. If he did make that a condition, then it's the only way for your supporter to even have a chance. Still, Master Belle. Lily's voice cut through the tension as Belle turned back to look at her. Slowly, walking towards him with a sad smile and tears falling. Walking past the god as she came. Close to him, raising her hand to reach his cheek. Soothing him as he looked conflicted at Lily, who could only smile. This is what I have to do. And, even if it might be scary for you, can I ask you for something? She said as Belle nodded, raising her other hand to his cheek and bringing his face closer, tilting it to the side as Belle's eyes widened at the soft feeling he felt on his cheek, before her hands pulled away from his face. Just as I have faith in you, please, have faith in Lily. Okay, she asked as Belle sucked in his lips and nodded, though his grip on his knife tightened with each second she walked away, and could feel himself bleeding when she saw her take the cup and drank it. His eyes widened as she collapsed on her knees and stared into space with drool escaping her lips. Lily. Faye. How pathetic of her, to tell you to have faith. She's ours now. Xanis choked out, before Alan stomped on the back of his legs. The sound of bones breaking and then the pain he felt when Alan pressed his foot hard against his throat while holding his grip on Belle from moving. Shit isn't over yet. Lilarukarad, where do you wish to go? Soma's voice rang in the air as all of the occupants in the room now tensed, hearing Lily's voice coming out in soft whimpers and choked words. Belle's eyes couldn't part away from Lily. He needed to see what she would say, but could tell. He wasn't the only one suffering from this waiting and seeing Lily like this. L Lily, *GCH *LL Lily, *HISH Lily, wants to stay with Master Belle. She choked out before tears fell down her face, drool dribbling out of her mouth as Hythe and Hogni rushed to her side and helped her clean up and heal her. Haden and the brothers' shoulders relaxed as Otter let a breath of air escape his lips. The moment Alan's grip on Belle's shoulder loosened, he immediately rushed over to Lily and embraced her in a tight hug, one which she returned and enjoined Hogni and Hythe, now in tears and sobbing at Lily's newly gained freedom. Soma came closer and Lily turned her back at him. They all watched as they saw the god inspect Lily's status and began to undo his blessing on her. Was this really a child of mine? He asked in a startled tone. Yes. Lily answered before the god's hand moved away from Lily's back and was surrounded by the brothers, Hythe and Hogni as they helped her back up. Alan kicking Xanis once more, before he joined with the others and were readying themselves to leave Soma alone with. Chandra, you think this means anything? We'll find the money you hidden from us. We'll have plenty to make more of our product and our profit. Xanis screamed as Belle stopped and turned back, walking towards Soma and pushing him away, making sure he saw Xanis was looking at him as he grabbed the cauldron of Soma wine. To everyone's horror and surprise, he picked the entire cauldron up and raised the rim to his lips, hearing the sloshing sound of wine in his throat, gulping every single drop of it down his throat. Otter and Haden tried to pull it away from his grip, but it didn't so much as budge, until Belle let it go, allowing it to drop and dent the floor as he let out a long burp. He then stared at Xanis in a look that made him seem nothing but an insignificant speck under his foot and turned to Soma. Disgusting. You call that crap your perfect product? It tasted like muddy dirt water mixed with whatever was rancid I smelled on our way over to this dump. Belle exclaimed as that shocked even Soma to the point his bangs that covered his eyes were raised over and all got to see the god's eyes. BB Belle. Are you drunk? Are you okay? Hythe, check if he has alcohol poisoning. Haden asked as Hythe checked his body and looked into his eyes to see if he became intoxicated. But to her test and their surprise, he wasn't. Of course not. How could anyone get drunk off some crappy water like that? And you rip people off for this? God of wine my ass. We're taking some of your stuff on our way our for bad product, Belle said as he walked with the others, holding Lily's hand as he did to make sure she was safe until they were back at their manor. I got dibs on anything cool we pass by, Belle said as he huffed in irritation at Soma. Lily has first dibs on anyone's wallet we see and salvage off, Lily said as she wanted the chance to get payback from what this familiar made her go through now that she was free from them. Hey, Belle, don't take everything cool looking. Save some for me and your father. Hogni said and hurried to Belle's side. Don't you dare forget about me, Hogni. Hythe roared as she bonked Hogni upside the head. Maybe we can pawn off some of their weapons for some cash. Should we take anything for Haluan and Lady Freya? Haluan, yes, for Lady Freya. Sadly there isn't anything worthwhile here. What about his failed wine? She didn't mind that at least. True, Alfrig, you and your brothers secure as much wine you're able to carry as we leave. Otter said as he left along with Alan and Haden at his sides. Don't forget Rabbit. I won so you owe me. You sure you want him to owe you something? You best be careful with what you wish for. Haden said as they all soon made their way out of Soma's office and down the wrecked halls of Soma's manor. For the longest time, Soma and Chandra were left in awe and in silence in the room. With Xanis already succumbing to his injuries and shock from what Belle did, Chandra could only look at his fallen captain and sighed, internally thinking that this is going to be the end for Xanis now that his plans have come to a complete mess and now his position ruined. Lord Soma, what are we to do now? Most of our members are most likely unfit to say with us anymore, and Xanis is crippled and unfit to lead. Where do we go from dash? That fucking brat. Chandra flinched and blinked a few times, cleaning his ears to see if he heard correctly. For never in his life did he hear Soma speak so harshly or with such vile in his throat. But one look at his god, and he could tell he was pissed. I have been making that wine for the past 3 days. 3 days. And not only does he have the gall to drink it all after letting me set free one of my own children, but to compare it to muddy water and something rotten. Rotten. My wine rotten. He roared as he threw the empty cauldron behind him, hitting Xanis's body in the process. Lord Soma. Chandra, from now on, you're the captain. Inspect to see who we have that are willing to still stay, and then see who among them are skilled in distillery and wine making and who are more suited to dungeon diving. We have work to do. Work. I'm going to make a batch of wine that will get that rabbit so drunk he'll imagine he had gone off to the moon. Soma bellowed as he erupted in a deep flurry of laughs and cackling, as he brought out other materials and vials and began to brew and mix them together, leaving the now new captain of Soma's Familia to sigh and leave his god be. Chapter end notes. Hey, I'm back from my vacation and trip to Anime Expo. It was especially amazing due to the fact I got to get in the special Danmachi Season 5 panel they were hosting with the dubbed voice actress of SYR and the Danmachi series. Director 2. That panel was amazing and awe-inspiring for me to the point it was making me scream and cheer where I nearly threw out my voice. It's given me more ideas for Danmachi. Fix to write that I hope to do soon and pose here for you all to read and enjoy. Thanks for waiting this long for another chapter update. So here you go. In the land of Loki, new names and news of Argo. In the land of Loki, new names and news of Argo. The Loki Familia. Said to be one of the top adventurer familia in all of Orario that is tied to Freya's own Familia. A pinnacle of strength at what Orario has to offer. It is said their executives and top members of the Familia all stand tall and proud, showing off their strength wherever they go. Gah! Someone tape up Finn's fat mouth and tie him up in a room with my sister. Such a slave driver. The tales of their image is greatly exaggerated, as walking down the halls of the manor was Tiona, followed by Lefia, Aze, and along with a few others of their familia. Another elf that was older than the two before, slumped into the couch of the living room they just entered. Her hair, a golden manner with such curls and flowing like a waterfall, a complete mess as she looked down at her pink and brown adventuring outfit. Tiona took the other side of the couch as Lefia opted to sit in one of the sofa chairs, while another one that joined them was a cat person with long black hair with matching ears and tail wrapped around her waist like a belt, propping herself on another sofa chair with her legs dangling over the arm rests of it. Everyone but Ace tried to get themselves settled and comfortably, all while the stoic blonde princess of their familia simply leaned against the wall by the window, looking out and taking in the view of Orario they could see from their home. If that midget of a captain tells us to go on another dive tomorrow, I'm inclined to help you. Wrap that idiot up as a gift for your sister. The cat person said bitterly, opening her hand and clutching the air, showing that her nails were growing longer and quite sharp as she sunk them into the sofa cushion. Oki, please don't ruin the furniture. But we need a break. I don't know why our lady agreed with the captain about going on another expedition when we just got done with one a while ago. Along the investigation, we're looking into about those plant creatures and Everless since the Monsterphilia incident. While I don't want to question Lady Reveria's judgment as to why she agreed, I do worry for her with the extra work she has now due to her family. Lefia said as all looked at her in confusion before recalling her recent family's visit to their home. Oh right, to be honest, I find it rather odd to accept a new member into the royal family, especially that of a human. Still, I cannot argue with the Queen and King. Though I do actually wonder what the relationship between our lady and that human's father is. The blonde elf in pink and brown clothes said as Lefia looked at her own sister elf in shock. Alicia, how could you say something like that about Mr. Cranel? Lefia said to the elf, now known as Alicia Forestlight, as the elf in question took a moment to realize upon her words and frantically shook her head and waved her hands at Lefia. And no, I didn't mean to incite it as an insult. Honest, it's just perplexing that His Majesty would allow an outsider into his official family tree. That's all. I'm more curious about our Lady and Haden Sellen's past relation as from what rumors go about. Alicia said as Lefia sighed in relief. Come to think of it, now that you mention it, they do seem to have a history with each other. I thought it was just something about their kingdom's rivalries or that Haden wanting to marry our lady for some benefit for his old kingdom he used to rule over. The cat girl named Oki as a nickname, her full name being Anakitty Autumn. Gra, who cares about the past and stuff? I want to know one thing. Tiona asked as all the girls looked at her. Lefia and Alicia flinched when the ever-bubbly Tiona, that's normally smiling and goody, was glaring daggers at them like her sister if any other woman tried to flirt with Finn. I want to know if it's true what I've been hearing rumors about, that Mama Reveria is picking out brides and wives for Argo, and that you two are on the list to be his wife. She roared at them, causing Oki to widen her eyes and clutch onto dear life to the couch, while Alicia and Lefia held each other in their arms and shook in place. Ace even had a scowl on and brushed her hair behind her ears to get a better listen. Lady Araveria has had to look for possible suitors for her son, as orders by the Queen of course. She doesn't want to do it, but if she doesn't try and give her honest and non-biased opinion on the candidates, then her mother would come back here again. Lefia squeaked out as now Tiona was hovering over both elves, her hands firm on both their shoulders, cutting off their escape. And are both of you on the list? I don't know. And neither do I. Oki, you better not be on that list, or so help me on Loki's flat chest I will rip your tail off. I'm not a part of this. And why are you so mad at him getting a wife? From what I remember hearing from when the king arrived, that kid is getting a harem due to their kingdom's laws for the royal family and something about their history. Oki said as Tiona pulled herself away from the shivering and whimpering elves and jumped back onto her place on the sofa, cross-legged and crossed-armed while pouting. Because I haven't been able to spend any time adventuring and hanging out with Argo, that's why. Stupid Finn and his stupid orders to make us run ragged in the dungeon. And Mama. And Loki sending us off for dumb errands. We're supposed to be the unstoppable duo. The perfect partners of finding adventure and romance in the dungeon. Tiona said as she flexed her bicep and patted it with her arm, posing for dramatic effect as the others could only sweat drop at her childish antics. Romance in the dungeon? How does your sister put up with your antics? Speaking of, where is your sister? Oki asked as all blinked and looked around the living room. Wasn't she just with us after we finished our small dive today in the dungeon? Alicia asked, as Tiona began to look around the living room and started to lift up furniture, even lifting the couch with the elves on it and under A's. Oh, right. I forgot to say this, but Tyon said she had to stop by to visit Mr. Haden about some opinions he had on stuff. A's said as all the other girls groaned, Tiona having to gently put down A's and pat her head and shake her own and let out a relaxed sigh. A's, you really need to tell us these things when they happen. I was about to break down the walls to look for sis. Please don't do that. And sorry. A's said, a bit saddened at her own fault and lack of awareness. Did she say what she was going to ask Mr. Belle's father about? Lefia asked, as she was interested as to why Tyon would speak to Belle's father. She said it was about his opinion for her and Finn's wedding, if his information sources could find a nice place to marry at, and also to catch up and see what Belle Cranel has been up to. Ace said as Tiona and Lefia looked at her with wide eyes at that last part. Oh, so she can go off to look for a reception and nice venue to marry at. And see how Argo is doing. But I can't. Tiona, stop. Your sister's rage is showing in you. Lefia said in a panic as she and Alicia waved their arms at the angered Amazon. Where's Loki? I'm gonna try and force her to make Finn give us a few days off. Tiona said, as she turned towards the doorway out of the living room. Alicia and Oki tried to stop and grab her, but they were dragged along. Loki went off to the Donatus today this morning. It's where they are going to talk about new names for this term's new batch of level-ups, including a possible name change for me. Ace said as she looked down at her hand, clenching and opening it with a determined look on her face. No, I forgot that was soon. I'm too late to ask Loki to help give Argo a cool nickname instead of something those gods are gonna think of. Tiona said as she fell to her hands and knees. Alicia and Oki then took the opportunity to drag her back on the couch and propped her next to Lefia, now trying to comfort the saddened Amazon. Maybe he'll have a decent title, Tiona. He is part of Freya's Familia. And if she hates whatever they think of, then odds are Mr. Cranel will have something decent. Lefia said, as Tiona nodded, but still, tears fell from her eyes as she blew her nose with a tissue she pulled out of nowhere. Maybe. But I wanted to help come up with a cool name for him. He leveled up so fast in just 2 months. He needs something cool. Like the humanoid typhoon. Or maybe he can be called Shining Diamond. No, wait. He should be called Let Me Solo Them. Tiona exclaimed. As Lefia, Alicia, and Oki covered their faces and groaned or whimpered. Those all sound so childish. And that last one is the worst. That actually sounds intimidating. Let me solo them. It's like telling all to fight. Ace thought as she had a glint in her eyes, imagining Belle standing atop of a mountain of monsters in vast species and different subspecies and taunting more to come at him. I'm back, and why are you covering your faces, and why does Ace look excited? All of them turned their heads to the doorway as Tyon had finally came back, noticing she had a bag in her arm as she brought it to herself and sat at the other unused sofa chair. Well, Tilda, look who came back after going off to check in on Argo with his pops. Tiona said, with a sarcastic remark as she threw the blanket that was wrapped around her and sauntered towards her own sister, both her hands on the seat's arm cushion, and looked over at her sister, glaring daggers, while Tyon smiled and patted her head. Oh, come on, sis. You could have come with me. I did offer to invite you, but you were on your little rant about today's dive being tiresome. Tyon explained as now Tiona had the decency to look embarrassed and sat back down at the sofa. So Tyon, mind if we asked what other business did you have with Belle Cranel's father? Alicia asked as she was the only one to raise her hand, as she then noticed the bag in the Amazon's hands and pointed towards it, getting others to look and oddly A's to look at the bag with widened eyes. Also, what's in the bag? Oh right, I brought us some snacks from the hostess, and there I was surprised to see that small goddess that worked at A's old Jagamaru stand. So I got Jagamaru. A's yelled as she had drool escaping her lips, startling the other girls aside. Tyon who grabbed one from the bag and threw it at A's, as they watched her catch it in the air with her mouth and now sitting in front of the couch cradling it and slowly eating it. Wait a sec, that big boob small goddess is working at the hostess now. Oki said as she was handed one of the fried potato snacks, seeing Tyon passing the bag around as everyone took some and gave the rest to A's. Yeah, and apparently she's doing better business there than her old stand. And it's thanks to Belle that she's making good money and that they have new stuff on their menu. I almost wanted to stay there to try this lobster BLT sandwich they had. Lobster, Oki said as her ears and tail shot up straight before her leg was lightly smacked by Alicia. Oki, don't be like A's, please. Come on, sis. Stop teasing Oki and A's with food and get to the good part. What's Argo been up to since Mimar Reveria's family visit and his level up? Tiona said as she grew more anxious. She didn't even realize that in her eagerness, she was robbed of her half-eaten Jagamaru by A's. Fine tilde. Well, from what me and Mr. Selland were talking about of what we've been up to lately in our respective familiars, apparently Belle's got a new member. Tyon said as that got a few impressed looks on the girls' faces. Another new member? Are they any good? From what Mr. Selland said, he's not sure. She's a new transfer after taking her away from Soma. And they have to wait till after the gods' donatus for Freya to officially to give her a blessing. And right now Haden is trying to stop Belle from going overboard on her welcoming party. Tiona and Lefia asked. Though for the Amazon's case, she sounded angry and on edge as her eye twitched, while Lefia grew weary and tightly held onto her own jagamaru and the hem of her skirt. Her name is Lilarukarad if I heard Haden right. She was a former supporter in Soma's Familia until they took her away from it. Tyon said as Alicia's eyes widened and now started to look worried at her. They just took the girl away from her Familia. Is Freya really set to start something big against Soma, and do they even know the consequences that could happen should the guild know about this? Alicia asked, as Lefia and Oki were now on edge and even Ace stopped her eating to wonder if a war was going to happen between the two familias. No, I don't think that'll be the case since they ruined a majority of Soma's Familia after they went in and raided the place nearly to rubble. Tyon said nonchalantly as Tiona looked at her, with stars in her eyes while the rest looked pale like a ghost. Jaws dropped in some, dropping their Jagamarus for Ace to sneakily take for herself. Argo and the rest of his Familia fought all of Soma. Awesome. Not awesome, Miss Tiona. Why? Why would Mr. Cranel and his Familia do such a thing? Lefia asked, now gripping her head and shaking it. From what Haden told me, it's because they started it by first targeting Lilaruka while she was under Belle's protection. Soma's members have been money-hungry for his newest batch. That was rumored to come soon, and they usually hunt after their weaker members to gain said money. Tyon said with disgust, an emotion that was shared to the rest of the girls as they scowled while Tiona cracked her knuckles, along the fact that they were also trying to fight Belle when they tried to take Lily by force. She added in, making Tiona stand straight up with her hair shadowing over her eyes, walking over towards the doorway before the back of her skirt was caught by her sister. Relax, Tiona. Belle handled it. He kicked 6 level 2's asses and crippled one of them too, needing surgery and a cast to set his arm back, and stomped on his throat and nearly made him into a woman, she said with a satisfying smile, crossing her legs as she pushed Tyon back into the couch. With how she smiled, it took Lefia and Tiona a moment to think what she meant. Both girls shivered and clenched their teeth, crossing their legs in the process and hold onto one of their arms, scaring Alicia and Oki as they now were hesitant to do the same. This, Belle Cranel, fought them all off after they attacked him and his supporter? While that is cause to have an audience with Soma and demand compensation, that still isn't enough to cause a siege upon them. Alicia said as Tyon closed her eyes, finishing the rest of her own snack before wiping it away from her lips with her thumb. And I suppose them insulting their goddess isn't enough, even going as far as to call her a whore and insult their Familia to be weak, she said with a sly smile, making all pale even. More to the point, they were like black and white outlines of themselves. Aside Tiona, as she was now more curious to what they did to Soma's Familia. Okay, that proves it. Soma's Familia are idiots, and they just signed their death warrants. And how on earth did they survive, or how can they recover from what they must have done? Oki said as she slammed her hands on the small table in the center of them all and looked baffled. Well, they didn't kill them. Otherwise, that's a whole other mess they had to deal with to the guild. The biggest surprises I heard from Haden were quite bizarre, and even I found it quite unbelievable. Oh, what did Argo do, sis? Tell me. Well, apparently that event was the one time he actually wore something fancy and bought the others' clothes too. Apparently, his pops said it was to go in style while they destroy them. They had to look good while stomping on their enemies, which honestly is kinda sweet for him to get his pops and the others' new outfits. Tyon said as the girls were a bit envious at the idea of a guy getting them clothes for the fun of it, now wanting some of their Familia members to give them something. Damn, now I have to get a suit to look good the next time we go in a dive together. Tiona muttered as Lefia and Tyon looked at her oddly. Wait, why a suit? Why not a dress? Lefia asked as Tiona's head snapped towards her. Some thought they heard her neck cracking. The Amazon grabbed her cheeks with her hand and aimed her head towards Tyon. You think I could find a dress that makes me look amazing when I would have to compete with her? You've seen how we look in dresses before when we did our last girls' day out. Before, the tailors had to compare me and her in sizes. Tiona snapped as she moved her wrist to make Lefia look at her sister's chest. Lefia's eyes widened as she then tilted her head down and looked at her own. She bit her lips and shut her eyes tight as she covered her chest with her hands and then pulled Tiona closer. The two girls now silently sobbing as they hugged each other on the couch. It's not fair, damn it. I am sure that there's a dress out there in the shops you could try and dash. Don't you dare pity us, Alicia. You don't have to worry about it like we do with those others. Of yours. Tiona yelled as she pointed at Alicia's chest. The blonde elf looking down and covering herself up as she looked startled. How is it we're the same race but half of us suffer from lacking? Curse you, Alicia. Lefia said as she cried. Both girls then flipped off at Alicia and then towards Tyon, who only gave a smug look and shook her head. If you got your jealousy of our chest out of the way, dash. Never. There's more to what they did at Soma's. 4-1, Alan Formel, the equivalent of beat to us, actually teamed up with Belle to take on half of Soma's children in the front lines and worked together to nearly cripple the man that first mocked them. What? Argo's beat actually being nice and helping. What's his secret, and can we train Beat to be nice? Tiona said in wonder, now imagining Beat wearing a muzzle and the others of her familia holding treats or tools to train him to submission. Along the fact they were able to free Lilaruka from Soma, but this honestly scared me. What happened, Tyon? What did this apparent Belle Cranel kid do to scare you? Sure, fighting against Soma is something, but he had help with his familia. What did Oki said, before she was cut off with the next thing Tyon said, shocking all of them that even A's dropped her Jagamaris. He drank an entire cauldron of Soma's true wine in one go, and didn't succumb to its effects. Rather the opposite. Haden said he found that wine to be disgusting, and that with such a taste, how could anyone even think to get intoxicated with it? He was worried since, after Soma's, he found Belle trying to throw it up in the restroom to get it out of his system and was told that he rather prefer the taste of vomit in his mouth than that wine. Silence ensued the room for the longest time. Tyon could only smile at seeing the look on their faces as she reclined and sank back into the chair she sat on. Looking at her sister, she wasn't surprised to see that look of awe and amazement at Belle's recent exploits. Oki's face nearly made her lose it as she was in a panic. She was gripping her hair and bit her own tail to try and calm herself down. She wasn't even aware that she was biting and hurting herself. As for the elves, she was honestly surprised they were still conscious. Lefia had a look in awe, but after hearing about Belle drinking Soma's wine she nearly fainted, and it looked like she had her soul escaping from her lips a bit, while Alicia fainted and her head rested on Lefia's shoulders. How is he alive? Ace whispered, as she was startled and looked at Tyon with widened eyes and ignoring the fallen pile of Jagamaris now on the floor. I have no idea. He's rather odd. I mean, drinking that amount of wine and not be drunk. Or dead by overdose of Soma wine. Then there was the instance of the Monsterphilia event, with the silverbacks. Oh, and that incident with that flower monster that melted his clothes, and left him bloody and naked. Still, he did give us quite a show with his nice cock dash. Guy. Tiona and Lefia screeched out. Faces blushed and red of that like a tomato, startling Oki to stop and let go of her tail and waking Alicia back from the dead. Both of them hearing what Tyon was about to say, and their faces became flushed at the Amazon's blunt comment that was to escape her lips. Sis, will you stop saying that about Argos, you know, and quit talking about it? Tiona's right. It's viewed for a woman to talk about a M-man's thing. Have you no shame? You're set for the captain, aren't you? I am. And you bet your ass that his ass will be mine and that he'll be the one to take a knee. To slip a ring on these fingers. But I can admit when a man has a good one, can't I? No, you can't. So stop talking about Argo's carrot. Remember, I got dibs. Tiona said as she stood straight up on the couch and crossed her arms. An aura of seriousness surrounded her as her eyes were lit with a burning desire and determination. Well, you're going to have to wait until he has a talk with his first wife about his situation, Tyon said without missing a beat, causing Lefia, Alicia, and Oki to choke on their own spit. A's even nearly biting off her tongue as she was eating the Jagamaru off the floor. And Tiona, falling and crashing on the table, looking up to her sister with teary and scared eyes. His first wife? She asked as Tyon patted her sister's head. Well, it's his first girlfriend, to be honest. You know that girl at the hostess, SYR. Well, she's the first girl to give a love confession to him. Tyon said as she was cheerful and gushing about it, her cheeks pink and shaking in her seat. LLL love, CCC confession. Alicia and Lefia asked as they held each other's hands. Nervous and embarrassed at such a romantic gesture and boldness, this girl had to confess her feelings. Yup, and he accepted it. Though he first warned her about his situation, but she accepted it. She couldn't care how many wives Mama and his pops and grandmother set him up with, so long as she has his love, she was content with this predicament. Tyon squealed as she pressed her hands to her cheeks and cooed. What's more, even though they've confessed to each other, he's at least considerate and worried for her emotions and decided to talk it over with her again. A man that's taking his beloved's heart and feelings to his own heart. You better snag him in his heart soon, Tiona. You too, Lefia, she said as she gave both girls a thumbs up, causing them to grow red to the point steam escaped their faces. What are you talking about, Miss Tyon? Well, Tilda Haden was kind enough to inform me on some of the options for girls to be Belle's wife. And good news, you and your friend Philvis made his top 10 choices. You too, sis. So, you better get to work. Were on the list. Philvis and I. This is too sudden. What would Philvis do or react when she hears about this? Lefia began to ramble on as her eyes started to swirl. Her head letting out more steam by the second, and with every word she was muttering. After watching both girls now lost in their own thoughts or mutterings of their wedding with Belle, Oki, Alicia, Aze and Tyon turned their heads towards the doorway as they heard groanings and the sounds of feet being dragged against the floor. Watching as Loki looked like she came back from a warzone and soon entered the living room, her hair in a bit of a mess and covered in dust and dirt. Watching her not even going after Aze and propped herself on Tyon's lap and groaned into her neck. The Amazon was surprised but felt that given how her goddess looked and to just ignore Aze she would get a pass. Rough time at this recent Donatus, Loki? Tyon asked as she rubbed the top of Loki's head, feeling her goddess nodding and pulling herself away from Tyon's neck and looked at the rest of the girls. This one was hell. Utter hell. All because of that rabbit of Freya's. Loki whined as Alicia rose her hand and looked at the red-headed goddess in worry and confusion. How was it Mr. Belle Cranel's fault for this Donatus being such a mess? For one, Soma nearly started a war with Freya. He was going on about that kid insulting his wine and now has him on a warpath to make better wine to force it down his throat. Loki said as Oki and Alicia looked scared at how Loki was panicking, and how the results of Freya's children with Soma ended up for the gold. Then the word came out about Soma's kid starting something stupid with Freya and why they retaliated. That was settled, but he was still acting like an ass during the naming ceremony, and that was another mess when it was his turn to be given a name. Loki said as Tyon, Tiona, Aze and Lefia soon perked up and now leaned closer to hear more. Oh, what's Argo's alias? Is it something cool? Tiona asked as Loki looked at the childish one of the Amazon's sisters and shook her head tiredly, rubbing her eyes and letting out a tired breath as she looked at them all. It was utter chaos. At first, it was some stupid names by stupid gods that offered their thoughts about his nickname. Rabbit, white hair, Pikanichi or something. All rejected by Freya when she warned them about anything relating to the words rabbit and bunny and how he would make most of the gods a woman. She began to tell as the girls shivered again at the tough of male gods suddenly being turned to a woman by force. Then that fool Hermes decided to open his fat mouth and tell about his exploits to help with the naming process, his events at Monsterphilia, and then how he dealt with those attackers from Soma, and along with being Mama Reveria's love child with Freya's Haden. I can only imagine the worst names those gods must have came up with while Lord Hermes was spinning the gears in their heads. Oki said bitterly as they all sighed, finding that particular god troublesome and an annoyance and enemy of all women everywhere. Oh, but it gets worse. He spouted how the rabbit was quite the charmer as he told everyone about how Pleasure District women would try to pay him for a night, and how no one there could even satisfy him on his first visit, and more or less, how his first time was taken by Hephaestus, H's first, and Pleasure District women tried to pay him for services. Lewd. Such a lewd man. Alicia said as Lefia shivered at the thought of Amazon women grasping to Belle, begging him to give them all sweet dreams and pleasures. Tiona was now on the verge of breaking the couch some rest when Loki said that. That's not true, right? Oki asked. Hell if I know. I wanted to call out on his bullshit. But Ishtar then threw a fit and yelled that if he was the reason why her girls were just throwing out clients and spending more of their time chasing after him. And Freya practically got in a fight with Hephaestus about her stealing her child's first when she hasn't done it. Loki exclaimed as she threw her arms in the air and groaned. She slammed her head back into Tion's neck, groaning as the Amazon actually moved her to rest her head between her large chest and rub her back. By the gods, that brat made it into a riot and also a sexy fight with Freya and Hephaestus. Clothes were getting ripped, and I saw Faye's and Freya's nips slipping out. I almost want to praise and treat him to a feast or strangle him for being the reason why it turned out that way. Even think about groping me when complaining about seeing other goddesses naked, and I will drop you on the floor and drag you to Mama. Tion warned as Loki sniffled and pulled herself away and stood back on her feet. Pulling from her shorts pockets was a few papers. She took after the Donatus and set them on the remains of the table that was still standing. It's fortunate that Hephaestus, Mayak, and even Ganesha were able to bring the topic back to naming the kid, even getting Freya to stop her attack on Faye and settle down to thinking of something good. Honestly, it's thanks to her and Mayak that they were able to come up with a good one for him, she said as she shuffled the papers to see Belle's profile. All girls leaned forward as they saw the new name given to Belle, written in large bold letters. At the bottom of the page, Alicia's and Oki's eyes softened, and they even let out a breath of relief. Leffia sighed and smiled as she looked at the picture of Belle, drawn to look as though he was smiling at the artist and to anyone that would see this. Tion looked at the new name Belle was given, impressed as she let out a long whistle and smiled, looking over at Tiona, who after a moment from seeing the profile of Belle, instantly swiped it from the table and held it up in the air, laughing and smiling and running around the room. A's, thought mostly silent during this whole ordeal, and news about Belle Cranel couldn't help but look at his image in excitement, along with hints of envy and jealousy. Seeing his new name, she recalled back in her younger days, when she was the one to set the record for the fastest level up in the world. Now, her record was shattered. A year it took her to first level up to level 2. And here, Belle did it in only just around 2 months. Possibly less even, that she felt was the more accurate area of time that he could have leveled up. She wanted to know, how was it he got strong so quickly, and if she could do the same for her sake. Yet, there was also this odd flame inside her chest when she looked at the picture, envisioning him to be smiling at her and offering his hand, seeing the dungeon entrance behind him, and his smile inviting her for a challenge and competition in the dungeon. I wonder, how far will you go, Belle Cranel? And hopefully, I could have a moment of your time to talk with you. There are things I must ask and must apologize for. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. This is amazing. This is such a great and perfect name for Argo. Sis, don't wait up for me tonight. I'm gonna go drag Argo and we're gonna celebrate his new name. Tiona said as she was about to run out the living room, if it wasn't for her sister catching her by the skirt again and making her finally break the table. Nope. Sorry, but not happening, sister. You all need some rest, and also Mama's got to talk with some of you about her love baby's issues and hand in marriage. Otherwise, we're gonna have a visit from Mama's ma, and I don't want my manor wrecked again, Loki said as Tiona was now held down by her sister as she whined and tried to struggle out of her hold. The paper that was once in her hand fluttered to the ground, landing behind Loki's feet as it was faced up, showing Belle's profile out in the open with the bold text of his new title out on display for anyone to see it if they entered the room. Belle Cranel, the free-spirited wild child. Aperion. In the land of Loki, eavesdropping elves and charms. Chapter notes. Hey, been a while since I updated this, and if you also follow me on Wattpad, then you know some of the personal issues I've been facing for a while. To those that don't, the short of it that I've been in a depressed state and worried and stressed about updating here and on AO3, along with planning and writing several new projects and works to post here. I have been getting relaxed and help, and now I'm somewhat back on track, and I will do my best to continue to update and write more works for you all to see. If you see on my profile about my BNHA fanfic, here's a bit of good news for you. Next chapter is probably going to be the longest chapter I've ever written for it. In the land of Loki, eavesdropping elves and charms. Did she get held up with something? Lingering around the central fountain outside the guild and dungeon entrance by the base of Babel Tower, one would see a familiar black-haired elf looking around in worry. Looking down and fixing her dress, one that she switched today than wearing her usual white and light blue outfit. Instead, she had decided to take into her friend's advice along with another person's encouragement to be bold and break out of her meek shell. She was fixing herself by pressing and adjusting the ends of her skirt and dusting off her leggings. She had kept her white and gold tights on from her other outfit, but wore black and white heels to stand out a bit, though making sure that it would match with the top portion of her outfit. Her dress-like top was that of blue and gold colors. The linings towards her skirt were laced with gold patterns. Around her stomach was what looked like a hip accessory, being brown and gold around the edges. However, it was part of the design to the dress given by the buttons it had and was lined with the other buttons on the dress. Looking down at her waist at the dress, she did get flustered as it made her feel she was wearing a corset or something that emphasized her chest. Phylvis quickly fixed her small, ruffled tie accessory and adjusted the matching blue and gold cape over her shoulders to try and cover herself a bit, as she then moved on to fix the blue cuffs that were attached to her black sleeves and gloves. She heard a voice nearby. Her elven ears perked as she picked up the worried tone and self, questioning if she was late to meet her. Turning to the side, she smiled and waved one hand in the air. There, her red eyes meet with dark blue ones. A cheerful smile was sent her way as she now saw the incoming elf with golden yellow hair, contrast to her dark black, with a smile on her face as she stopped in front of her. Sorry I'm late, Phylvis. Oh wow, that dress is lovely on you. When did you get it? The blonde elf asked as she circled around Phylvis, as she whimpered and looked around herself, and clutched the ends of her skirt in her embarrassment. Lefia, see, could you please stop making a scene? And I had this for a while now. Jay just thought I should change up my clothes now and then, she said as Lefia stopped, looking shocked until she smiled and poked at Phylvis's cheek. Could it be my cute Phylvis is finally breaking out of her meek shell? How bold, Tilda, Lefia teased until her ear was pulled and felt Phylvis poking her sides rather harshly, wincing and laughing at the jabs and ticklish feeling poking at her stomach's sides as she let out a few pain and yet joyful giggles. Fine, Tilda, okay, I'm sorry, but this is all so new to me. Are you taking my advice now about being more bold? Lefia said, smiling at her friend as she fixed herself before joining her as they walked away from the central fountain and out onto the bustling streets. Well, yes, actually, I am going to try my best to change myself. Ever since meeting Mr. Belle, I have this feeling that maybe things will be for the better if I apply myself more, Phylvis said with a flustered look, before smacking herself lightly, snapping her eyes open and now had a determined look as Lefia was smiling, though had a concerned look when she saw Phylvis's eyes. I see. He really did leave quite an impression on you, did he? Why, yes. And since meeting him, my curse hasn't been affecting me as much, Phylvis said with sparkles in her eyes as Lefia's eyes widened in surprise, stopping in the middle of the street, and then patting down her friend who looked confused. Lefia. And nothing happened to you? Nothing bad? And not much? Lefia asked a slew of questions as she looked around Lefia once again as Phylvis waved her hands and shook her head. And nothing too bad or dangerous like before. Sure, there's been times where I've tripped or got my outfits caught in something or started to tear, and things falling on top of my head. But it isn't as bad as before, like monster hordes in the dungeon or falling into dangerous pitfalls and causing others injuries. Honestly, that curse of yours is quite odd. How does it seem to bring you bad luck like that in the past? I don't know, Tilda B, but it's been lessening a lot more, and even some of my familiar members even talk to me now, Phylvis said as she smiled brightly, letting out a goofy laugh as she swayed in place like a gleeful child as Lefia patted her head. Well, that's good, though they should have already talked to you before despite your misfortunate curse. But enough of that. Today let's enjoy it while we can before our familiars work us to the bone. Yes, to the cafe for sweets and some relaxation. Phylvis cheered along with Lefia as the two walked side by side in stride, smiling and looking determined to enjoy the day off they had together before they would need to get back to the dungeon for their familiar's own task. For them, shortly after, they found a nice quaint cafe to start their day off at and entered, taking a table for two at one of their booths on the inside. Served a cup of water for now as the waitress handed them each a menu to look over and decide what to order. The The waitress left the two, allowing them time to take in the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of the cafe while they browsed at the menu's selection of food and drinks. Atilda, this is it. So peaceful and relaxing. And the interior almost reminds me of our home. Forest cafes that were built inside the trees. Lefia cooed and sighed, slumping back into the booth's cushioned seats as Filvis was also at ease and relaxed herself, lazily browsing at the menu with a smile on her face. I wish we could have a week of vacation to ourselves. Maybe visit some of the lavish hot springs I heard Lord Dien was renovating. Or maybe some time at the beaches of Melon with Miss Tiona and Tyon and the others. Oh gods above, that would be a dream. He is hoping that Miss Tiona actually does go through her threat for Captain Finn and he allows us some time off. Lefia said as both she and Filvis toasted and brought their glasses of water together before drinking them. The waitress had returned, and both placed their orders for their drinks and food. Now, waiting for them to come, they passed the time talking about how things have been for each other and if anything else came up that was interesting to the other. Lefia was surprised that Flivis was busy in the dungeon as well. According to her best friend, her god, Dionyse, wanted his members to search for some rare materials and ores in the dungeon for decoration pieces to craft and decorate their home, along with pushing her to try and connect more with the other members in her familia now that he's noticed her becoming bold. She was relieved to hear that one of her familia members would occasionally dive with her into the dungeon. This person by the name of Orario seemed to at least try to get along with Filvis, as she was her familia's vice-captain and was usually free, though part of Lefia felt that this Aura woman was still distant towards Filvis. But she couldn't bring herself to tell her concerns when she saw Filvis's happy smile at her small progress. It felt like she would be kicking a puppy if she said anything. Hopefully she can make some progress with her familia, even if she has a bit of bad luck here and there with her curse. I wonder if she could maybe be more spontaneous and bolder, like Mr. Cranel. She thought before her eyes snapped open and blinked. Right. Gah. How could I forget? Me and Filvis are an option for his hand in marriage. Do I tell her this? Would the news change her? And how would it work out? Would we be technically married together as well? Lefia thought as she was now shifting her body and biting her finger in thought. Lefia. Ah. Are you all right? You suddenly looked worried and now fidgeting in your seat just now. Filvis called her attention as Lefia brought her finger away from her lips and cleaned her bit of drool with a napkin from the table and composed herself. Why yeah. I was just thinking how you would be like if you took Mr. Cranel's lead and be a bit more spontaneous and bolder. Lefia admitted as Filvis blushed and shook her head repeatedly, now worrying Lefia if she was going to lose her head like that. And no, I couldn't bring myself to be that bold like Mr. Belle. It's tempting to maybe take a bit of his likeness to help myself. But I can't see myself jumping the lead and be blunt and spontaneous as him. She admitted as her ears were now red and her eyes were in swirls. What if you had the opportunity to actually take some of him for yourself? Lefia muttered a bit quietly, though was startled when Filvis's hands slammed on the table and leaned forward at her, face completely flushed red and ears burning to the point steam was coming out of them and their waters now steaming. Take him. What are you implying, Lefia? Filvis whispered to her in a embarrassed and harsh tone, reclining back to her seat and cupping her cheeks to try and calm herself as her mind now plagued by the now incoming thoughts due to Lefia's words. And nothing whatever you're thinking. Then what is it? Because the way you said it now has me thinking that you want me to take him like some sort of lustful Amazon women. She whispered harshly, though after she said that, in Lefia's mind, she had pictured what Filvis would look like in Amazonian attire, and pinched her thighs to control her emotions. I meant, like the possibility you might marry him one day sooner than expected. Lefia squeaked out as Filvis had her mouth agape and didn't move, not even when the waitress came back and set their meals down and left. A full minute had gone by before Filvis choked out and sucked in her lips and looked at her again. Pardon. I had only learned about this a few days ago after a dungeon dive with Miss A's and the twins along with Alicia and Oki. Tyon had left and came back after meeting up with Mr. Haden Selland, or rather, Belle's father, to catch up. Lefia began as she now started to poke at her food with a fork and slowly eat it. It was apparent she visited him to keep in touch with Mr. Cranel as since we've been Busy, and Tiona has been wanting to go with him in the dungeon again. And when she came back, she had word that not only did Mr. Cranel recently leveled up, but apparently that he, along with Lady Riveria, are searching for potential wives for Mr. Belle. And you and me, apparently are one of his few top approvals for his hand in marriage, she said as she quickly ate a bite of her food as Filvis looked embarrassed, but oddly giddy and anxious. I have his father's approval? Does he know about me and my curse? Why would he approve of me? Filvis, come on now, remember not to put yourself down. You're making good progress. About breaking out of your shell and to be more courageous. You'll relapse again if you second-guess yourself. Sorry, but I can't wrap my head around it. I am a bit thrilled and anxious at the idea I would be a candidate for Mr. Belle's hand. But I don't understand it. There's probably noble women or prettier women than me that'll be perfect for him. And I can see you and Mr. Belle working wonderfully, she said as that caused Lefia to choke on her food and roughly swallow, blushing at Filvis's praise. I think that you and Mr. Cranel would be perfect together, even though you haven't had much interactions with one another, and that's partly on me and him. Wait, how? From what Miss Tyon mentioned later on in the bath with us, apparently while his familia was busy for a bit and he was looking for a supporter, which became a new member in his familia. He did say that he was going to invite and ask you if you would join him in a few dungeon dives and maybe join his party. Or crew. I don't know the difference what he means by that, she said as Filvis whimpered and rested her head on the cafe's table. By the forest I could have joined Mr. Belle in the dungeon and got to know him better. Tilda. Why you still can. I can give a letter to Freya Familia to give to Mr. Cranel about where your familiar home is and he can invite you. Lefia said as Filvis looked up at her, eyes watery and sniffling. You mean it? Yes. And I mean what I said. I think you can have a chance to grow out of your shell and could fit well with Mr. Cranel. You two look like a sort of opposites attract type couple. His white hair with your dark black. Your pure white and princess appearance to his rugged and childlike look. Along the fact you two share the same eye color, by looks alone you two seem perfect. And not to mention how he seems to treat everyone with such kindness and respect. Lefia began as she then went to a rambling and muttering on how Filvis and Belle seemed like a perfect couple. She didn't even notice the odd feeling on her cheek over and over until she winced at her nose being suddenly flicked and her face forcefully turned to the side by Filvis. Her attention now faced at the doors to the cafe as both she and Filvis poked around the booth they were at and gasped. There by the entrance was Belle Cranel himself, talking to another waiter as he looked anxious and looked around the cafe. He was wearing a black button-up shirt that looked a bit big on him, yet somehow fitted well, along with a pair of dark blue pants and brown boots on and a red tie he fixed around his neck. Mr. Cranel or Belle? Both elves muttered as they saw the waiter now grabbing two menus from the front little stand by the doors and began to lead him towards them, both snapping, their eyes open and hiding back into their booth eating and trying to not notice him coming over. From Lefia's view, she was thankful that the waiter was blocking her from Belle as he led him to the booth behind them. They were panicking more as the waiter left him with both menus and left. She questioned why he was here and had two menus, until she remembered what Tyon said a few days prior to today and remembered that she brought up her and Filvis's candidacy of marriage. LL Lefia. Why is Mr. Belle here? Sure. Relax and keep your voice down. And I think I know why he's here. But promise me that no matter what you see or hear, do not look down on yourself and that you still have a chance to get to know him better. What does that have to do with Dash? Promise me. Lefia whispered harshly as Filvis nodded quickly, watching Lefia peek over from the booth and then back to her seat. Okay, there's one other thing I forgot to mention. Someone had already confessed to Mr. Cranel and is courting him. Lefia said as Filvis blushed and let out a muffled squeal and tightened her fists together. And I think why he's here is maybe to set this as a date, with also discussing with his girlfriend about the situation he is in due to now being part of the royal family. I think he wants to make it clear that she wouldn't be the only woman to court him. Ah, I see why you made me promise your words. But, do you know who is courting Mr. Belle? Apparently, the bold woman that confessed her love to him and is now the first to date Mr. Cranel is Syr Flover. I think Miss Tyon's words and date advice she's read before in The past might have been true after all. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Lefia said, shivering, and now wondering if Tyon's romantic advice might be true, including which of how a woman can amplify her frontal figure. Her. But isn't she the one hostess girl that creates poisons to anything she cooks? Apparently Mr. Cranel is immune to her infamous cooking. Rumors have it that he has an abyss for a stomach and could eat mountains of large meats in seconds. She whispered back. To Filvis, and both elves peeked once again over their booth to see Belle enthralled by the menu, and looking nervous, fidgeting and turning over the booth to see the doors of the cafe. He looks rather cute when he's flustered like that. I never would have thought that, mister. Belle could be nervous considering how bold and blunt he is. Filvis said in all while, peeking at Belle. Her cheeks flushed at the sight of how cute he was when looking worried and anxious. Yet what took her attention away was when the doors to the cafe opened and immediately saw Belle's head peeking over behind him. Her eyes traced over to the door and gasped. Lefia soon followed her actions as both elven women saw Syr entering the cafe. If Filvis was compared to being a princess from Lefia's compliments just now, she was just a princess, while Syr was a goddess in their eyes and with how she looked, wearing a beautiful white and light grey dress that hugged her upper body quite well, emphasizing her chest and attracting quite the attention with how the high collar of her dress was creating a path down her neck to where a bit of her cleavage peeked out. Her hips wrapped around a light grey cloth wrapping that soon turned the snug-fitted dress of her upper body to now that of a flowing and elegant long skirt, swaying with every stride in her step and shake of her hips. And though it was long to reach halfway to her calves, they showed off her legs quite well with the skirt cut along the sides to allow a passing glimpse of her legs to be shown. Such porcelain and creamy smooth if people were lucky enough to see them, and the small little thigh accessory she wore underneath. A black and purple band in color, to complement the light purple short heels she wore as they made a small clack noise. With each step she came closer and closer to Belle's booth. Filvis let out a small eep as she then ducked back into her booth and pulled Lefia inside as well. Her face flushed when she saw Syr's eyes, as they were aimed towards Belle's face. She couldn't mistake it. For a split second, Syr was looking into her own eyes and smiled at her, with such a teasing and confident look in them. She saw. Sure, let's just listen in and stay quiet. Maybe she just saw us and won't say anything. Lefia said as she pushed her plate over to Filvis's side and moved over next to her from under the table. Both girls' ears perked and leaned back to the cushions of the booth to get a better listen as Syr was seated and both of them now talking. Asterisk giggle asterisk, I take it you like my dress, Belle. Sorry. It's just, you're breathtaking. Even more than usual. Belle admitted with flushed cheeks on his face as Syr became scarlet by his blunt and romantic compliment. Fiddling with her ponytail as she blinked rapidly and peeked back at him. Why you quite breathtaking too. And I kinda wanted to make an impression for our first date. Syr said as both teens squealed in the booth at even saying or admitting this was their first date. Belle had to cover part of his face as he felt too hot and embarrassed when she said that. I do want to consider this as our first date, but I wanted it to be somewhere fancier. I kinda panicked and went to Ryu for advice of what to do and she told me you've been wanting to visit this place for a while. He said, muttering and smiled at how happy Syr was when he mentioned Ryu's help in this. Well, at least you're trying for me. And now have my expectations set higher for our next date. And next. Belle, Lefia and Filvis said in surprise, though the two elves sharply whispered it to themselves, but their startled cries were heard by a smirking barmaid sitting in front of them as she leaned forward with her chin resting on her hands on the table. Yep, though you don't have to worry about making things too fancy. Just think of what you think would be a good date idea and we can do it. Then the next one I can think of what to do. If you like. Syr said as Belle nodded. His eyes widened as he then leaned forward closer to Syr as his hands were close to hers. Before that. I just wanted to make sure about this. Belle said as he sucked in his lips and swallowed the lump he felt in his throat as he looked at Syr's hands now resting near his fingers drumming on the table as his eyes darted around the area. I may have to take more wives. Due to being part of the elven Alf royal family now. I know. I mentioned this before, and I sound repetitive. I just want to make sure if you were okay with it. But if you aren't, then say the word and I'll try and convince Gramps and Granny to. With a single act, Belle's nervousness and ramblings were silenced by Syr, who leaned forward a bit and pecked his lips. His eyes widened at the sudden kiss, and he dared not to clench his hand as he felt her dainty fingers intertwined with his on the table. Lefia and Filvis had decided to be bold and take the time to peek over above their booth for a quick look as to why Belle became silent, only to flush red and immediately went back down, squealing and flushed like a tomato as they instinctively held each other's hands and muffled their screams and squeals, covering their faces and felt their ears burning at such what their kind would consider to be a lewd scene in public. Belle could only have his jaw slightly hanging open as soon as Syr pulled herself away, blushing and rolling her thumb across his knuckles. Belle, I know that this is weird for the both of us, and I know how much you love me and how I love you too. But it's odd for me to admit this even though I've thought about it since you first told me in the pub. I think I can accept you loving other people too, Syr admitted, causing Lefia to mentally cheer in her head and hold Filvis tighter while the dark-haired elf blushed and tried her hardest not to squeak out a surprised noise. Are you sure about this, Syr? I am sure. No. Yes. I'm 100% sure of it. But please bear with me at times where I might be jealous or worried, okay? I know you love me just as much as the other girls. You might take into your heart. Can I be a bit more selfish in loving you? She asked, embarrassed and covering her face a bit with her other hand while peeping through her fingers to see Belle. I was actually going to ask if it was okay if I can be selfish too, Belle admitted, face brightly red as Syr leaned forward and looked into his red eyes with her silver-gray ones. Then, here's what I want from you then. Okay. I don't know how your new grandparents would put me in the status, but please consider me your first wife. Even if you have to marry an elf back in their home forest for a ceremony to officiate it, as she's your second wife. I won't belittle or insult anyone I love in terms of ranking or status. I'll love you all, I swear. And no, I don't mean like that. I mean that I just want to remind you that I'm your first. Okay. I think I get what you mean. Is there anything else? F for your other W wives. Do you mind if I have some in mind for you to marry when the time comes? I don't mind, and Pops would have to look at them to help make a decision. But I'm surprised you wanted to pick W who I would date or marry, Belle said, face now returning to its normal color as he tried to calm himself further by taking a drink of his water. Well, you know about them quite a while now. I want you to marry Ryu and Haluan. *PFFFFFFTTTTT. Though Syr could only see Belle now spewing out his water to the side and choking profoundly and gasping for air. She did not see that Filvis and Lefia did the same thing, only much worse as now from the shock after drinking, tears escaped from their eyes and had to clean their noses and chins from the excess spewing out and liquid escaping through their noses. She wants another elf to marry him so soon. I had figured she would be the demanding type, Lefia said, looking at the cushioned seat behind her and her ears twitching and red, looking over at Filvis and panicked at how the girl was nearly close to fainting on the spot. Another elf, and nameless from his own familia, more confident than me, and with such bodies that would please his highness in his chambers. Should I practice, the elven methods to seduce a man? Filvis, Lefia said as she shook her best friend back to some sense, flushing and shutting her eyes tightly, hoping that what she heard her mutter was just delusions or some mistake on her hearing. Clearing his throat now, he looked back at Syr, who was flushed with embarrassment and face with worry after his somewhat choking fit. He blinked a few times before swallowing another drink of water and looked at her in surprise. I can understand why you said Ryu. But Haluan too. And not that there's anything wrong with her or anything, he said quickly as to not insinuate it was a bad idea, or to make it seem that Haluan wasn't pretty or attractive. Syr, Ryu and Haluan no. Not now, brain. Stop thinking that. I'm on a date with Syr and we're having an important talk about this relationship. Lose those thoughts, me. Lose them. Until your heart is ready for that step, I said, until my heart is ready. Not my hormones or little me. He yelled to himself in his head, now plagued with faint Visions and thoughts of Syr and the girls in a large bed before him. Well, why wouldn't I choose them? They are my best friends in the world. And the though of us being together in each other's lives now thanks to you, gives me some reassurance and happy that we'll always be together. Syr said, a soft smile on her face as she brought her hands together over her heart, making Belle smile and lean on his arm at the sight of her. Happy. Plus, call it as a means of assurance for Ryu, so that she'll find happiness one day and not wait years before she can find a loved one. She's a bit weird when it comes to romance. I don't know if it's an elf's romance or not, but she has this idea about when would be the time to confess or propose. An elf's romance, oh. Yeah, Grandad Lawful mentioned that in one of the letters he wrote back to me about elven customs to courting. She said something about a full moon-lit night. And a tree. Yes, I mean, I get her dreams and desires to be confessed by your loved one. But she's taking it all too slow. Get this, back before you came in, she said if she did find a man, they would spend years getting to know one another first before even touching hands. Hee. Yeah, I can see how she's a bit weird. But love is an odd thing too. It can take years, or even a day to fall for. And for elves, I guess they don't have to worry about it like other races since they live longer. Belle laughed as Syr pouted and smacked the table lightly. Still, I want to see Ryu smile and walk down the aisle soon before I get old, wrinkly, and have a hunchback. I want to see the cute babies she would have and be an auntie. Would I be a stepmother if we do marry? I am not too sure, but I doubt you'll have a hunchback. You'll still be beautiful even if you grow older. Glad to know you learn how to compliment a girl when they say stuff about age tilde, but also, for Halloween, you need to take responsibility, mister. Syr said as she leaned forward with a leer in her eyes, making Belle back up as Syr went over the table and stared into his eyes with a pout on her face. What did I do? I heard about what you and Halloween did in the hospital after you recovered. You grasped her lovingly and proposed to her first. Syr said with a false tone of anger, but Belle was none the wiser. The ones who caught the playful tone were right behind her, though worried now on who exactly is Belle marrying first. That I was out for 4 days without your cooking. I wasn't thinking right. And yeah, I do owe it to Halloween as she did take it quite seriously. But she rejected me for now and said that we at least start out as friends. HMPH. Well, it's good she fixed that mistake you made. But you break her heart, then I will make you pay for it. No meals from me for a month, and you'd better be prepared to drain your wallet dry after the dates I'll set up if she cries. None of your cooking for a month. But I'll die of malnutrition. Then you better not break her heart. And lastly, first she ask him if she can be selfish with him, along the fact she be considered his first, then suggesting 2 women for him to love and marry. I had no idea Syr was such a selfish girl in love. Lefia whispered as she was tempted to peek over the booth to see how Belle was reacting to his love's selfish demands of him. This can either be before or after. But, could we have a separate wedding? Syr said, covering her lips with her fingers as she looked away beet red, making Belle blink a few times in wonder as he leaned forward, making Syr recline back into her seat as she felt Belle's gaze at her. Before or after your grandparents throw you your first marriage to celebrate our union. I'd like it if we could have one, with just a small gathering and somewhere private. I've pictured what my wedding would be like someday, and I don't do well with large events alone. Being the maid, well, that makes it more anxious since the spotlight would be on me. Syr said as Belle walked out of his place in the booth and came over to her side. Belle, is everything EP? Syr squealed as Belle came closer to her and lifted her legs up gently over his as he seated himself next to her. She blushed as she felt his hands caressing and gliding over her legs until she was seated on top his lap, his eyes looking up to hers as she felt his hands wrapped around her hips and felt his kiss on her lips, even if it was for a second. If you want another wedding, then let's do it. If you feel it wasn't right to your vision, we'll have another. We can have 100 weddings until it's right for you, so long as it makes you happy, and I'll get to see you looking beautiful every time we have our wedding done, again and again. Belle said as he gazed lovingly into her eyes, bringing his hand up and wiping away the tears in her eyes as she covered her lips with one hand while the other rested on his shoulder. Belle. 100 weddings. Filvis couldn't take it anymore. Her curiosity and heart couldn't take any more invigorating talks of romance going on between them. She startled the couple as she looked over from her side of the booth, her face red and eyes swirling in panic as both Belle and Syr looked up to see the flustered elf. Filvis. I am so sorry, Mr. Cranel. Oh, you're that elf from Loki's Familia. What are you two doing here? Syr asked in a false, surprised tone, watching as Filvis left her own booth with Lefia in tow, dragged by the arm, as both of them sat down across from Belle and Syr in their booth. I apologize for Filvis, Mr. Cranel. We were minding our own business and relaxing. Since we finally got a day off from our familiars and Captain Finn's work demands for my familia. We heard you and Miss Syr talking and, well, we got a bit curious as to why you were here. Hey, it's fine. You two couldn't have known I was going to be here anyways. And you were relaxing, so it must have been quite the surprise for you. Also, come on, Lefia, can't you address me normally? Sorry, Mr. Belle. But since word of you now being part of the Elf royal family, it's difficult for us to address you without proper respect. Though I'm still trying, I admit it's hard to say your name without a formal greeting or name to add. Filvis said as both elves bowed their heads at Belle, who sighed and rubbed his eyes with his fingers as Syr giggled at his torment of his name. I take it even if I gave you both an order to call me something more familiar, then you'd ignore it. Yes, Filvis and Lefia said in unison, making Syr laugh even more as Belle groaned and looked at them with a dull stare. Then can I at least ask you get used to the idea to possibly address me casually every now and then? Being formal with me feels weird, it's almost annoying as being compared to a rabbit. I can't exactly promise anything, but I can certainly try, Filvis said with such vigor and enthusiasm, her fist pumping with determination, though she became meek as Belle blinked a few times and looked closely at her. That's a new dress, isn't it? It looks pretty good on you, Filvis. What? Decide a change of pace, Belle said as he sat back down and smiled at the dark-haired elf, grinning and crossing his arms as Syr leaned in closer to him and looked at Filvis with a smile, though a glint in how I was seen by her and Lefia. Why, yes, I decided that maybe I could take things slow and better myself, so that way I could be a lot more like you, Mr. Belle. Baby steps then, Filvis. And come on now, there's no need to be like me. You're fine as you. But I suppose I can understand you want to improve yourself. So, best I can give you is luck and a bit of advice. Advice? Sort of. I don't think it'll help much, but it's more of a saying I had back when I was still training as a kid. I had always wanted to be a hero like Argonaut or Sinbad or Alibaba, like in old legends and stories. But an old fossil that was helping me train at the time said I'd be a copycat if I tried to be like them. Belle said as he looked up at the ceiling with a reminiscent smile on his face. Well, you were just a child back then, so I suppose there was some acceptance to it. Last trying to be like your favorite heroes, Lefia said with a flustered look, looking away and sucking her lips. Geez, it's a bit embarrassing. Even more that I'm somewhat the same as I want to become, like Miss A's and Lady Riveria. She though, now seeing that she and Belle had some similarities about being like their role models or heroes they looked up to. Though, if his teacher said he would be a copycat by doing that, then what sort of advice did he give Mr. Cranel to change that? He doesn't seem like any of those heroes he mentioned. Then again, I'm no expert on heroes like Tiona is. So that got me thinking for a few days until I'd pass out from trying to think more about it. Asterisk giggle asterisk, you passed out from overthinking. Come on, Syr, I was only like 6 or 7. I can't help it if I was an idiot. But don't you admit that you are an idiot? Damn straight. But I'm your idiot, Belle said as he brought her closer and patted her hair, resting her head on the crook of his neck and kept stroking through her silver hair as he was, in thought, not even embarrassed the fact that Syr was now giggling and running her hands across his chest, or the fact he had an audience watching this right across from him. Now where was I? Yeah. So I ended up wondering what he meant by that until I read some of those stories again and dreamt about being like them. And I guess, in those dreams, and that old fossil's words sort of hit me, because I couldn't dream myself at all as being like those heroes. Ergo, You couldn't see yourself as a hero, or couldn't dream about becoming like them. You're right on the Valis on that, Filvis. I never saw myself in those dreams at all. Just blurs. And images of those heroes, but never me. And that had me thinking, what was I doing wrong? Or why I can't see myself in my own dreams. Then it came to me, I wasn't like those heroes. I'm just me. Belle then pointed at Filvis and was staring at the two elves with a widened grin. They couldn't help but shiver and felt their cheeks were turning warm as he stared at them with such fire and intensity in his eyes. Find your own way. That's what that old fossil taught me about growing up. There's no right or wrong way to grow and get stronger. But in the end, it's up to you to decide what kind of person you want to be. And you wanted to become who you are now today, right? An adventurer that's in pursuit of exploring and having as many adventures as you can anywhere. Lefia said with a smile on her face as Belle laughed. You forgot to mention an idiot in pursuit of romance and adventure wherever he goes. But, yeah, though I'm still not done growing up yet, so who knows what kind of guy I'll be down the line. But that's then, this is now, and I can decide what to be. But for now, I'm on a date. With Syr. Oh, say why not make this a double date? It could be fun with more involved and give you some practice for later. Syr suggested as both elven girls eeped at such an offer. More so, to what Syr insinuated them to be on a date, though neither of them could refuse or deny such. The idea of them together. Really? Well, I don't mind it. It could be fun and more is merrier. Though it's up to them. Belle said as he looked down to Syr before looking back at Filvis and Lefia, tilting his head a bit and smiled. Are you sure you want us to tag along, Mr. Cranel? Come on. Please be more casual. And I'm not forcing you to, it's only if you want. I say it could be fun. Why yeah, let's do it. Though I don't particularly know what to do in this situation, so please take care of us. Filvis said as she bowed her head respectfully. Unknowns to all of them, Syr's smile came softly upon her face. Her eyes started back at the cafe doors where a shadow of a person was looking inside the cafe, nodding her head as one of her eyes quickly shifted to purple and then back to gray. Don't worry. Leave it to me to guide ourselves on a fun double date outing together. Syr said proudly at herself as she had one arm in the air and her hand across her heart. Belle then clapped and applauded at Syr while Filvis joined in with the applause as Lefia was still flustered at being involved in this date idea. Well, then what should we do after we pay the bill? Any ideas, Miss Syr? Lefia asked, as Syr went into a thinking position before she snapped her fingers and pointed at Filvis's dress with a gleam in her eyes. Shopping. Since Filvis wants to change and grow, nothing says change than a new wardrobe. And we can get some for you too, Belle. And you can see how I look in new dresses. Oh, that's a good idea, Syr. I could use your opinion on what to wear since mostly I wear anything that's loose and fits me fine. Pops and Uncle Hogney are the ones that help me with clothes. But according to Lily, I have this odd knack for picking clothes for other people pretty good. I like it. I think with your help, this'll get me closer to gaining some confidence in myself. Thank you for your help and I'm in your care, Miss Syr, Mr. Belle. And maybe a new outfit would be nice. And maybe I could get better opinions on what to wear and mix up my wardrobe now, along with help picking what to change about what to wear when going in dungeon dives. Lefia said as she twiddled with her fingers sheepishly. Oh, you just reminded me, Lefia. I was actually wanting you to join my crew, Filvis, but I never got the place your familiar home is at. Sorry, I've been kinda busy and I kept hearing how Lefia was busy with dives to visit her and the others at Loki's to ask where you lived. Belle said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, causing Filvis to freeze up with what he said. Why you want me to join you in the dungeon? Of course. It's always fun to go on an adventure with friends and other people. Plus you seem like you'll have more fun with a crew around to laugh and fight together. What do you say? Want to join my crew? Belle said as he handed his arm out in front of her. Filvis was blinking fast and blushing. She turned her head quickly to Lefia, who only saw her friend smiling and nudging her head towards Belle's hand. Then her gaze was set to Syr, across from her, wondering what her response would be and worried it might be interfering with their relationship. But to her surprise, she received a nod from Syr and saw her head nudging towards Belle. A cheeky smile on her lips as she moved her mouth to for words, but not a sound escaped her lips. Filvis read how her mouth was moving as she covered her side so Belle wouldn't see what she was saying. It's okay. Say yes, Filvis. TT then yes. I'll join your dash. Where is that fucking rabbit cunt? I know he's in there. Get your ass out. A loud, obnoxious voice cried out the cafe, causing all inside to let out a startled noise or fall off their chairs or from their booths. Filvis grabbed onto Belle's hand by reaction, and Belle was sent tumbling along with Filvis on the floor as Syr crashed on top of his body and held him tightly. Hey, are you three okay? Why, yeah, Lefia. We're fine. Belle. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry. And why does that voice sound irritating and annoying to me again? Where? Have I heard dash? Get out here, you rabbit son of a bitch. You made me lose my place in Soma's Familia and now I'm banned from entering there. Again. So stop with fucking your whore of a woman in there and come out and face us. Silence ensued the cafe for that moment, as none dared to even move even an inch after Belle stood up and gently seated Syr and Filvis back in the booth. People in the cafe and the staff felt as though something demonic was pressing down upon their very soul and swore. Belle's eyes grew darker red after what that man had said about his date. Syr, I'll be right back. Eat on ahead without me. It shouldn't take too long. Belle said with a kind smile aimed at Syr before he tapped the shoulder of a nearby waiter, startling the poor staff member but surprising him as Belle took out a sack of valise from his back pocket and pointed at his booth. This is for our and our guests' food. If they ordered anything else, could you kindly bring it to them soon? Why, yes, sir, right away. Could I trouble you for my order to place them in to-go boxes? I feel that I won't be able to finish it all in one sitting after I assist you with this particular issue outside. And no worries, we'll have them ready for you when you return. Thank you very much. Oh, and could I trouble you to bring me your most used and rusted looking knife you have in the kitchen if you have one? Belle said that sent shivers down everyone's spine, and the staff looking at him as if he was the devil himself. I am terribly sorry, sir, but we don't have any rusted kitchenware on us. If we did, we would have thrown it out and replaced it. I do believe, if you're looking for damaged silverware, we have a chipped and sharp spoon we use to break ice for our drinks. Would that suit you? A spoon, you say? Yes, that would be much better. Here, for you and for the silverware I'll be using, Belle said as he handed the waiter with another sack of valise, though smaller than what he gave to him before, as another staff member came out the kitchen and handed him the spoon. Sir, might I ask what you intend to do with that man and the spoon? The staff asked, as they all felt the air grow colder as Belle slowly turned his head back to see them. I intend to teach that moronic idiot a thorough lesson about talking profanity and insults in public. Since last time I tried to discuss with him about that nasty habit, he apparently didn't listen. So, as they say when trying to boast about something, one should put their balls in their mouth and back it up. He said simplicity, making every man and woman inside shriek and cross their legs as he left the cafe. Silence ensued the cafe for a while after he left, only to return to somewhat normality and continuing on their business as there was no sounds of torture occurring. Do you think Mr. Cranel will be all right? Lefia said as Syr crossed her legs and took a drink through a straw in her glass as she looked at the two elves. He's fine. I have faith in him, though I worry he'll get his nice outfit ruined with those people's blood. Syr said with a worried and saddened tone, sighing and resting her chin on her hand as both elves could only sweat drop at what she was worried about. While he's away, I believe it's time for us to have a small chat now. Wouldn't you agree? Syr said as now both girls felt another shiver down their necks, feeling as though they had to sit properly with how Syr was looking at them. Such cold and calculating eyes, starting at each of them as her hand was under her chin. Though I can forgive you too about eavesdropping in on mine and Belle's talk about our current predicament, or rather, his worries of our relationship for the future. I would be lying if I were to say that this whole arranged marriage and offerings for his hand doesn't, at the very least, annoy me. Then why did you dash? Stop. Syr cut Lefia off before she could even question her, watching the orange blonde head elf suck in her lips and nodded her head. However, I also can't exactly stop Belle or how this situation's importance is for him and his family now. Knowing him especially, I can tell there are others he loves. Maybe not like how we love each other. But after observing people for years as a hobby, One can tell when the signs are there for romance to bloom," she said as her gaze shifted to Filvis's eyes as the girl flinched. "Even though he has candidates for his hand in marriage, some that I even known for years or closely due to my work, I want to know if they are serious about loving Belle. Not just for his looks, not for his status, and not for his seed." Syr chalked out to say as that caused the three of them to blush before returning back to the point. "Filvis, I want to know exactly if you're serious about Belle and what your feelings are for him. If it's admiration, then that's fine, but don't think that is enough to think I'll let you date dash. It's not just that." Filvis squeaked out as her hands gripped at the table's edge. "Then, what is it you see in Belle after meeting him a few times now?" Syr asked back, watching the girl's eyes shadowed over her hair. But what she wasn't expecting was teardrops falling from her face onto the table now. He just makes me feel happy. It's like he gives off this warm, fuzzy feeling whenever you're around him, telling you that even if the worst is to happen, that everything is fine. He's had a rough past and yet still smiles and continues on with gusto and a charismatic bravado. As something I wish I could have had. Filvis, Lefia said as she watched her friend cross her arms and cling onto her shoulders, looking at Syr, who now had widened her eyes at the determined and serious look on her face, yet still fighting herself to hold back her tears and crying like a child. "I know we haven't spent much time together unlike you, but I do care about him. I want to be someone that's courageous and tackles anything thrown their way. I want to have fun and go on adventures with Lefia, Mr. Belle, and any other friends I can make. Even though it hasn't been long, my heart is telling me to at least try for it. Like Mr. Belle says about romance. An adventure, it's the same thing with love. It can happen anywhere and anytime and can be an amazing experience filled with laughs and tears. And I will have that romantic adventure, even if you disapprove." Syr could only stare at Filvis with an awed expression on her face. Lefia's eyes widened and felt immense pride for her friend, and mass worry as Syr's expression was hidden with her hair shadowing over her face. Seeing the barmaid's shoulders trembling worried her, but what scared her more was how serious and focused Filvis's eyes were, staring at Syr. Fut. Gahihihi. Ha 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 ha. Both elves blinked and slumped down into their seats when they heard it. They saw it, and they couldn't even believe that at a time like this, after what she brought onto them, Syr was laughing and fighting back to control herself from losing it and clinging to her sides. "Why you laughing? After what you put us through just now?" Gasp. He. Sorry. I just wanted to see if you were taking this seriously and had real feelings for Belle. I didn't expect for Filvis to be so dramatic and passionate about her confession. I told her after setting this up I'm glad it was worth it. Wait, you set this up? The meeting here. And Belle fighting dash. The meetup, I had the idea after Tyon and Tiona came by the pub a few days ago and talked about your outing with Filvis here. I thought it would kill a few birds with one stone if me and Belle had our date and talked about this relationship here, while bringing you two to get involved and get me the opportunity to see if you both were interested and took Belle's hand in marriage seriously. But then, the guy outside dash. Come now, Miss Lefia, it's Belle's first date. You think his father wouldn't at least be curious? He was having a panic fit at the hostess with Hogni and a few others about what he should do when observing us. He and I talked and well, we used one another to help the situation more. I'd see if two of his selected candidates were serious to him court Belle. And he keeps an eye on us from afar today. Syr said as she relaxed herself back into the cushioned seats of the booth. Apologies for making it seem I was acting harsh there, Miss Phil PFFT. Jigehi. Why you so red? Lefia then turned and choked a little as she saw Filvis was red-faced, top to bottom, and had steam escaping from her ears and looking down at the table. PFFFFFFT. L Lefia. Sorry. It's just geek. Lefia stuttered as she choked on her own laughter. Much to Filvis's dismay at two girls laughing how serious she became and made an embarrassment out of herself when it was merely a test. Sorry if I got too passionate. But wouldn't you two do the same? She tried to argue back. Oh, I would do far more than what you did. But again, I'm sorry. And just because you have my approval doesn't mean you should get far ahead of me now. You still have to make the effort to win his heart too. and you'll be dealing with my Huluan and Ryu, Syr said proudly, as she shook Filvis's hand. As the elf's expression turned to a soft smile, though her grip matched Syr's as now a spark flashed between them. May the best woman win. Wouldn't that mean that I win as well if I've gained a piece of his heart then, Miss Syr? Oh, Tilda, feisty one, aren't you? Are you sure she's been shy all this time, Miss Lefia? I am at a loss here. I'm back, Syr, Tilda Lefia. Filvis. Belle's voice rang across the cafe, making the staff freeze once more as the girls turned their heads to see Belle with a small towel and wiping his hands, blinking as they didn't see him in any harm, and not so much a speck of blood on his body, aside a small bit of droplets on his face. That was rather quick. Did you dash? No, I didn't kill him. And this isn't mine. It's from when he tried to sucker punch me and miss, and spat in my face. So I forced him to punch himself and step on one of his kneecaps. I don't know how he's still standing since Soma's. Belle muttered the last part as he wiped off the small splatter of blood from his face and sat back down with Syr. Pardon me, sir, but your meals have arrived and are ready to go. Ah, thank you. Come to think of it, can you set them down at the far end? I got here quicker than I expected, so might as well enjoy the meal. That fine with you, Syr? Nope, Tilda. That's fine. All right then. But do we have to worry about that man again? And if I can be so bold to ask, what did you do to him? The waiter asked as Belle gestured to him to come closer. He cupped his ears over his mouth and to the man's ear and whispered. Even with their good hearing, Lefia and Filvis couldn't tell what it was Belle said to the waiter, but the horrified and dead expression on his face scared them and thought best to forget trying to wonder what Belle did. As the man pulled himself away from Belle, who smiled at him, the man looked at Syr with a worried expression. I don't know whether to say congratulations on finding someone that would stand for you, or be worried at what he would do in case the worst happens, he said as he shivered, and shook like a leaf while Syr giggled and wrapped her arms around one of Belle's. I say you should be jealous at what he would do to me in the bedroom, Tilda. Syr, Miss Syr. In the land of Loki, Reveria's take on a wild child. In the land of Loki, Reveria's take on a wild child. Reveria Ijos Alf. A high-rank adventurer and one of the executives of the Loki Familia. Her epitaph, 9. Hells was one meant not only to show of her vast arcane knowledge of spells and magic, but also when the time called for it, her fury on the battlefield or when trifled. Some had suspected that there was very little to even get a reaction out of her. A show of pure rage or even exhaustion of the princess of elves, the only one so far being her own goddess to annoy her with her antics, or if it had something to do with A's. Yet here, in the parlor of the Loki Familia manor, was a tired princess, slumped in her seat, while the other guests that were with her looked concerned. To her right at the parlor table was another of her followers, an apprentice Alicia. Her left was a dear family member of her, from her mother's side, and who was practically a sister to her, despite the complicated family tree, Anatul. Finally, right in front of the princess, seated across from her was the youngest of the group. Young yet looking so mature for her age as her long brown hair cascades down to her mid-back, with hints of green streaks. Wearing a simple black dress and long skirt that clung to her petite body while also wearing a white coat. Long brown boots stopping at her shins and adjusting her small braid she made for herself and tied at the end of her hair. Fixing herself properly and adjusting the small feather hair accessory atop her head as she was trying to compose herself in front of Reveria. Sis, was coming here a bad time? The girl asked as Reveria looked back up to her and waved her arms. No, sorry I wasn't proper in greeting you and your sister Nina. It's just my work has been tiring me much and it isn't helping that my mother is insistent I post my own candidates soon. Reveria said as now the girl bowed her head before Reveria. This girl was Nina Tulle, younger sister of Aina Tulle, and daughter to Reveria's friend mentor Anya Tulle. I take it this being about Mr. Cranel's candidates for marriage? And speaking of, why aren't you fretting over this, Nina? Aina exclaimed as she slammed both her hands down on the table and looked at her little sister with worry in her eyes. I can understand why Mother and Her Majesty would suggest both of us as candidates, but you had the right to refuse. You're only 13 for God's sakes and have time to live your life before you're forces into marrying that boy. Aina said in the end with fury as she clenched her teeth and her eyes leered in annoyance. blinking a few times before brushing at her bangs before looking directly into her sister's eyes with her own emerald green ones. She cleared her throat and looked at her with one eye open, an eyebrow raised at her older sister who now looked lost and confused at her. Aina, I understand why you're worried, but I've read the letters and contracts that Mother, and even Belle's father and he himself has written to me. This isn't a direct engagement, and I wouldn't be forced into doing anything I would dislike. Belle and his father have written several times that this would be a slow process and the two of us would get to know one another and see where we move on from then. Nina said as Aina looked dumbfounded and jaw dropped at what her sister was explaining. Pardon, but you've been receiving letters from this Belle Cranel? Alicia asked as Nina smiled and looked proudly at her, placing her hand over her heart and lightly bowing at the apprentice of Riveria. Yes, when I had gotten the notice that I would be a candidate for the new prince, there was a letter attached to it from Belle, and though I had suspected it would have been something formal, to my surprise it was actually a genuine letter from the heart and mind of him. It was so causal and funny, and we sort of began to exchange letters whenever we were available and free to write. Apparently that's what Mother's been told of how he's been handling these possible candidates. That boy writes letters to the ones that he thinks are interesting or kind-hearted. Individuals that aren't after any status or wealth even after going through us in picking them out for a potential wife. Riveria said, now reclined back into her seat as she looked at Nina, with a raised eyebrow. Though I must ask, what about him catches your eye? You are aware what he's caused and done to your sister at work? No, though while thankfully giving her a small vacation dash, which is unfair for Mr. Royman to suspend me for a week. Sis, you breached your adventurer's trust and privacy by yelling out his status and level up. Even if people were going to hear about it later on from the official reports and after he received his first epitaph, there's the principle of the matter. Nina responded swiftly to her sister's annoyance with her boss. How he has caused quite the stir and brewing troubling rumors now in Orario. The issue of Ishtar's woman on the hunt for him when he frequents the entertainment districts. Some misleading rumors of him and other women's private activities, even dragging several gods into his web of troubling rumors and acts. Riveria said with a blush on her face at the mention of such activities she heard about by a few adventurers. My lady, though I don't mean to go against you, surely you can't believe in such rumors. I am no better to take here in some of them. I did catch wind from one of the cat girls in the hostess that many of which those rumors and lie are based upon is some missed context people don't take in account or some odd phrasings of some acts. Alicia chimed in as Nina nodded in agreement. I agree with Miss Forestlight. I might not know the extent of such rumors he's linked, but I won't judge him until I understand what happened to cause such rumors. Though, some of those I do know the truth from his responses to me when I wrote to him about it. And to be honest, how is it that there are plenty of adventurers here that can't think calmly and rationally about it and instead have their minds in the gutters? Nina said, choking a bit and holding back her giggling as Alicia smiled and stifled her own chuckles while Aina and Riveria blushed and looked away. While I have yet to meet him in person, each letter he writes back to me has given me this sense of familiarity. I suppose you can call it that, as if he's a friend from long ago, that you meet once again and fond over old memories you had and want to remember and know more about them. So he seems familiar to you, friendly, even though you two have never met him. Well, I suppose I can't argue in that regard, since Tiona has already quite the bond with that boy. Riveria said as she smiled lightly before resting her head atop her hand, looking off into space at the thoughts of Nina's words. My lady, if I may trouble you for asking this. Yes, even though that you've made it clear you have a disdain for his father. Could you tell us your thoughts about Belle Cranel, and why take in so much effort to looking out for him in regards of picking a potential wife? Alicia asked as Aina and the others then turned back to Riveria in surprise as the high elf looked at them all. I am rather curious about that myself, Miss Riveria. I had suspicions you had somewhat an irritable view of him such as myself. Granted, there is a part of me that feels he's an honest boy, but rather his stupidity clouds the goodness he has and causes havoc and stress on me. Aina said as Riveria looked up and returned her gaze to her guest and sighed. It's not that I detest or despise the boy. Rather, I'm annoyed with my mother's sporadic antics, and simply adopting him into the family without taking things in account first. hence, causing us to work more into thinking for his future. Plus, it involves me being or have been in a relationship with that damn father of his. Reveria growled at the mention of Belle's father, not wanting to even call his name. So it's more about his pops that you have issues with and the pressure that Her Majesty puts on you. But what do you think about this Belle Cranel boy, my lady? Take away his father. And the issues with Her Majesty putting in extra work on your shoulders? Alicia asked as Reveria looked up, pressing a finger to her cheek before looking at them once again. Him. If I had to put it, I would say he's a rather odd and perplexing child. While he acts childish and like a fool, there's something in his eyes that show he has experience and is capable of his actions. Asterisk giggle asterisk, that's what is mentioned to me in my letters a few times. There were instances where he admits to being an idiot or a stubborn man, but there's a feeling to his words that he's at least wise enough to know what to do or when to retreat. Nina said as Reveria nodded. Yes, he has that feeling towards him. If given the chance, I believe we would have accepted him into our familia. Though, that would mean that I'd have 2 problematic children to look after now. Asterisk psi asterisk, how is it Miss A's has grown so much these past years, and yet acts like a child with no awareness? I could only imagine the stress and headaches that would have caused you to suffer, Lady Reveria. Aina said as all the women, aside Nina, nodded in agreement. Speaking of, where is she today? Last I saw her she appeared to be taking the day off and wasn't in her armor at breakfast. That idiot went off to the dungeon again. She had this sudden want to hunt minotaurs and muttered something about repayment to someone. Between that girl's obsession with the dungeon and that boy's foolish nature and selfish want of adventure, I would fear if the two of them ever go off into the dungeon if he had joined. Reveria said, rubbing her temple and eyes at the head-aching thought if Belle had joined them in Loki's Familia. Sad to say, but I can't picture him ever teaming or joining with Miss A's in a dungeon dive. Alicia said, surprising both Reveria and Aina, and Nina looked at her in interest of her words. It's quite obvious this Belle Cranel has a grudge with Miss A's, given how you mentioned how she saved him from that little mishap a few months ago from the minotaurs that escaped the lower levels. Plus, I have heard that he hates being called Rabbit or anything similar to that name. And given how Miss A's mostly remembers and recalls about him looking like one, that would most likely anger him if she called out to him. True. But it's been months since then. How long can he hold a grudge about that? Miss Aina, perhaps he's let it go about the Minotaur incident. But even I would be annoyed if someone repetitively called out an annoying nickname for me or associated me with something I detest. Hey, so I suppose I don't have to worry about him seeking out A's as a potential partner. Then, for now. Reveria said as she relaxed a bit as Aina and Alicia looked at her in shock. You mean you set Miss A's as a potential candidate for him? Aina and Alicia shouted as Reveria looked at them both with a dull look and waved her hand back and forth. No, of course not. Honestly, I'm still having to give A's the talk. It's a slow process since it's like trying to teach a toddler how to speak. But I'd never force her into a position like that. I raised that girl, and I would see to it she chooses someone on her own and see if they are worth her hand. So you protect her but not me or Nina? Aina shouted as she slammed her hand down and leaned in closer to Reveria, who returned the action in same and had her face scrunched in an annoyed look and leered at Aina, pressing her forehead to her as both elves leered at one another. You think I had any choice in that matter? Blame your mother and mine for it. Yet you protect Miss A's even though she's not even adopted by you. But Belle is technically your son. You should have some leeway to get me and Nina out of this situation. Sis, I think this is your issue. Like I said, I have no problems and we're just exchanging letters for the moment before we can meet. I'm often too busy sending Lord Balder our parties reports and homework he's sending to us from the main school district. Nina said as Aina felt betrayed by her own sister and pouted back at her. Honestly, I can see why that boy is somewhat annoyed by you, Aina. You have that nasty habit to go on your own emotions in your work. Maybe you should take a hobby to get rid of some of that negative energy and rage. Alicia offered nonchalantly as Aina snarled. Shush. You have no idea what it's been like to deal with reports and issues he's brought to me. If I can't control him, then I'll make it my mission to tame that boy when we're married, she said as she clenched her hand. The others hearing her knuckles cracking as Reveria shook her head, and Nina and Alicia looked at one another before staring at Aina. Nope. I doubt that will ever happen. Both of them said as they waved their hands at Aina as she fell over the table and climbed back up, staring dumbfounded at the both of them and in shock at her own sister. Betrayal. Do you think I can't make a proper husband and polite man out of him? And why? Don't you show me any support here, Nina? With you, you can help me at least make him behaved and civilized. Aina exclaimed as Alicia and Nina leaned over on the table smiling and looking at her with a smirk on their lips. Sis, you get riled up too easily and are a workaholic. Odds are you would be too tired and fall for his taunts and challenges with haste. He'd be playing you. Indeed, along with the fact that you get easily flustered with anything romantic or even any greetings like I love you. And if the rumors are true about Belle Cranel and his habits of visiting the pleasure district, I fear you wouldn't survive your own wedding night. Tilda Alicia taunted, seeing how red Aina became and now breathing heavily to calm herself. I'll do research, and with what I'll learn, he'll be putty in my hands and be on his knees before me. My Tilda, such lewd and vulgar words coming out of your mouth, right in front of your sister, no less. Alicia taunted, making Aina's eyes widened as Nina giggled at how easily defeated her sister looked as she slammed her hands over her mouth. I feel as though the twins are corrupting you, Alicia. Perhaps Lady Riveria, but you can't deny their teachings and taunts I've heard aren't effective, right? Perhaps. Though, aside Aina's plan to subdue the boy, it's true that he is a skilled and crafty one, and with already now becoming a level 2 adventurer, it won't be long until I might see him down on the lower levels, perhaps even on floor 18. About that actually. I recall in our latest letter that he's mentioned going down to the 15th floor, but nothing further. Nina said as that got Alicia and Riveria to look puzzled, and blinking at Nina. That low? But that's still in the early floors of the middle levels. Given his nature, I would have imagined he'd try to reach the 17th. Riveria asked as Nina shook her head and began to explain. He mentioned he was going to be a bit busy for a while. He recently got a new familia member and they are part of his crew, so he wants to get them used to him as a group in the dungeon, along with trying to find someone to take in the dungeon. Well, he is actually being thoughtful and preparing him and his party for the middle floors at least, so that's a good course of action. But who is he looking for to take with him in the dungeon? Has he mentioned anyone in his letters before? For a moment, all was silent as Nina looked up and closed her eyes, trying to recall any names she's read in her past letters with Belle, until finally, she opened her eyes and brought her hand up and counted on her fingers and recalled some names. He's mentioned someone named Lily, another which I think you might remember, a Miss Philvis, I believe, and he mentioned he wanted the blacksmith that made his armor but had a terrible naming sense. A Welf Crozzo. Nina said as Aina then looked worried while Riveria looked shocked, and Alicia tightened her fist. A Crozzo? He wants a Crozzo in his party. That's insulting. Alicia. My lady, you can't be serious to allow someone like him to join with Belle Cranel. Nina. You should write to him to warn about what the Crozzos mean to the elf dash. Oh, there's no need for that, Miss Alicia. After I saw his name I did write back to him and try to explain the topic about the Crozzo family and how it could be seen as an issue to the elves. Nina interrupted her as she watched her get out of her seat and look at her. Then why are you so calm about it? WL. Because his response back to my letter of warning and about the Crozzo, honestly, made sense and showed me that we'd be the stereotypical elves we're trying to break away from how people perceive us now. Riveria was now intrigued by Nina's answer, and with Belle's answer to her warnings on the Crozzo. She herself hadn't met any Crozzos before, and would see and not be quick to judge them until they would ever meet in person. But she'd be lying if she didn't say there was an issue about it to her. The Crozzos, a family of blacksmiths that were once said to create powerful magic swords and tools with ease. They rose to fame and power by crafting such tools and weapons for the king of this land hundreds of years ago, blessed by elves and fairies to create such weapons, after saving some from dying. But their blessings turned to become their worst nightmares. When war came upon her people centuries ago, after the wars, her kind barely survived. Anger rose and curses spewed at the Crozzos for damning and burning their homes and kind. Years after, it was apparent that the curses and blood of their race spilt in the war took its effect on the Crozzos. They couldn't make magic, tools anymore, and their weapons broke apart soon after a few more uses. Disgraced and outcast by the king, even to this day until rumor had it one Crozo child was blessed with his ancestors' gift to craft such tools. She had heard a few elves spitting his name with disgust, even though odds were they had never met once. What was his response? She asked Nina, who smiled and looked into her emerald eyes. He said, "So what? It's not like this guy went out personally to kill elves, or anyone I know, and cared about. Pops, Reveria, Lefia, Filvis, Granny and Grandad are still around. Plus, from what Sabaki, this cool eye-patch-wearing tall dwarf that's captain of this wealth guy's Familia, told me about him is that he's a shut-in trying to make good armor and weapons. But he's a moron and not giving his all and refuses to make him. I want him to join as a favor to Sabaki, and to smack the hell out of him for being an idiot. If he calls himself a blacksmith, then is half-assing it and refusing his talents. Plus, his naming sense is crap, so I feel like I got to pound it into his head he's wrong." All of them blinked at her multiple times, even cleaning out their ears and looking at her. Again, yes, that is exactly what he wrote to me about it. Sure, it was a bit crass and harsh. But, in the end I think it's true. This wealth person didn't harm anyone we know or cared about. And there's the fact that sins of the past shouldn't fall onto others. Nina stated as Alicia grumbled, and sat back down while Reveria smiled softly and Aina sighed, rubbing her eyes and letting out an annoyed TSK. This is going to cause me so much paperwork to file when I return back to work. I can feel it. Already. HMPH. While I might see how he's right, I still don't like this. It's just worrying for a member of the royal family to now want a Crozo so close to them. Alicia. While it is worrisome, we aren't in control of his actions or can force him to reconsider. And odds are he would seek him out even if we warn him. As a member of the royal family, all I can do is keep an eye on him and investigate into the matter about this Crozo boy just in case. Reveria said as Nina clapped her hands at the wise words and course of action coming from their kind's princess. My lady, your motherly side is showing. Maybe. Is that an issue for you, Alicia? Or should I give you punishment by tending to Loki, while wearing a maid uniform? She smiled sweetly at her young apprentice, who now became frozen stiff while shaking her head violently back and forth. No, mama. Deep in the dungeon depths, blood splattering against the dungeon's walls as a flick of a rapier echoed in the dark walls of the dungeon depths. Scattered cut corpses of minotaurs laid before the adventurers' feet, stepping over them as they exploded in small plumes of black and stones dropping. The adventurers' blonde hair flowed with each stride they took, her sight telling they were bored, and golden eyes showed little emotion at the last minotaur before them, hands resting at their slender hips, pointing their weapon at the beast as the creature parried her blade, surprising them as they didn't expect the monster to avoid her strike. Interesting. Perhaps you could do well as my apologies to him. A voice, soft and that of a woman's, escaped her lips as she watched the creature take one of its kind's dropped weapons, replacing the broken one it had in hand and pointed it at her. Come then. I will prepare you well to give him a proper fight and apology, she said as she brought her blade towards her face, magic spiraling around her as she shut her eyes for a moment, before opening them and turning the blade to where it became a thin line of metal in her eyes and brought it back, ready to lunge at the incoming beast. Don't disappoint me. Give me a reason to raise you to become a perfect fight for him. The monster let out a sickening echo. Its roars drowned on for many floors as the sound of clashing weapons soon rang after its scream ceased. Lost in adventuring and smithing paradise. Lost in adventuring and smithing paradise. Lily, we have everything we need for our trip today, Belle asked as he turned around in the hallway after closing his door and fixing his equipment, though he was lacking in armor and wore his usual adventuring clothes with the brown coat and light armor pieces on his shoulders and knees and by the collar of his coat. He didn't have a need to go back in his room to get any armor sets he might have had left over after breaking the other ones. For today, he had a few places to visit and people to pick up before heading into the dungeon. He looked back at Lily, now fixing her backpack right and looking up at him with a smile on her face, happy to see her wearing the new adventuring outfit he bought for her for when they went to raid Soma of all they had. More so, glad she added her own touch to it as by the bottom of one of her coat's ends was the Freya emblem of their familia. She had officially become part of his crew, and his familia a few days ago, and he couldn't stopped smiling ever since they had that celebration for her. Especially how he somehow made Freya gush and embarrass Lily about being Otter's love child, and even surprised Otter would actually try to play the role as her father. Of course, it was all in good fun, but something told Belle that it felt fine and he didn't hear Lily say anything otherwise. We all set Master Belle. Extra weapons and potions. Knives, short swords, crossbow and arrows, and a set of 10 small health and mana potions. Each. Monster repellent and tonics. 3 each. Monster lures in case we want to hunt big. 2. 1 as a scent and 1 we have to lather onto something if we want to hunt from a distance. Lily said as she saluted up to Belle and chuckled, digging into her back as she pulled out a smaller bag and held it out before him. And don't worry, Lily's prepared snacks and food for later for us to eat in the dungeon, as well as kitchen tools for you to experiment that skill of yours if it's possible and we get lucky with any drops. She said the last part with a shiver crawling down her spine, but soon faded as she felt Belle's arms on her shoulders and grinned at her. Lily, you brilliant and wonderful supporter you. All right, time to get a move on to get some other things and get the rest of our crew coming today. But first, we got to stop at Mamma Mia's for our adventurer lunches. ****. Then we have to visit the guild and next head to Babel Tower's lower shops. Belle said, dejected and with a sad sigh at the mention of the guild. There, Master Belle. We can just cut off Aina's interactions and rantings short by saying, we have an appointment to that Sabaki woman at Babel. Might I ask who we're meeting up with at the guild, aside from checking in with your advisor? Lily asked as Belle stood back up and patted Lily's head with a smile. Someone that I've been meaning to take with us on our dives for a while. A friend of a friend, you could say. And we kinda wanted her to get out of her shell a bit. She's sorta shy and distant, but overall, a good person. I think she'll fit perfectly in our crew. Now, off to the guild and Babel, Belle said with an excited cheer as he and Lily shot up their arms and let out an enthusiastic roar and headed off out the manor doors. After what felt like half an hour of walking and grabbing their food and lunches from the hostess, and MIA having to pry away Belle and Syr from flirting too much and avoid them, making her business into a kissing booth, the two adventurers found themselves walking inside the guild's halls and looked around. Master Belle, mind if I ask who we should be looking for? It's rather crowded today despite it being early. Yeah, didn't expect it to be this busy. Well, keep an eye out for a dark-haired elf. She's got red eyes like mine and tends to wear all white. Though, she got a new outfit, so maybe anything with all blue and gold in them. Belle said as he grabbed Lily by her backpack and lifted her up to his height as the two of them scouted around the guild. Oh, Master Belle, is that her over there, sitting by the lounge area? Lily said as she tapped Belle's face a few times and pointed towards the sofas, both of them seeing a dark-haired elf looking around and checking the guild's clock and fixing her outfit. Yup, that's her all right. Hey, Philvis, sorry to keep you waiting, Belle said as he carried Lily and ran over towards her, startling her, but a smile came on her lips as she stood up to wave at him and Lily. Slowing himself down and setting Lily back on the floor, they walked over to her and waved. Lily bowed politely at Philvis, who in turn repeated the same gesture, as while Belle grabbed her hand and shook it up and down like a child would. Sorry we got here a bit late. Hope we weren't keeping you waiting for too long. And no, I wasn't waiting here too long. It was about 5 minutes. I kinda wanted to get here earlier, but then my god was worried and nervous when I mentioned I'd be going with a party to the dungeon today. He was a bit frantic and thought I was playing into a cruel prank. Philvis explained. Hee. Bit of a protective god you have then. Well, we got another person to pick up and I need some armor before we get to the dungeon. After I check in with her, we should be good to go. Oh, by the way, this is Lilarukarad, a member of our crew and newest member of my familia. She's our lookout and supporter, and the best one you'll ever meet in your life, Belle said as he patted Lily's head several times, making Lily blush and Philvis envious of the small powlum at being praised. She had to wonder if this was actually a powlum he was praising, seeing how she saw a dog's tail wagging happily behind Lily and swore she could hear whimperings and pantings coming from Lily's mouth. Master Belle. Oh, sorry Tilda, and this here Lily is our newest crew member. She's the one I mentioned before. This is Philvis. and she'll be our magic user," Belle said as he presented and shook his hands. When introducing Filvis, I'm Filvis Chalia. And I don't think I was specific when I was discussing you about what I can do exactly during our last outing with Lefia Mr. Belle. Come on, Tilda, I said you can call me Belle. But, I thought you were like Lefia. You mentioned that. You can chant spells and do a lot of magic like her. Yes, but I'm a bit different. While some of my kind do use magic or are proficient with bows and even spears, you yourself have meat elves that are skilled in sword play. No. Filvis said as she brought out a wand and a sword from her holsters at her hips. Ah, yeah. Pops is like a magical sword user and Uncle Hogney is too. Though, Pops falls more into the magician since I've mostly seen him use that sword end of his staff as a means to defend himself or strike in an ambush on monsters. Belle said as he closed his eyes in thought, thinking what category his Pops is. I'm what you could consider similar to your father and a mix of your uncle in terms of use. I'm a magic swordman user. While I can use magic like Lefia, I can also use magic to enhance my swordsmanship and abilities with the blade, as well as surprise enemies by shooting spells with my sword. Filvis explained, though wasn't expecting to hear clapping from Lily and Belle. Oh, that's so cool, Filvis. We have a magic swordswoman in the crew. That's a pretty amazing skill. Forget your nickname being the Banshee. They should have given you something that fits your skills, Lily admitted, thinking that Filvis was more impressive than the rumors about her told. Along with her skills, things in the dungeon would be easier for their party to adapt to the lower levels much easier. All right, let me just get the issue with the sadist over and we'll get our final member for today's dive. I should ask this first. Fivlis, the person we're going to get might make you uncomfortable. Well, not in a bad way, but from what I've gotten letters from someone I'm writing and getting to know, his family is a bit of a touchy subject for elves. Belle warned Filvis before he could go to the reception desk. Lily and Filvis blinked at his sudden worry of her, as while Lily figures they were grabbing a blacksmith or another ally or acquaintance. Belle knew she didn't expect Belle to worry or warn them about this person's family being an issue for them. Why would their family be an issue for elves? I can't really picture a family or bloodline that elves would have issues with. Well, there is one that is this person dash. Yeah, has the talent for it too apparently. But he hates and refuses to use it. And before you say anything about my decision, let me say this. Does it honestly matter about what? Something happened so long ago. He's a blacksmith looking for his own way. He hasn't hurt me, Pops, Uncle, Granny or Grandad. And certainly not you or Filvis. Belle said as he saw her hands shaking and her sword loosened in her grip. Are you afraid? Be honest with me. Somewhat. Based on the stories I've heard what those weapons can do. Yeah, I've read and heard about them as well. But it's all about the user of those weapons, not the creator. Still, if you're feeling dash. No. Well. Okay, I admit this will be a bit odd for me. But I can try. Remember, I'm going to grow and change myself for the better. Filvis said with fire in her eyes as she looked back into Belle's eyes, seeing him smile as he raised his hand up towards her. What? Come on, don't leave me hanging. Oh, all right. Filvis said as she shook her head, nodding it and then smacked his hand with her own. Baby steps, Filvis. But, just in case, say the word and we can call it a day. Sorry, Lily, you don't mind that, do you? Belle asked as he looked down at his other member of their crew, shaking her head as she smiled and saluted back up to Belle. Nope. What you say is what we go by, Master Belle. Lily knows you're being considerate to our new ally. But I have to ask, what's so bad about this person for elves dash? Belle Cranel. A screeching voice echoed the guild as wind was practically blown from withing the guild's halls. Papers flying and the sound of a door slamming open. People wincing and covering their faces and eyes, all while their hair or clothing accessories were blown against the wind. But for Belle, all he could feel aside the wind blowing him a bit forward towards Filvis and Lily was sheer annoyance to come as he scowled until the wind died down. Cheering to see that. From the back room of the guild meant for employees, stood Aina with a scowl on her face as she came marching towards the reception desk, jumping over it and came closer to him. Oh, hey there, sadist. That isn't my name and you know it. Do you have any idea what I've had to deal with because of you? Oh, So it's my fault you decided to open your big fat mouth and spill my level up out in the open. That was on you. And another thing, why are you pinning that one on me? Rather, I should hear a thanks from you. Thank you. You're welcome. I gave you a week off of work, paid and with no worries. That gave you a chance to relax and catch up with your sister, right? Well, yeah, me and Nina are set to meet again this weekend, and that's not the point. I'm referring to you now being part of Lady Reveria's family, and now what I have to go through because you're now a prince. I've been sent and ordered to become your wife. All were baffled at Aina's words as many men's jaws dropped and women covered their faces, that were blushing or to cover their mouths in shock at what Aina announced. First off, that was Granny's and your mom's idea. If you had already gotten a man before, then this wouldn't have happened. You worry your mother too much. This is what happens when you become a workaholic. Second, don't you dare put yourself in a high enough position to be my wife. SYR's the top one so far. SYR. From the hostess. Of course she is. She's my girlfriend, damn it. It's her first, then a few others, and you'd be lowest on the list as maybe a concubine. Why am I reduced to such a bottom position? I'm not one of those indecent women. Well then maybe, you should wash that whorish mouth of yours before you think to spill out secrets. And also control your lust and eye fucking to others in the guild. Add in the fact, you've been known to be a sadist, who doesn't even begin to detail your status in this relationship. As they argued more and more, many now uttered how ether-brave Belle was. Or idiotic. Seeing him now rolling around on the floor as Aina was trying to strangle him by his shirt collar while Belle did the same and tried to get her in a choke hold. But proved to be difficult. With her flailing. Okay then. Explain it to me then, what am I exactly in this relationship then? And I am a catch to men. Tell me something about me aside from apparently being a sadist that you would think would be attractive. Take away your shitty sadist nature. You do seem like a nice girl. Hard-working, considerate of others and your fellow co-workers. You do have this sort of cute yet sexy office lady look, though a bit clumsy, which adds a bit of lewdness into the sexy part of your looks. Belle admitted honestly as he looked dully into her eyes, making her flush and freezing up, releasing her hold on his shirt as they stood up. Lewd. Yup. Who else here agrees that my forced arranged concubine wife has this lewd sexy office lady appearance to her? Show of hands, no need to be ashamed. Belle called out to the guild, as Aina now was crimson when she saw nearly everyone raise their arms. Save for Belle, Lily, Philvis and some of her embarrassed co-workers too shocked to raise an arm. Misha, why are you raising your hand? Aina asked as she crossed her arms around her body as to try and cover herself. Not my fault you have such a big rack and plump ass. Sometimes in the locker rooms I see you struggling to fit them in your pants. They are either caught midway or you had to slide them in one cheek at a time. Misha admitted, making many men and women blush and have nosebleeds at the vivid image she provided to them. See, now if you could be nice and less of a sadist, then we would get along better. Contrary to what we have currently, I don't particularly dislike you. I know you're a good person, but you can be really annoying. Belle said with a raised eyebrow and a scowl on his face with his teeth baring. And what do we have now? Because you seem to enjoy stressing me to no ends. Work tease hate like relationship. Belle said as he crossed his arms and looked at her, not budging when she grabbed his shirt again and tried to shake him. That doesn't even make any sense. It makes perfect sense. I tease and annoy you, you hate it, I like it and you like yapping my ear off on lessons. It's a professional work relationship we have right now. Other than that, associates or familiar acquaintance. Belle said as he then grabbed her shoulders and turned her around, and raised his hand and brought it down. A loud slap was heard across the halls and open space, eyes bulging out of their sockets as, then a loud and lewd moan echoed in the air. Lily had to cover her eyes and ears by pulling over her 3 hoods over her face, and Philvis cupped her hands over her ears to block out such lewd noise, but that didn't cover her eyes. Rather, she leaned forward to pay close attention to the scene. Aina was now on the floor, red-faced and dusting her cheeks, her ears bright red and burning, cheeks pressed against the cold tile floors as a bit of drool escaped her lips as she bit into them, placing her hands on her rear and wincing at the touch, knees touching the ground as her rear end was up in the air and her body twitching, trying to rub the pain on her rear to soothe the burning and oddly feeling it gave her. But overall, if you keep acting like an idiot and still become an annoying woman and spilling out of your mouth, then you're my bitch," Belle said as he looked down at her, grabbing her by the back of her collar and pulling her up on her own 2 feet. Aina trembled and slouched, her legs wobbling as she had her hands behind and rubbing her. But, slowly, she looked up to Belle, shivering and blushing at how his gaze at her was cold and downcasted. He looked so much taller than me. And those eyes, looking at me as if I was the lowest of scum, or disgusted with me as if I was a desperate prostitute of the pleasure district. Is he going to slap me again? Or grab me roughly until I bruise? Will he do it harder? She thought, but unknowist to her, she shivered, and a small smile came on her face as drool leaked out of the corner of her lips. "So start being nice, relax and loosen up. Otherwise, I will keep kicking your ass till you've gotten rid of your sadistic and stiff attitude up your ass," Belle said as he dusted off his hands and began to leave, with Lily and Filvis soon following in tow and asking him why he suddenly did that in public. Soon after leaving the guild, the trio made their way down Babel Tower and now arrived into the lower shops, scouring around as to look for any interesting supplies or armor for Belle to wear and need in the dungeon. Anything interesting for you two yet?" Belle asked as they continued to walk as they followed him. "Aside from a few extra supplies that couldn't hurt to have, nothing really, Master Belle. But why are you shopping in the lower shops? We have the funds to get better equipment. Is it because the person we're set to meet before the dungeon has a store down here?" "Well, yeah, actually. I found his goods in a shop down here. Good quality and cheap. And while I can buy better armor, I prefer this guy's armor. It's apparently strong as some other armor I've seen in the middle shops. Plus, I've always had somewhat a money management habit. Traveling around for a year makes me think wisely and save up money for a rainy day," Belle explained as he opened the door to a shop, smiling as he saw the store owner now arguing to a red-haired kid, and next to him was Tsubaki. "Hey, been a while, hasn't it, Paoli? And good seeing you again, Tsubaki," Belle called out as he let Lily and Filvis enter in before him as he closed the door behind. The girl's eyes wandered around the shop, seeing the different variety of wares of armor and weapons on display. The blonde man behind the store counter looked at Belle from his prior conversation and argument to the red-haired kid. His eyes widened as he adjusted his goggles up on his head, resting on his slicked-back blonde hair, and bit a little on his cigar in his mouth, standing up and grinning as he fixed his blue jacket and dusted off his work pants to rid of the cigar ashes that piled on his lap. Well, look who's come back for more, eh? Trying to bargain me again for a lower price? Or interested in more practice tools for you to use?" "Nah, no practice tools this time, Paoli. And did you get a chance to check on any blacksmiths willing to make a cooking set fit for the dungeon?" "Yeah, sad to say those sods thought it was some bullshit prank. Some were willing to make the knives, but once I said it was meant for cooking, they thought it a waste of their talents. Damn morons should take the jobs instead of fiddling by the fire with their dicks in hand and jacking off. Fut. Jige ha 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 ha. How is it you can say that stuff and it sounds so hilarious?" Tsubaki cried as she wiped a tear from her one eye and smacked the countertop as Belle joined in on the laughter as he walked over to the counter. Lily and Filvis couldn't help but giggle while they walked around them and looked down the aisles. Well, sucks for them. They would have made some serious valise. "I'm here to get some supplies and some new armor by that guy I got last time. Did his stuff restock, or is he one of those jackoffs?" Belle said, leaning on the counter with one elbow, not noticing the red-headed guy next to Tsubaki flinching, and his eyes widened. Paoli smirked as he smacked the box that was atop the counter and slid it towards Belle. Looking at the open box, Belle grinned as he pulled out the white chest-piece armor of the set inside, inspecting it and even giving it a test by headbutting it, smiling as there wasn't a scratch or dent. Man, this guy makes some good armor for cheap. But does he have to make such useless extra crap too? Seems like a waste of metal," Belle commented as Paoli and Tsubaki smirked, looking over at the scowling redhead. "Well, it's up to the smith's designs and craft on the armor. And don't be quick to judge. Those extra pieces could prove useful." "Yeah, maybe. But Tsubaki, look at this. These are meant for hips. How are they supposed to be attached without any straps or hooks on them? And why the hips? Am I gonna need them? Especially if I attach them, they look like they are ready to fly off my hips," Belle said as He grabbed one of the set's armor pieces and pointed out the flaws. And look at this. Shin guards. Sure, some enemies might go for the legs, but they are way too tall. I wouldn't be able to walk right without being a stiff. How tall does this guy think adventurers are? Oh, those are actually arm guards. It's meant to be that long to hide hidden weapons or store some potions. Then why does it look like it connects to this small piece of armor to what I can assume is for my feet? Isn't that what combat boots are for? Belle pointed out to Tsubaki, who was smiling, but laughing internally as she could feel the red head next to her shaking with rage. Well, these arm thingies are useful, and I could probably kill some monsters with the long ends hanging out past my elbows. All right, Pauli. I'll take the chest piece, the shoulders, the cool arm things and the kneecap armor. The rest you can trash. How does 7,000 Valis sound? Belle said, grinning at the blonde shop owner as he returned Belle's grin with his. 7,000, and you're gonna scrap the rest. The redhead growled as he looked at Belle, furious that he wasn't even paying him any attention. But he was getting looks and leers from Philvis. And Lily. Miss Lily, do you suppose dash? Possibly. If he's here with the Cyclops of Hephaestus Familia, then it has to be this Crozzo person Belle mentioned. Be on your guard, Miss Chalia, in case he should do something to Master Belle. Lily said, carefully and discreetly rolling up her sleeves and setting an arrow in the crossbow. Him. Come on, kid, I'd be losing some good Valis from losing the rest of this scrap you're leaving me. It'll just sit in my shop and collecting dust. Plus the smith is gonna be whining at me for not selling his crap. Make it 8,000. Whining. The redhead growled as he grinded his teeth. Come on, I know you yourself can make something better out of the scraps. Besides that's what I paid for the last armor set, and it was just the shoulder and kneecaps, the elbow guards, and chest plate. And the only thing I left in that was the leg guards. 5,000 Valis. Him. Well, introduce me to one of those nice girls from that brothel you mentioned, and I'll consider it. Ah, there's one girl that I mentioned about you, and your shy and flustered face with scantily clad women. Honestly, Pauli, how is it you're trying to get with someone from the pleasure district but blush and become embarrassed with any normal girl that's scantily clad? Belle laughed as Pauli shook his shoulders. Shut up. As a man I have my own taste. And plus I'm more of a romantic, and you said there were some you knew that was into that sort of thing. If it's a nice girl, then I don't care if she worked in a brothel. I want to have a chance at least. Sorry to say, but the one I know that's a romantic and a nymphomaniac is with my pops. Who knows, maybe she might be my ma someday. He said as Pauli groaned and slumped down on the countertop, banging and crying on the desk. Damn it, your pops is one lucky bastard. But she has a friend that's more into the open love type. She's lazy and wouldn't mind you doing anything with her. And I mentioned to you once with her in one of our talks when I visited, and she said she was kinda interested in how you are with a girl. Belle said as Pauli stood straight up, and to everyone's surprise, he inhaled majority of his cigar until it was now in half and the ashes fell on the counter, smoke leaving his nose as he looked straight into Belle's eyes and grasped his shoulders. Name and what's the place where she works? Sekhmet meet. She works at the brothel I visit to talk with my friends that work there called the Midnight Veil. She's free often and one of the few that will take a client if they request. Huh. Deal. I'll sell this for 4,000 Valis. Pauli said as Belle gave him a thumbs up and a handshake to confirm the deal, bringing out his pouch and grabbing the amount of Valis from the bag. Oh, might want to go some other time though. I lost a bet and had to pay for one of my familiar members a favor, and he wanted to get laid. So for the next 3 days he's stuck there. Belle warned Pauli as he had his jaw hung and looked in awe at Belle. You set your familiar member up with a night with your friends over at a brothel. Hey, it's their work. Plus I told them about it before I set him up. And besides, it's more of a revenge and payback to that bastard. He's getting something rather extreme done within those 3 days. Belle said, with a sickening grin as though he was smiling evilly. The others swore they saw Belle in all black and cackling evilly with his eyes and grin glowing red. This is bullshit. The redhead slammed his fist on the counter, causing it to crack, and all to pay attention to him now, his snarling face looking at Belle, who blinked and smiled, even when the guy suddenly grabbed him and pulled him up by his collar. Hey, getting pulled a lot on my shirt today. I worked my ass on making this gear. It took me 2 sleepless days to make everything, and I had to use several different types of materials to make it. No way am I going to sit by and let my work be sold so cheaply to the cost where it's worth one of these crappy leather armor sets here. It would be wise to unhand Master Belle, unless you want to be less of a man. Lily whispered as the red-haired man flinched, looking down to see Lily aiming her crossbow at his crotch, to then shiver when she felt a cold metal rod tapping at his neck. Cheering to see Phyllis tapping her wand at his throat, the gem glowing as she leered. What made him scared was that he recognized that it was an elf that was behind him. Lily, while I'm proud to see that you're going so far to protect me, and knowing how Otter will be proud hearing about this, lower your arms, there's no need to make him a woman. Belle said as he saw Lily back away and hid behind Belle, but peeking over him and leering at the redhead. You too, Phyllis. Remember what I said before. Besides, I'm fine, see? And Tsubaki and Pauli would have stopped him. I'm surprised it took this long for him to lose it, Belle admitted, as the red-haired guy looked startled and at Tsubaki and Pauli, now snickering and laughing, as Phyllis put away her staff and leered at the man. Wait, you mean you two knew he'd try and buy at a lower cost than what I made it? And went along with it? Kid, who in the world asked us about the maker of this crap? This guy is the reason you've been making Valis and getting decent with your work, Pauli said as he poked the top of Belle's head with the unlit part of his cigar and Tsubaki shoving his face to the side of her chest as she petted his hair. Not to mention he's the one that's been talking about you with our goddess and myself, and is part of the reason why I drag you away to help me with some of the new projects he gave me ideas for. Is why I've been up 3 nights making your stupid ballista drill cannon. Oh awesome. You're actually working on the Dagonator. Yep, I'll be swimming in Valis for when Loki Familia buys those babies for their next expedition, Tsubaki said as she patted Belle's head more. Oh, I've got her idea I want your help on. I've had this in mind for a while, and I bet while Pops will think it's useless, I can't help but want it even more. Money won't be an issue since you can make majority of it with some decent material, but I know a few places where we can get the good stuff and make this possible, Belle said, poking his head from between Tsubaki's breast as her eyes practically turned to twinkling stars. Oh, come on. Tell 'em. What's this idea? She cheered for excitedly like a child as she brought up Belle to meet her face to face, sliding her hands under his armpits and carried him. Belle motioned her head as he cupped his hands over her ears, leaning in and whispered to her the ideas. Everyone needed to shield their eyes at the sheer brightness and wide grin Tsubaki emitted as she and Belle were in a laugh-filled fit. Yes. Oh sweet goddess, yes. I want to do it. What do I need and tell me I can add a cannon onto that thing? No, not just a cannon. Me and my uncle thought up this idea for a cannon beyond cannons. A cannon wherein his words said, bitches wish they could handle this fucking cannon. A cannon where bitches wish they could love it. No, they want to fuck it. Figuratively and literally. That kind of cannon is what we want on it, Belle exclaimed as he was pulled into a hug, laughing as he saw Tsubaki's face now red and starry-eyed, and could tell she was beyond excited and practically like a lust-fueled Amazon from the pleasure district. I think I might just fall in love with your uncle. Go on a date with him. I think the two of you would be perfect for each other. You do that, and I can get the main material for the project. Enough with getting my idiot familiar captain excited. And why would you even set your uncle up with a gearhead like her? I want to know who the hell are you, and were you the reason I've been making more armor sets? The redhead yelled as Tsubaki set Belle down as he walked over to him. Yep, that was me. Name's Belle Cranel, and I've been wanting to meet you for a while now. Welf Crozzo, Belle said, as the man now identified as Welf froze up, blinking until he fell on his ass and now looked up at Belle in bewilderment. Belle Cranel, the newest record holder for fastest level up, the free-spirited wild child. Boundless? Weld asked as Belle tilted his head in confusion before he looked back and Lily, and Phyllis ahead of him. Boundless? That's what my nickname means. It said I was called April Ion. Well, Mr. Belle, sometimes the gods use their old language usually from their homelands. Or nations. Greek, Roman, Spaniard and even names from the Asian continent are used to give us nicknames by the gods after a level up. I believe Apeion is the Greek word meant to mean freedom or infinite. So the nickname Boundless isn't exactly wrong. Ah, I see. Thank you, Philvis. Still feels kinda weird to hear it instead of Aperion. But infinite. Sounds kinda better. But I never got to ask why is that free-spirited part of my nickname. Master Belle, though rare to be given by a new level up. Titles can be given sometimes to adventurers that have performed quite the impressive feats or accomplishments. Though, it does require witnesses of said events to prove if it was true or not. Perhaps you've made some noteworthy actions that impressed the gods. Lily explained as Belle nodded a few times. Okay, so that means I have a better name to go with myself. But yeah, back on topic. I've been wanting to meet you for a few reasons. Belle said as he offered his hand to Welf as he took it, now being pulled back up and shaking his hand. Why do you want to meet me? Well, first of all, *bonk*, Belle then jumped up higher than Welf, who was a good few inches taller than himself, reared his head backwards and then slammed his skull atop his forehead, sending him crashing back on the floor and now groaning in pain and holding his forehead as he felt a large bump was starting to form and burned. That's for your crappy naming sense. I promised I'd try to knock some sense into that thick skull of yours for your shut-in habit and naming problem. Seriously, you make some cool armor but give it some crappy name. No wonder you have crap luck with selling it. Who in the world would name it Pionkichi? Belle said with shark teeth and scowling at Welf, pointing to the armor on the counter. He can't be serious. That's the name of the armor he makes, Master Belle. Lily asked as her eyes trembled and looked back and forth at the armor and Welf. I thought it wasn't possible. But there's someone else out there that's even worse at naming things than the very gods themselves when bestowing them to new level-up adventurers. Scary, how the world is. Philvis said, shocked as she covered her mouth as Pauli took a drag from his cigar and Tsubaki squatting and poking at Welf's face and laughed. Shut up, damn it. Besides, I doubt you can name it better than I could. It's white like a rabbit. So I thought it was a good play on words to what's know about rabbits. Welf said as he sat back up and looked at the others. Lily looked at him still startled. Philvis stared down at him in disappointment and Belle crossed his arms with a raised eyebrow. I thought that the armor was named Collapsing Star, based on how the red on it looks like cracks on a bright star that was dying. Lily admitted, as Welf felt an arrow piercing through his chest. You could have named it something to prove its defensive and sturdy durability, such as corundum ashes, a connection to the mineral corundum, which is on the hardness scale. Below diamond and ashes linking to volcanoes and creating obsidian. Philvis said, again, piercing Welf in the back. Personally, I'd have called it Visado's Espada. That makes it sound cooler and way badass. That was the final straw and shot to Welf's pride as he was now on his hands and knees, punching the ground and cursing at himself. Visado's Espada? What's the meaning of that name, Master Belle? Ah, well, I've traveled to a few places around before coming here to Orario. That also included other countries and continents, if you can believe it. Visados is a pronunciation in the country of Japan, a part of the Far East region. It's a name meaning masked army in their language. And from a warm and hostile area in Spain, I had heard the name Espada meant sword and other arms. But doesn't the meaning make it sound odd? Masked army sword. I admit it's better than Pionkichi, but it's a bit odd to sound out. Philvis said as Belle waved his hand and pointed back at the armor. Not really. Think of it as this. You could call armor and other equipment that's meant to protect you a mask for your body. Just like a mask protects your face from identification or for medical applications. And some would go about the best defense being the best defense. Hence a shield better than the sword. I told her it actually makes sense now. A defensive armor meant to practically be strong as a sword. Visado's Espada. The armor that strikes down the enemy in its shining light and stained with the fallen's blood. Tsubaki said as she hit her palm with her fist as Belle smirked. Exactly. See, we can think of better names than you. Maybe you should read or get inspiration from some other stuff or places to name your next work. Arg. Aside from you trying to split my head open and trying to give me naming advice which you should take into consideration, Tilda. Shut it, Tsubaki. Why else were you looking for me? Welf asked as he stood up as he saw Belle thumbing towards Tsubaki again, who was waving goofily at Welf, smirking back at Welf as he had his hands now on his hips and chest puffed out. I owed it a favor and promised to her that I'd take you into my crew. You got to get out more and toughen up. Word from her is that you barely reach the 9th floor alone and it takes you hours. You kinda worry her and your goddess dude. Take their feelings into consideration. Belle said as Welf was now red in the face with embarrassment and growled at his captain. Plus, I want more stuff from you. Belle said as Welf blinked and looked at him in surprise. Wait, really? Duh. You make good quality stuff that's even on par with some of the middle shop's goods. Sometimes even better than theirs. Plus, I get the feeling that if you found more materials you might even put the upper shops out of business. Belle said as he put his fist onto Welf's chest. And smirked. You've got the potential. But you gotta stop being an idiot and half-assing your craft. If you went all out, then you'd be making unbreakable armor and weapons. They'll be raking in so many customers and you can make anything to your heart's content dash. I will never make a magic sword. Welf yelled as Belle stopped smiling as his hand was smacked away from his chest. I figured that's what you were after. Magic swords, magic armor. Was it because I'm a Crozzo and you heard rumors? Welf roared as he glared at Belle, then looked at Sabaki, who looked at him with disappointment. You must have set him up to this. I said it before, I won't make those stupid magic items for selfish bastards like this dash. Before Welf could even finish, Belle punched him, sending Welf flying as Filvis had to dodge, his back hitting a shelf behind him, breaking it completely in two as armor fell on top of him. Welf raised his head, holding his nose as it was bleeding a lot, and saw Belle scowling at him, with his blood dropping from his fist. He tried to get up, but was pushed down by Belle. He clenched his teeth, whether to brace himself for another hit or by fear, as he was forced to look into Belle's eyes. You think I wanted magic crap from someone that half-asses things? You think I only asked for you by your name? I didn't even know about your family only until a few days ago. And before then, I've been trying to meet you for days and weeks. Belle said as Welf's eyes widened in surprise as he was slammed back down again by Belle until he was pulled up by his collar. How is it you're so blinded by your own stupidity you can't see how sad and frustrating you're making Tsubaki and even your own goddess by holding yourself back? Faye talks about how you're someone that will surpass the other members of your familia soon, maybe even be considered a legendary smith like her legends say about herself. LL Lady Hephaestus has that much faith in my skills. Yes, you idiot. And Tsubaki's been trying to push you to make one, even if it's crap, or to spite her or prove her wrong, putting her at the risk of you hating her for the rest of your life. Belle said as he pulled Welf closer, snarling and his teeth clenching as he bore into Welf's bewildered and scared look in his eyes. Faye even cried when she sees you struggling and holding back. She wants to see what you can really make if you pour everything into your work. Even if you think it's crap, she wants to see just one thing you make with your very heart in it. Belle said as he threw Welf back down on the broken shelf, seeing him stumbling back up and seated upright. I didn't mean to make her cry or hate that idiot Tsubaki, but I don't want to make them for greedy bastards or gain recognition and be hounded by my shitty old man dash. Who cares? It's up to you to decide who you make and sell them to. If greedy fat idiot bastards want them, make a shitty weapon and rob them blind. If your dad or whoever raised you talks crap, they are not here. You don't have to listen to a thing they spew out of their mouth. Belle yelled as he pointed at Welf. You're your own man. It's up to you to decide who to sell, who you can trust to take care of your weapons and goods you make, what you want to build and when you want to build it. And no one can tell you shit cause it's your work, not theirs. Welf looked up at Belle in awe, blinking as he felt a wind of relief and relaxation blowing throughout his body, biting the inside of his cheek as he stood up and looked back down at Belle. Silence ensued the two of them until he reached out his hand to Belle. If I can join your party, would you mind making a contract with me to be your guy's personal blacksmith? Fair warning, I'm a stubborn idiot and will likely have a hard time to accept making something magical. And odds are, if I'm gonna make something good, we'll need to do a lot of dungeon dives for the materials I want and will use. Welf said as he bit his lower lip, but smiled and winced as Belle grabbed his arm and shook it with a grip to it. Believe me, we find all sorts of goods and drops in the dungeon. We'll find treasures the likes you can only dream of. And sure, I'm not in a hurry to ask for any magical items, but I'm the stubborn idiot of this crew. So get used to being sensible. Being an idiot is my role. Belle said as Welf gawked. Huh? How can you be an idiot? You're the captain of this party, aren't you? Shouldn't you have a better sense of command and a level head? It's a crew, not a party. Crew means you're stuck with us whether you like it or not. And I can be an idiot and have a level head. No, you can't. Yes, I can. I'm the captain. I'm an idiot and I'm one greedy bastard. I can choose what I want. To be whenever I want. Now get ready. We're heading out to the dungeon right now. Belle said as he turned back to see the others smiling at him as he grabbed the armor pieces and started to put them on. W8 right now. But I didn't even bring my sword or bad. Look at me. Welf said as he moved his hands up and down his body, showing that he wore some sort of scarf or bandana around his neck. A long-sleeved blue shirt. Underneath his black baggy kimono he had to tie a belt around his waist. Though sloppily tied, it didn't hinder his movement as he was seen wearing white tan pants and tall brown boots going up to his shins. So, I went in the dungeons before wearing nothing but the clothes on my back. As for a weapon, Pauli. Fine, Tilda, pick a great sword out from the back, kid. That's gonna cost you extra, you know that. Right. 5,000 Valis for the shelf you broke and 6,000 for a sword. Fine, Tilda, here. Belle said as he handed Pauli more Valis as Welf was looking lost, staring at Belle in bewilderment as he had Filvis pick out a broadsword for Welf as he dragged him along with them as they left the shop, bidding farewell to Tsubaki and Pauli as they made their way to the dungeon. During their trip heading towards the dungeon, introductions and small talks were being made within the crew, getting to know Welf and trying to make things seem less awkward with him and Filvis. It wasn't as if she was trying to avoid him, though even he could understand the issues with elves and his family. Welf was surprised to hear how that the infamous record breaker was younger than him, which almost caused another fight to happen, as Belle told him to not mention about being young like a kid and never to call him anything like a rabbit, for he hated that dumb comparison to himself, and being called young reminded him of the jerk gods that didn't accept him into their familiars when he first started and judged him by his age. Finally, they had entered the dungeon floors and were descending down at a normal pace, banding together close as from Belle's warning from Tsubaki that even if they were a large group, more monsters could still spawn, and there was this odd thing with Welf each time he went in the dungeon. Mr. Belle, I forgot to ask, but what floor do we plan to stop around at for today? Or perhaps, are you seeing to maybe explore more of the middle floors? Filvis asked as Belle shook his head and looked back at her as they continued walking around the 5th floor. No, we have a new crew member with us, so maybe we stick around the upper floors, mostly leaning towards staying around the 12th and 13th floors to get some experience fighting as a large group and teamwork with Welf. Belle said as he turned around, looking between Lily and Fivlis as they turned and now moved their heads back and forth to scope out the area to find no red-haired Smith behind him. Hey, where could he have gone? We were sticking together since we entered. Hello, Mr. Welf Crozzo. Are you still around here? I swore he was just behind us a second ago, and I felt his presence with us until you pointed it out, Mr. Belle. Filvis said as Belle looked around and went to check some of the 5th floor's tunnels that connected to the walls and other pathways on this level. Hey Welf, where did you go? Lily, is there monsters that snatch people away on this floor? No, the only monsters that could surprise us would be war shadows, but they are visible and we can handle them with ease. Do you think that maybe Welf was caught by Syr Dash? Hey, there you guys are. A voice called them as they turned to see Welf coming from the opposite side of the tunnel they were looking at, watching him run and dirty now as he leered at them once he stopped in front of them. What's the big idea? You said to stay in a group, but the next thing I noticed was you guys were gone. Us. You were right behind us until a few seconds ago. How could you not notice us in front of you the second we were gone? You guys should keep an eye out with each other on this floor. It's like a maze here. Welf said, now getting into an argument with Lily as the two bickered back and forth. While watching this, Filvis and Belle looked at each other from the sides, a frown on their faces as they looked back at Welf and then to each other. Filvis, I think I have this idea as to why he suddenly wasn't behind us, though part of me is inclined to think it's just my imagination. Yes, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but even so, this is the 5th floor. It's not like the lower levels like the 10th or below where you can get lost easily. Still, better test this to see if we're wrong, or if it's correct. Filvis said as she stepped forward and cleared her throat, stopping Lily from about to bite his head and Welf from biting her leg. Mr. Welf, could I ask you to test something for me? Sure. What do you need me to do? Well, as odd as this sounds, could you walk back into the tunnel from where you came out? From, and then take 10 steps back and come back out again. It's to test my detection magic, to see if there's something wrong with it. Filvis explained as Welf nodded his head and dropped Lily. The three of them watched as Welf entered back into the tunnel and heard the sounds of footsteps echo in the dungeon floors. 10 steps taken, and then they heard nothing. Wait, shouldn't he come back out now after the 10th step? Or is he waiting for Miss Chalia to give the signal to? Wait, why did you guys move to the opposite side of the area? The three of them turned around to see Welf was now behind him looking confused. Lily's eyes were now moving towards the tunnels and Welf, pointing back and forth at Welf and the walls as murmurings and mumbled noises escaped her lips. Mr. Belle, I fear that our worst hypothesis turns out to become true, Filvis said as she shook her head, making Belle smack his hand into his own face and sighed, rubbing his forehead as he looked at Welf with a dull look. How is it that you have a shitty sense of naming things, but also have a shit sense of direction?